Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was raised by Tony Stark and built a magic-powered Iron Man suit to destroy Voldemort. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Forged in two fires. The soldering iron slipped, and Harry burned his thumb for the third time that morning. He swore, something creative he'd picked up from Happy Hogan, and stuck his thumb in his mouth while glaring at the circuit board splayed across the workbench like a dissected frog. The runic inscriptions he'd etched along the copper traces were microscopically precise, each one verified under magnification against the reference text scattered around him in various states of dog-eared abuse. The Elder Futhark overlays were clean. The Ptolemaic bridge sequences were properly grounded. The arithmetic ratios checked out to 6 decimal places. And yet, every time he ran current through the array, the runes flickered to life for exactly 3 seconds before the whole thing shorted out in a shower of sparks and the acrid smell of burnt copper. Jarvis, run the failure analysis again. Certainly, Mr. Stark Potter. Though I should note this will be the 14th iteration. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. Yeah, I've heard. Dad uses that line every time I try to cook. To be fair, sir, the fire department has asked that you stop trying. Harry pulled his thumb out of his mouth and examined the angry red mark. He could heal it with a whispered charm, had done so 100 times in this workshop, magic and machinery existing side by side as naturally as breathing. But the small pain kept him sharp, kept him present, kept him from drifting back to the graveyard. The graveyard. Cedric's body hitting the ground. The sound it made. The way his eyes stayed open. Harry picked up the soldering iron and went back to work. The workshop occupied the 63rd floor of Stark Tower, a sprawling cathedral of organized chaos that Tony had converted from a conference level when Harry was 9 and had started taking apart microwave ovens to see how they worked. One half was pure Stark Industries engineering, holographic displays, robotic assembly arms, racks of prototype components in various states of completion. The other half was something no other room in the non-magical world contained: shelves of spellbooks, jars of potion ingredients, a small cauldron perpetually simmering with something that smelled like burnt sage, and a practice dummy that Harry had enchanted to dodge, block, and occasionally insult his spellwork. Between the two halves, mounted on the wall like a bridge between worlds, hung a photograph. A younger Harry, maybe 5, gap-toothed and grinning, sat on Tony's shoulders in front of the tower, both of them wearing matching sunglasses far too large for Harry's face. Pepper had taken it. Harry remembered the day clearly. Tony had just told him, for the first time, about his birth parents. About magic. About everything. Harry glanced at the photo, then back at the dead circuit board. He was missing something fundamental. The runes worked individually. He'd tested each one with his wand, confirming activation and function. The circuitry worked individually, clean current, proper resistance, no shorts. But together, they self-destructed. "Show me the spectrographic data from the last test," he said. Jarvis projected a holographic display above the workbench. Harry studied the energy signatures, chewing his lower lip. 2 waveforms overlaid each other, the smooth sine curve of electrical current and the chaotic, fractal pattern of magical energy. Where they intersected, the graph dissolved into noise. "They're not just incompatible," Harry muttered. "They're actively destructive. The frequencies are out of phase." "A reasonable conclusion, sir. Electrical energy operates at consistent, measurable frequencies. Magical energy appears to operate on a fundamentally different. It's not different. It can't be. Energy is energy. Conservation of energy doesn't stop applying because you wave a stick and say Latin words." He stood up and paced, running his hands through his hair, perpetually messy, defying every product Pepper had ever bought him, a genetic inheritance no amount of Stark sophistication could tame. Magic was energy. He'd known that since he was 12 and had measured the thermal output of a warming charm at 847 watts. Spells were energy manipulation. Runes were energy programming. Potions were energy chemistry. The whole system was physics wearing a costume. So why couldn't he make the two energy systems talk to each other? He stopped pacing. Stared at the holographic waveforms. Jarvis. The magical frequency pattern. It looks chaotic, but zoom in. Section 7 through 12. The display expanded. Harry leaned closer. It's not chaotic, he said slowly. It's fractal. It's self-similar at every scale. The frequency isn't fixed because it's operating across multiple frequencies simultaneously. It's not a wave. It's a harmonic series. He grabbed a marker and started writing on the glass wall, equations, rune sequences, energy conversion ratios. His hand moved faster than his conscious mind, the kind of flow state that happened when two puzzle pieces clicked together and suddenly he could see the whole picture. If I modulate the electrical current to match the harmonic series, if I don't try to make magic act like electricity but instead make electricity act like magic, a frequency-matched oscillation protocol, Jarvis applied. Theoretically sound, though the processing power required to dynamically match a fractal harmonic in real time would be exactly what an arc reactor does. Not the power output. The resonance field. Dad's arc reactor technology already operates on a self-sustaining harmonic loop. That's what makes it work. It's not generating energy from nothing, it's creating a resonance cascade that draws ambient energy into a self-reinforcing pattern. Harry turned from the glass wall. His eyes were bright. An arc reactor is already doing magic. It just doesn't know it. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime, and Tony Stark walked in carrying 2 mugs of coffee and wearing a Black Sabbath t-shirt that had seen better decades. Okay, so Pepper says I need to talk to you about feelings, which, as you know, is my absolute favorite thing, so I figured I'd bring caffeine to make it less. He stopped. Looked at the glass wall covered in Harry's manic scrawl. Looked at Harry's face. Set down both mugs. What did you find? Arc reactor harmonic resonance is functionally identical to magical energy propagation patterns. Tony was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Then he crossed to the glass wall, eyes scanning the equations. Harry watched him, watched the way his father's mind worked, different from his own but no less fast. Tony didn't have magic. But Tony understood energy systems better than any human alive, and he'd spent 15 years studying magical theory with the obsessive focus he brought to everything. The fractal harmonic series, Tony said, tracing one of Harry's equations with his finger. You're saying magical energy isn't a single frequency. It's an infinite series of self-similar frequencies operating simultaneously. And an arc reactor's resonance field is the closest non-magical analog. If I build a converter, a runic matrix tuned to translate arc reactor output into the magical harmonic spectrum, you could power runic arrays with an arc reactor. Tony turned to look at him. Not small arrays. Industrial scale arrays. The power output of a miniaturized arc reactor, converted to magical energy, would be orders of magnitude beyond what any wizard can produce with a wand. They stared at each other. The coffee cooled, forgotten. You're talking about building a magical weapon, Tony said. His voice had changed. Still sharp, still engaged, but with an undertone that Harry recognized. Caution. The voice of a man who'd built weapons for 2 decades and learned what they cost. I'm talking about building magical technology. What it's used for depends on who's using it, sure. I've given that speech. I've also given the speech where I explain why it's wrong. Tony picked up his coffee, took a long drink. What specifically are you thinking about building, Harry? Harry hesitated. Not because he didn't know, he'd known for weeks, had sketched designs in notebooks he kept under his mattress, had dreamed about it in the brief hours between nightmares of the graveyard. "Armor," he said. "A suit. Like yours, but magic-powered. Magic integrated. Rune-enhanced structural alloys. Arc reactor core with harmonic conversion. Spell amplification through resonance arrays. The ability to cast without a wand, at 10 times the power, with the protection of Iron Man armor." Tony set down his mug. "You want to build a magical Iron Man suit to fight Voldemort?" The name sat in the air between them. Tony had never flinched from it. He was, Harry reflected, possibly the only person in the world who could say, Voldemort, the way he'd say, competitor, or, that idiot from the board meeting, acknowledging the threat without granting it reverence. "He's back, Dad. Cedric is dead. The Ministry is calling me a liar. Dumbledore's order is meeting in secret and sending me coded messages that basically say, sit tight and be patient. I'm done being patient." Tony leaned against the workbench. He studied his son, this strange, brilliant, impossible kid who'd arrived in his life 15 years ago via a phone call from a man in a purple robe, and who had proceeded to turn Tony Stark, weapons manufacturer and professional disaster, into something resembling a decent father. "You know what the first thing I built in that cave was?" Tony said. "The Mark I. Before that. Before I had a plan, before I had materials. The first thing I built was a list. Every name I could remember. Every person my weapons had killed, or would kill. Every consequence I hadn't thought about because I was too smart and too sure of myself to think about consequences." He tapped the glass wall, right next to Harry's breakthrough equations. "You're smarter than I was at your age. Hell, you're smarter than I was at 30. But smart and wise aren't the same thing, and I had to get a chest full of shrapnel to learn the difference. I'm not you. No. You're better. Which is why I need you to be better about this." Tony straightened up. "We build this thing. Together. With safeguards, with testing protocols, with limits. And we talk about what it's for before we talk about what it can do. Deal?" Harry felt the knot in his chest loosen slightly. He'd expected a fight. He'd prepared arguments, data, projections. He should have known better. Tony Stark didn't say no to building things. He said, "Let's build it right. Deal?" Tony clapped him on the shoulder and picked up the dead circuit board, examining it with interest. "So this was your proof of concept? Runic circuit integration? 14 failed attempts. I went through 23 iterations of the arc reactor miniaturization before it stopped exploding. 14 is practically a first draft." He turned the board over. "The soldering's clean. Your Futhark inscriptions are solid, better than the references, actually. You've been modifying the standard forms. Optimizing them. The traditional inscriptions waste about 30% of energy through redundant containment loops. I stripped those out and replaced them with direct channel amplification paths. I can see it." Tony smiled, the real one, not the press conference smirk. "You've been busy." "I haven't been sleeping much." The smile faded. Tony set the board down gently. "Nightmares?" Harry picked up his coffee instead of answering. It was cold. He drank it anyway. "Cedric?" Tony pressed. Gentle, but not letting him dodge. "Sometimes. Sometimes it's the graveyard, but it's different. He's there, Voldemort, and I can see him clearly, but behind him there's something else. Something bigger. Like a shadow, but it's not his shadow. It's..." Harry struggled for words. "It's like looking at a door that's been locked for a long time and seeing light through the cracks. Except the light is black." Tony's expression didn't change, but Harry caught the micro-movement of his jaw tightening. 15 years of living with Tony Stark had made Harry fluent in the language of suppressed worry. Black light through a locked door. That's not ominous at all. They're just dreams, Dad. You're a wizard with a psychic connection to a dark lord through a cursed scar. Your dreams are data. Tony pulled up a holographic interface. Jarvis, add a new monitoring protocol to Harry's suite. Passive EEG during sleep, flagging any anomalous neural activity patterns. Especially anything that correlates with his scar's electromagnetic signature. Implemented, sir. That's creepy, Harry said. That's parenting. Drink your terrible cold coffee and show me these harmonic conversion equations again. I think your third coefficient is off. It wasn't. But they argued about it for an hour anyway, and by the time Pepper came in to remind them that lunch existed as a concept, Harry had filled 3 more glass walls with equations and Tony had sketched the first rough schematic of what he was calling the Arc-Rune Converter, on a holographic display. Neither of them noticed the small crack that had appeared in the corner of Harry's bedroom mirror that morning. A crack that, if examined closely, seemed to go deeper than the glass. A crack that, in certain light, looked less like broken mirror and more like broken world. The owl arrived during dinner. Harry was sitting at the kitchen island with Tony and Pepper, eating Thai takeout and arguing about Quidditch statistics. Tony maintained, with the confidence of a man who had never ridden a broomstick, that the snitch was a poorly designed game mechanic, while Harry defended the sport with the passion of someone who'd been the youngest seeker in a century. The owl swooped in through the window that Jarvis automatically opened. The AI had learned to detect incoming magical post after the first dozen owls had crashed into the glass, and deposited a thick envelope on the counter between the pad thai and the green curry. The seal was unmistakable. The letter H surrounded by a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. Hogwarts, Harry said, reaching for it. Your school sends mail by bird, Tony said, for approximately the 400th time. A society that can teleport, turn invisible, and transmute matter, and they send mail by bird. Owls are reliable. Jarvis is reliable. Owls are pigeons with better PR. Harry opened the envelope. Standard supply list. OWL year, 5th year examination prep. A note from McGonagall wishing him well, pointedly not mentioning Voldemort, the Triwizard Tournament, or the dead student. Underneath the official correspondence, a second envelope, this one sealed with a different mark. A phoenix. Harry glanced at Tony, who nodded. Harry broke the seal and read. The letter was from Dumbledore. Brief, careful, written in the old man's flowing script. Harry, I trust your summer has been restorative. I must visit before term begins. There are matters of considerable importance regarding the current situation that require discussion in person. I would also appreciate the opportunity to speak with your father. Please expect me on the 15th at 7 p.m. I remain, as ever, your servant, Albus Dumbledore. He wants to visit, Harry said. August 15th. Tony set down his fork. Wonderful. The man who left you in a cupboard wants to come to my house for a chat. Tony, Pepper said quietly. What? I'm being civil. I could be less civil. I have a PowerPoint presentation about his failures that I update annually. You really do, Harry confirmed. It's 47 slides. 49. I added the Triwizard Tournament. Harry reread the letter. Matters of considerable importance regarding the current situation. Dumbledore speak 4. I have information about Voldemort that I've been sitting on and have now decided to share, at a time and in a manner of my choosing, because I am Albus Dumbledore and information is my currency. Harry didn't hate Dumbledore. That was the complicated part. The old man had tried, in his way, to protect him. The Order of the Phoenix was real, its members were brave, and Dumbledore's opposition to Voldemort was genuine and long-standing. But there was a pattern to how Dumbledore operated, always knowing more than he shared, always moving people like chess pieces toward positions only he could see, that made Harry's skin itch. Tony knew things about Dumbledore's decisions that still made his hands shake when he talked about them late at night, when the whiskey came out and the filters came off. The cupboard under the stairs. The Dursleys. 3 years of malnutrition and neglect before Tony's lawyers, tipped off by a squib social worker in Little Whinging, had kicked in the door of number 4, Privet Drive and found a toddler with a lightning bolt scar sleeping in a space smaller than a closet. Tony had fought for custody in both magical and muggle courts. Dumbledore had opposed him, argued that Harry needed to be with blood relatives, that ancient protections were tied to the Dursleys' home, that the arrangement was temporary and necessary. Tony had won, partly through legal brilliance, partly through sheer bloody-minded refusal to lose, and partly because when the Wisingamots saw photographs of the cupboard, even magical Britain's most tradition-bound pureblood struggled to argue that this was appropriate care for the boy who lived. Dumbledore had eventually relented. Had, to his credit, worked with Tony to establish alternative protections. Had been a presence in Harry's life, mentor, teacher, the source of his first wand and his introduction to the wider magical world. But the fracture was there, hairline thin and permanent, running through every interaction between the old wizard and the engineer. "I'll meet with him," Harry said. "He says he has information. He always says he has information. He also always has less of it than he implies and more of it than he shares." Tony. Pepper again, firmer this time. "I'll be here," Tony said. "And I'll be civil. Mostly civil. I'll aim for civil." "That's all we ask," Pepper said, and stole his last spring roll while he was distracted. Dumbledore arrived at precisely 7 p.m. on August 15, stepping out of the elevator on the penthouse floor in robes of deep midnight blue embroidered with silver stars that moved. He looked older than the last time Harry had seen him, thinner, the lines around his eyes deeper, his long silver beard less meticulously groomed. But his eyes were the same, bright, piercing blue, simultaneously warm and calculating. "Harry, my boy. You look well. Professor. Thanks for coming." They clasped hands. Dumbledore's grip was strong but his skin was papery, and Harry noticed a slight tremor in his fingers that hadn't been there before. Tony stood by the bar, dressed in a tailored suit because he believed in the armor of presentation, holding a glass of sparkling water because he'd been sober for 3 years and wasn't about to break that streak for a wizard, no matter how infuriating. Jarvis had dimmed the lights to a warm amber that made the penthouse feel almost cozy, despite its aircraft carrier square footage. "Dumbledore," Tony said. "Anthony. You're looking well. Sobriety suits you. So does fatherhood, but you had doubts about that too." Pepper, seated on the couch with her tablet, cleared her throat. Tony took a visible breath. "Would you like a drink? We have tea, coffee, and the crushing weight of unresolved interpersonal conflict." "Tea would be lovely, thank you." They sat. Jarvis served tea via a small robotic arm that Dumbledore observed with genuine fascination, reaching out to touch the mechanism as it withdrew. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "The precision of the movement, the responsiveness to verbal command. You've created a kind of mechanical house elf." "Please don't say that in front of Hermione," Harry said. "Miss Granger would indeed have thoughts on the matter." Dumbledore settled into the armchair Tony had specifically purchased for this meeting, comfortable enough to be hospitable, low enough to be subtly inferior in height to the surrounding furniture. Tony's pettiness operated on an architectural level. "I won't waste your time with pleasantries you don't want, or mine with deflections you'll see through. The situation is grave, and you deserve directness." "That'd be a first," Tony said. Dumbledore inclined his head, acknowledging the hit. "Voldemort has returned to physical form. The Ministry's denial is deliberate and politically motivated. Cornelius Fudge is more afraid of the truth than the lie, which makes him dangerous in the particular way that frightened bureaucrats are dangerous. He has placed an agent at Hogwarts." "An agent?" Harry said. "Dolores Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. She will serve as defense against the dark arts professor." Her actual mandate is to monitor the school, control the narrative, and specifically, to suppress any claims about Voldemort's return. So the Ministry is actively working against us, Harry said. While Voldemort rebuilds. Yes. And I lack the political capital to stop it. My position is precarious, the Ministry is moving to reduce my authority. I may not remain at Hogwarts for the duration of the year. Tony leaned forward. You said you had information. About Voldemort's situation. What's keeping him alive? You mentioned anchors, last time we spoke. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. He lifted his teacup, sipped, set it down. What I am about to share is the most dangerous secret in the wizarding world. It is the key to Voldemort's defeat, and the reason he has not been defeated already. He looked at Harry. Tom Riddle has split his soul. The room was silent. Harry felt a crawl along his spine that had nothing to do with temperature. Split his soul, Tony repeated flatly. Through the darkest magic known to wizard kind. The creation of what are called Horcruxes. Objects into which a fragment of soul is sealed, anchoring the creator to life even if their body is destroyed. It is how he survived the night he came to Godric's Hollow. It is why the killing curse he directed at you, Harry, rebounded and destroyed his body but did not end his existence. How many? Harry asked. I believe he intended to create 6, splitting his soul into 7 parts, 7 being the most powerfully magical number. I have confirmed 2, a diary, which you destroyed in your second year, and a ring, which I have located but not yet retrieved. I have strong suspicions about others. A diary, Harry said slowly. That thing in the Chamber of Secrets. That was a piece of his soul. Yes. I was 12. Yes. You sent a 12-year-old to destroy a piece of the most dangerous dark wizard's soul, and you didn't think to mention what it was? I did not confirm my theory until, don't. Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried the kind of edge that made Tony glance at him with something between pride and concern. Don't manage me, Professor. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm asking you to stop treating me like I need to be managed. Tell me everything. All of it. Right now. Dumbledore studied him. Then, slowly, he nodded. I don't know all of it. That is the truth, incomplete, but honest. I know about the diary, destroyed. I know about the ring, located in the Gaunt family shack. I believe there are objects connected to the 4 Hogwarts founders. Voldemort's obsession with magical heritage would make them irresistible as vessels. A locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin. A cup that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. Possibly an object of Ravenclaw's. And his snake, Nagini, I believe she may be a Horcrux as well, though the use of a living vessel is unprecedented and deeply unstable. That's 6, Tony said. You said 7 parts. 6 Horcruxes plus the piece still in Voldemort. Yes. But there was something in Dumbledore's eyes, a flicker, a hesitation, a door that he chose not to open. Harry saw it. Filed it away. And the plan? Harry pressed. Find them and destroy them. It is the only path to making Voldemort mortal. And once mortal, he can be killed. Harry stood up. Fine. I'll need everything you have. Locations, theories, research. Everything. Harry, I must ask for patience, no. The word hung there, simple and absolute. You want me to follow your timeline, your plan, your carefully staged revelations. I understand why, you've been doing this for 50 years and you're good at it. But Cedric Diggory is dead, Professor. He died because I was in a tournament I should never have been in, fighting enemies I didn't know enough about, with information I should have had and didn't. That stops now. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Not with the grandfatherly warmth or the strategic calculation that Harry was used to, but with something rawer. Something that might have been grief. "You are so much like her," he said quietly. "Your mother. She had the same way of cutting through pretense." He reached into his robes and withdrew a thin file, parchment, handwritten notes, moving photographs. "This is everything I have on the Horcruxes. Locations confirmed and suspected. Historical research on the objects. Potential destruction methods." He set it on the table. "I have one request." "What?" "Trust Severus Snape. When the time comes, and it will, trust him." "You're asking me to trust the man who calls me Potter like it's an insult and spent 4 years making my life miserable in his classroom. I am asking you to trust my judgment about him. I know it is a great deal to ask, given our history regarding my judgment." Harry picked up the file. "I'll read this tonight. If I have questions, you may reach me through the usual channels. Though I suspect that after this year begins, reaching me may become difficult." Dumbledore stood, and for a moment the weariness was visible, the weight of decades, of wars fought and friends buried, of a chessboard whose pieces kept dying. Then it was gone, smoothed away behind the twinkling-eyed mask. "Thank you for the tea, Anthony. It was excellent. It was Darjeeling from a robot arm. As I said. Excellent." After Dumbledore left, Tony and Harry stood in silence for a full minute. "He's holding something back," Harry said. "When isn't he?" "No, this is different. There's something specific. Something about the Horcrux count. 6 plus the piece in Voldemort is 7. He confirmed that. But his eyes, Dad, he was lying. Not about the facts. About the completeness of the facts." Tony took the file and opened it, scanning Dumbledore's cramped handwriting. "We'll go through every word. Jarvis, scan and digitize these documents. Full analysis, cross-reference with every magical text in our database. Immediately, sir." "And Harry?" "Yeah. The suit idea. The arc rune converter. That breakthrough you had this morning." Tony's jaw was set, his eyes hard. "Build it. Build it fast. I'll help you with everything I have. Whatever this costs, whatever rules we break, we build you the best armor the world has ever seen." "What happened to safeguards and testing protocols and talking about what it's for?" "That was before I learned there's a man walking around with his soul in jars. We'll still do the protocols. But we're also going to move fast, because that old man in the funny robe just told us the clock is ticking, and he's the kind of person who only shares bad news when it's almost too late to act on it." Harry looked at his father, at the man who'd pulled him from a cupboard and given him a name, a home, a world of tools and possibilities. Tony's hands weren't shaking. They never did when there was a problem to solve. "I'm going to need Hermione," Harry said. "The arithmetic components are beyond me. She's the best I know." "Then call her. Use a phone like a civilized person, not a bird. Owls are reliable, Dad. Owls are dinosaurs. Call your girlfriend. She's not my, Call her." The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the September sunlight, steam billowing from its stack in fat white plumes that drifted across platform 9 3/4 like lazy ghosts. Harry stood at the barrier with a trunk that weighed approximately 3 times more than any student's trunk should, owing to the portable workshop components hidden in the expanded interior. Tony stood beside him, hands in his pockets, sunglasses on, drawing stares from every witch and wizard on the platform, some who recognized him as a Muggle celebrity. The magical world's awareness of Tony Stark had grown considerably over the past decade, others who simply noted the way he stood, the quiet authority of a man accustomed to being the most capable person in any room. "You've got the secure comm unit?" "Yes, Dad." "And the backup comm unit?" "Yes, Dad." "And the emergency beacon that will summon me in the suit within 4 minutes?" "Yes, Dad." "We tested it twice. 3 times. The second test had a 6-second lag. Harry turned to face him. Tony's sunglasses were very dark, and very useful for hiding whatever was happening behind them. "I'll be fine. You'll be at a school that's been infiltrated by a government agent, in a country where a resurrected Dark Lord is rebuilding his army, carrying pieces of a prototype technology that could change the balance of power in the magical world." "Fine" is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. "I've got this." Tony gripped his shoulder. Squeezed once, hard. "I know you do. That's what scares me. When you've got something, you run straight at it, and you're exactly like me in all the ways I wish you weren't. Love you too, Dad. Don't die. Don't get expelled. Don't fall in love. All three of those cause me equal anxiety. No promises on any of them." Tony's mouth twitched. He pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug, the kind that communicated everything the Stark men were constitutionally incapable of saying in words, and stepped back. "Go save the world, kid." Harry grabbed his trunk and walked through the barrier. The compartment was near the back of the train, and Hermione was already there. She'd gotten taller over the summer, or maybe it was the way she held herself, a new confidence in her posture that came from 2 months of correspondence with Harry about runic theory that had pushed them both to the edges of what they understood. Her hair was pulled back in a practical knot, she had ink stains on 3 fingers, and she was reading a book titled Advanced Arithmetic Harmonics that Harry was fairly certain wasn't on any Hogwarts syllabus. She looked up when he slid the door open, and her face did the thing it always did when she saw him, a quick, bright smile that she immediately modulated into something more composed, as though being openly happy to see someone was a vulnerability she hadn't authorized. "Harry." "Hermione." He stowed his trunk and sat across from her. For a moment they just looked at each other, and Harry felt the weird dual awareness he always had around Hermione, that she was his best friend, his intellectual partner, the person he trusted most in the world outside Tony, and also that she had brown eyes with flecks of gold in them that caught the light in a way he'd started noticing in 3rd year and had been aggressively not thinking about ever since. "Did you bring it?" she asked. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the arc rune converter prototype, a small cylindrical device about the size of a thick pen, etched with microscopic runic arrays and housing a miniaturized arc reactor core the size of a marble. Hermione's composure cracked entirely. She took the device with both hands, reverently, and held it up to the light. "You solved the frequency matching. Fractal harmonic resonance modulation. The arc reactor's resonance field already operates on a self-similar pattern. I just had to build a translator between its harmonic series and the magical energy spectrum." "Harry, that's..." She was turning the converter over, examining the rune work. "These inscriptions. You've modified the standard Futhark containment sequences. Stripped out the redundancies, added direct channel amplification. That's a 30% efficiency gain at minimum. Has anyone ever?" "No. I checked. The traditional inscriptions haven't been updated in over 200 years. Because runic theory is treated as a dead art by the magical academic establishment, who are more interested in preserving tradition than advancing the field." She looked up, and her eyes were blazing. "We could change everything. That's the plan." The compartment door slid open. Ron Weasley stood there, tall and freckled and carrying a sandwich that appeared to be structurally unsound. "All right, you two have that look again. The look that means you've been talking about something I won't understand for at least 3 minutes before you remember to explain it in English." "Ron!" Hermione jumped up and hugged him, and Ron turned pink in a way that Harry observed with a small, complicated feeling he chose not to examine. "Good summer?" Harry asked. "Mum wouldn't let us leave the house. The Order's been using our place as headquarters, so every other day there's some traumatized-looking wizard in the kitchen eating toast and being secretive." Ron dropped into the seat next to Harry and began dismantling his sandwich. "Heard Dumbledore came to see you." "He did. And?" Harry glanced at Hermione. He'd told her about the Horcruxes by letter, encrypted, using a cipher system they'd developed in second year. She'd spent the rest of summer researching them and had, characteristically, read everything ever written on the subject of soul magic in 3 languages. "We'll talk when we're secure," Harry said. "Not here." Ron chewed thoughtfully. "That bad?" "Worse." "Brilliant. I love 5th year already." The train rumbled north, and Harry watched the English countryside blur past the window and thought about the file in his trunk, the converter in his pocket, and the dark thing behind Voldemort's eyes in his dreams. Hogwarts materialized out of the Scottish darkness like a fever dream of architecture, towers and turrets and impossible bridges, lit by thousands of enchanted windows, its reflection shimmering in the black lake below. Harry had seen it every year since he was 11, and it still made something in his chest tighten with an emotion he couldn't quite name. Not awe, exactly. Recognition, maybe. The feeling of a key finding its lock. The Sorting Hat sang a new song that year, a warning. Unity, it urged. Set aside old divisions, put away petty house rivalries. Dark times were coming. Half the great hall applauded politely and immediately forgot the message. The other half exchanged worried glances. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and ate roast chicken and tried to ignore the whispers that followed him like a cloud of gnats. He could feel the stares, some curious, some hostile, some frightened. The Daily Prophet had spent the entire summer painting him as an attention-seeking liar, a delusional boy who claimed the darkest wizard in history had returned because he couldn't handle the spotlight fading. Seamus Finnegan wouldn't meet his eyes. Lavender Brown kept glancing at him sideways and whispering to Parvati. Dean Thomas gave him a solid nod across the table, and Neville Longbottom sat down beside him and said, "I believe you," with the simple, immovable conviction of a person for whom belief was not a matter of evidence but of character. "Thanks, Neville. My gran says anyone who doesn't believe you is a fool, and anyone who calls you a liar should say it to her face." He paused. "She's quite scary, my gran." "I believe it." At the staff table, Harry spotted the new face immediately. Dolores Umbridge sat in the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's chair, and everything about her was wrong. She was short, squat, and dressed in so much pink that she looked like a toad had swallowed a flamingo. Her smile was wide and constant and reached absolutely nowhere near her eyes, which were small and dark and missed nothing. She caught Harry looking at her. Her smile widened. Harry didn't look away. Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term speech, and Umbridge interrupted him. She stood, uninvited, and delivered a speech of her own, a masterpiece of bureaucratic menace wrapped in kindergarten teacher sweetness. Progress for the sake of progress must be discouraged. Pruning practices that ought to be prohibited. A return to tried and tested fundamentals. Every sentence was a blade hidden in cotton wool. Hermione leaned over to Harry. "She's saying the Ministry is taking over Hogwarts." "I heard." "What are you going to do?" Harry watched Umbridge sit down, watched her fold her hands on the table and survey the student body with the satisfied look of a woman who had already won and was simply waiting for everyone else to realize it. "I'm going to need the room of requirement," he said. Their first defense against the dark arts class was 2 days later, and it was exactly as bad as Harry expected. Umbridge stood at the front of the classroom in a pink cardigan with a kitten brooch that occasionally blinked, and announced that they would be following a ministry-approved curriculum focused on defensive magical theory. No practical spell work. No wand use. Read the textbook, answer the questions, prepare for exams. "Professor," Hermione said, her hand raised with the rigid precision of someone who had rehearsed what she was about to say, "how are we supposed to learn defense if we don't practice spells?" "Miss Granger, I assure you that a thorough understanding of defensive theory is more than sufficient for the OWL examinations. There is no need for students to be performing spells in my classroom. I can't imagine a situation in which you would need to use defensive magic." "I can think of one," Harry said. The classroom went still. Umbridge turned to him, and her smile didn't waver but her eyes hardened like cooling glass. "Mr. Potter. Do you have something you'd like to share? Voldemort is back. Students need to know how to defend themselves. Theory won't stop a killing curse. I will not have you spreading these lies in my classroom, they're not lies. I was there. I watched him come back. I watched him kill Cedric Diggory. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident, Cedric Diggory was murdered." Harry's voice was level, controlled, carrying the kind of absolute certainty that was more persuasive than any shout. "And the man who murdered him is gathering followers, building an army, and planning to do the same thing to everyone in this room if we're not ready." Silence. Every student in the classroom was staring at Harry. Some looked scared. Some looked convinced. Some looked like they were watching a car crash and couldn't turn away. Umbridge's smile had become something rigid and terrible. "Detention, Mr. Potter. My office. Tonight." "Yes, Professor." He held her gaze until she looked away. That night, in Umbridge's office, a room so aggressively decorated with pink and kittens that it constituted a form of psychological warfare, she made him write lines. "I must not tell lies." The quill was special. It didn't use ink. It used his blood, carving the words into the back of his hand as he wrote them on the parchment, the skin splitting and healing and splitting again with each repetition. Harry wrote for an hour. The pain was precise and constant, a thin bright line of fire across his hand. He didn't make a sound. Didn't flinch. Didn't give her the satisfaction. When he left, he went straight to the workshop he'd set up in a disused classroom near the room of requirement, ran a diagnostic on the wound, confirmed that the quill used a form of blood magic that was technically illegal under 3 separate wizarding conventions, photographed the evidence, and sent it to Tony via the secure comm. Tony's response came in 4 minutes, a string of words that Jarvis automatically censored, followed by, "I'm calling our lawyers," and then, "Actually I'm coming there," and then, after Pepper apparently intervened, sending documentation to the Wisengamot, the International Confederation, and also the actual police because blood magic on a minor is a crime in literally every legal system. Harry typed back, "Not yet. I need to stay in this school. If you pull me out or go public, she wins. She wants me gone. Give me time to build what I need." A long pause. 1 week, Harry. 1 week and then I'm coming there with lawyers and possibly missiles. Deal. Love you. Don't die. The room of requirement became Harry's second home. He'd discovered it in his 4th year, but it was Hermione who had worked out the underlying principles. The room was the most sophisticated runic construct in Hogwarts, possibly in the world. It didn't create things from nothing. It accessed a vast extra-dimensional space and reconfigured it according to the user's needs, using runic arrays embedded in the castle's foundation stones that had been operating continuously for 1,000 years. When Harry walked past the blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, thinking I need a workshop where I can build and test magical technology, the room gave him exactly that. The space that materialized was enormous, cathedral-ceilinged, lit by floating orbs that adjusted to his needs, equipped with workbenches, tools, and materials that were partly the room's own generation and partly what Harry had brought in his expanded trunk. There were forges. There were precision instruments. There were testing ranges with ward-shielded target dummies. It was, in every meaningful sense, a Stark Industries R&D lab hidden inside a magical castle. He worked there every night after classes, and Hermione worked beside him. Their collaboration had a rhythm. Harry would build, Hermione would calculate. He'd push boundaries, she'd define limits. He saw possibilities, she saw consequences. When they argued, it was productive, the kind of friction that generated heat and light rather than damage. The gauntlet prototype needs a stabilization matrix, Hermione said one evening, 3 weeks into term, bent over a parchment covered in arithmetic equations so dense they looked like abstract art. Your power output calculations are correct, but without a harmonic dampener, the resonance cascade will destabilize after 3 seconds. I know. That's where every prototype fails. Because you're trying to force electrical resonance into a magical framework. You need a bridge, something that exists in both domains simultaneously. Like what? Hermione chewed her lip. Pulled a different textbook from her bag, Resonance Theory in Advanced Arithmancy, a postgraduate text she'd ordered from Flourish and Blots by mail. Look at this. Gladwell's harmonic convergence theorem. If two energy systems share a common harmonic, a frequency that exists naturally in both, you can use that shared frequency as a bridge point. A synchronization anchor. Harry leaned over her shoulder to look at the equations. He was close enough to smell her hair, something clean and slightly sweet that he definitely should not have been noticing during a technical discussion. The shared harmonic, he said, focusing. For arc reactor resonance and magical energy. What's the common frequency? Hermione flipped pages. Ran her finger along an equation. Stopped. There. She pointed. The theta-7 resonance. It appears in Gladwell's analysis of ambient magical fields and, Harry, look, it's the same base frequency as your arc reactor's tertiary resonance harmonic. They're not identical, but they're close enough that with a correction factor of, she started writing. Harry watched the equation take shape, and felt the same thing he'd felt in the workshop at Stark Tower, the click of puzzle pieces, the sudden vista of possibility. You're brilliant, he said. She looked up. They were very close. The floating lights cast soft shadows across her face, and the ink stain on her cheek from where she'd absently rubbed it looked like a tiny constellation. I know, she said. Then, softer, so are you. They stared at each other for a beat too long. Right, Harry said, straightening up. So if I rebuild the gauntlet using theta-7 as the bridge frequency, it should stabilize the resonance cascade. Theoretically. Let's find out. He rebuilt the gauntlet that night. Hermione's equation, translated into runic inscription and hardwired into the converter's architecture, changed everything. When Harry powered it up, sliding his right hand into the armored glove, feeling the runes ignite along the knuckles and the arc reactor's hum vibrate through his bones, the waveforms on his diagnostic display did something they'd never done before. They synchronized. Two waves, electrical and magical, locking into phase, their patterns merging into a single, stable, luminous harmonic. The gauntlet glowed faintly blue, runic inscriptions pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Harry raised his hand toward the target dummy across the room. Stupefy, he said. The stunner that erupted from the gauntlet was nothing like a wand-cast spell. It was a beam, focused, coherent, blindingly bright, that crossed the workshop in an instant and hit the target dummy with enough force to blast it through the ward shield and embed it in the far wall. The room's sensors registered the impact. Harry read the number and felt his knees go weak. 10 times baseline wand output, Hermione whispered, staring at the readings. That's... Harry, that's more powerful than most aurors can produce. He looked at the gauntlet. At the runic inscriptions glowing steady and stable on his hand. At the arc reactor's light shining through the palm like a tiny star. This was going to work. The DA began 2 weeks later. Harry didn't advertise it. Hermione spread the word through trusted channels, students who'd been in the DA last year, friends of friends who believed Harry about Voldemort's return and wanted to do something about it. They met in the room of requirement, which reconfigured itself into a training space with practice dummies, cushioned floors, and enough room for 30 students to work without hitting each other. But Harry didn't just teach them spells. Defense against the dark arts isn't about knowing the right incantation, he told them on the first night, standing at the front of the room with the kind of easy authority that came from having faced Voldemort 3 times and survived. It's about thinking under pressure. Making decisions when you're scared. Working as a unit, not a collection of individuals. He taught them formations, simple tactical arrangements adapted from military doctrine he'd studied with Tony. He distributed communication mirrors, enchanted and enhanced with stark miniaturization tech, that allowed instant two-way contact. He divided them into squads, assigned leaders based on aptitude rather than popularity, and ran them through scenarios. Neville Longbottom, who could barely cast a shield charm in September, was producing solid defensive barriers by October, not through raw power but through the confidence that came from being told, by someone who meant it, that he was valuable. That his steadiness under pressure was worth more than flashy spell work. Ginny Weasley turned out to have a gift for the bat-bogey hex that bordered on artistry, and Harry put her in charge of offensive tactics. Luna Lovegood couldn't be ambushed because she seemed to exist in a state of perpetual awareness that defied logical analysis, making her an ideal lookout and early warning system. Ron was the strategist. Harry had known this since first year, when Ron had won a lethal chess game at age 11. Give Ron a tactical problem and he'd solve it faster than anyone in the room, seeing patterns and possibilities that slid past smarter, better educated minds. Harry made Ron his second-in-command and never once regretted it. They trained 3 nights a week. Word spread. The DA grew. And Umbridge noticed. The Inquisitorial Squad appeared in November, Umbridge's hand-picked enforcers, drawn primarily from Slytherin House, given authority to dock points, assign detentions, and monitor student activities. Draco Malfoy wore the badge with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Arrogance, certainly, Malfoy wore arrogance the way other people wore coats, as default outerwear regardless of weather. But underneath it, something else. Something tight and hunted. Harry found Malfoy alone in a corridor one evening, standing at a window that overlooked the lake, his Inquisitorial Squad badge catching the moonlight. He wasn't doing anything, just standing, staring at the water, his shoulders rigid. "Nice badge," Harry said. Malfoy spun. His wand was in his hand before he'd completed the turn, which told Harry something about the state of Draco Malfoy's nerves. "Potter. Out after curfew. That's points from Gryffindor. Go ahead. Take them." Malfoy's wand didn't waver, but he didn't cast. They stood in the moonlit corridor, and Harry studied the boy he'd been rivals with for 4 years. Thinner than last year. Shadows under his eyes. A muscle jumping in his jaw. "I'm not here to fight," Harry said. "I'm here because you look like someone who hasn't slept in a week, and I know what that feels like. I don't need your concern. Didn't say you needed it. Said I noticed it." Harry leaned against the wall, deliberately casual, deliberately unthreatening. "He's recruiting, isn't he? Voldemort. Going through the pureblood families. Making offers that sound like honors and feel like chains." Malfoy's face went white. The wand trembled. "You don't know what you're talking about. My scar connects me to him, Malfoy. I get visions. Flashes. I've seen meetings, dark rooms, masked faces, people kneeling. I've seen the way he rewards loyalty and punishes doubt." Harry paused. "I've seen your father." Malfoy's composure cracked. It was barely visible, a flinch, a tightening of the mouth, but Harry saw it, and they both knew he saw it. "Whatever he's asking you to do," Harry said quietly, "you have a choice. That's the thing about choices, they exist even when someone's trying to convince you they don't. You don't understand. You have Stark money and Dumbledore's protection and the bloody boy who lived Mystique. I have a family that will be destroyed if I—" He stopped. Clamped his mouth shut. The mask came back up, but it was cracked now, and they both knew that too. "If you what?" Harry asked, but Malfoy was already walking away, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Harry watched him go and thought about something Tony had told him once, about the difference between enemies and opponents. Enemies want to destroy you, opponents just want to win. Draco Malfoy wasn't an enemy. He was a kid in a trap, and the trap was closing. Late that night, alone in the room of requirement after the others had gone to bed, Harry worked on the gauntlet's next iteration and tried not to think about the dreams. They'd gotten worse. Every few nights, the connection to Voldemort would flare, and Harry would see through his eyes, meetings with Death Eaters, plans discussed in rooms that smelled of old stone and dark magic. But behind Voldemort, always behind him, the other thing. The shadow that wasn't his shadow. Harry had started keeping a journal of the visions, analyzing them the way Tony had taught him to analyze data. Patterns were emerging. The shadow, the wrongness, was always stronger after Voldemort used powerful dark magic. As if the magic fed it. As if each spell cracked open a door a little wider. He'd told Hermione about it. She'd gone pale and pulled 3 books from her bag that she'd been reading on related topics, because Hermione Granger prepared for conversations the way some people prepared for wars. There are references in pre-medieval magical texts, she'd said, to something called the Sundering. A cataclysmic event in magical history, or prehistory, really, when the fabric of magical reality was damaged and something from outside tried to come through. The texts are fragmentary and contradictory, but they all agree on one thing: the breach was sealed using runic arrays of immense power, anchored to specific locations of high magical concentration. Locations like Hogwarts? Possibly. The castle was built on a nexus of ley lines, that's well documented. If the founders chose the location partly because it was already a sealed breach point, then the runic arrays in Hogwarts foundations aren't just powering the castle. They're holding something shut. They'd stared at each other. "We need to see those foundations," Harry had said. Now, at 2 a.m, Harry paced the room of requirement and thought about sealed doors and cracking arrays and the sound of black light pressing against the world. "I need to see the oldest runic structures in Hogwarts," he said aloud. The foundation arrays. The original inscriptions. The room shifted around him. Walls rearranged. The floor tilted, then stabilized. A door appeared at the far end of the workshop, not a normal door, but a stone arch carved with runes so old that their style predated any school of inscription Harry had studied. He walked toward it. The air grew cooler. The floating lights dimmed, as if reluctant to follow. Beyond the arch, stone stairs descended. Harry conjured his own light, a wandless lumos that Tony had taught him to cast at age 7, holding out his hand and letting the magic flow without the intermediary of a wand, and followed the stairs down. The passage was ancient. The stones were rough-hewn, older than the castle above, fitted together without mortar and held by magic so deeply embedded that Harry could feel it humming through the soles of his shoes. Runes lined the walls, carved into the bedrock itself, not the refined, standardized inscriptions of modern magical practice but something rawer, more powerful, more alive. He descended for what felt like a long time. The temperature dropped. The air tasted of stone and deep water and something else, something metallic and electric that made the hair on his arms stand up. The stairs ended in a chamber. It was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, with a domed ceiling that rose into darkness. The floor was a single slab of granite, and carved into its entire surface was the most complex runic array Harry had ever seen. He knelt and ran his fingers along the nearest inscription. The runes were massive, each one the size of his hand, and they interlocked in patterns that made his eyes water when he tried to follow them. This wasn't magic as Hogwarts taught it. This was magic as engineering, as architecture, as cosmic infrastructure. These runes weren't casting spells. They were holding reality together. "Jarvis," Harry whispered into his comm unit. "Are you getting this?" "I am, sir. The energy readings from this chamber are extraordinary. The ambient magical field strength is approximately 40 times the baseline measurement for the castle above. And the pattern of the runic array appears to be..." A pause, unusual for Jarvis. "Sir, the array appears to be under stress. There are microfractures in 17 of the visible inscriptions. Based on the pattern of deterioration, I estimate the damage began approximately 50 years ago and has been accelerating. 50 years ago. When Tom Riddle made his first Horcrux. Harry moved to the center of the array. Here, the runes converged on a single point, a circle about 3 feet across, inscribed with symbols that Harry didn't recognize from any tradition. Inside the circle, the granite was darker, as if stained by something that had seeped up from below. He placed his hand on the dark stone. And felt it. Not through his hand. Through his scar. A pulse. A heartbeat. Slow and vast and patient, like something enormous turning in its sleep. A presence that was aware of him, that felt his magic through the stone, that pressed against the boundary between wherever it was and where Harry stood. Images flooded his mind. Not Voldemort's, these were older, stranger. A void without stars. A hunger without a mouth. A darkness that was not the absence of light but the presence of something that consumed light, consumed magic, consumed reality itself. And the cracks, the fractures in the array, in the world, were its fingers, reaching through. Harry yanked his hand away and fell backward, gasping. The presence receded. The pulse faded. But Harry could still feel it, distant now but undeniable, like the bass note of a song playing in a room far away. He sat on the cold stone floor of a chamber beneath Hogwarts and understood, with the clarity that came from touching something truly terrible, that Voldemort was not the only thing he needed to worry about. The Horcruxes were wounds. Every time Riddle had split his soul, he'd split something else too, something in the fabric of magical reality, something these ancient runes had been built to protect. And whatever was on the other side of those cracks was awake, and hungry, and growing. Harry pulled out his comm unit. His hand was shaking. Dad. Harry. It's 2 in the morning. I found something. Under Hogwarts. I need you to look at these readings. Sending them to my display now. A pause. Harry heard Tony's breath catch. Harry, what am I looking at? I think it's a seal. An ancient one. And I think it's breaking. Another pause. Longer. Come home this weekend. We need to talk about this. I can't. Umbridge won't authorize. I wasn't asking for her authorization. I was telling you to come home. I'll handle the bureaucracy. Harry looked at the cracked runes, at the dark stain on the granite, at the chamber that had existed beneath a school for 1,000 years, guarding something that most wizards didn't know existed. Okay. Saturday. And Harry? Stay out of that chamber until I've analyzed the data. Whatever's down there, it felt you. I don't want it feeling you again without protection. Harry stood, brushed granite dust from his knees, and climbed the stairs back to the room of requirement. Behind him, deep beneath the castle, something that was not Voldemort and was not human and was not magic settled back into its long, patient vigil. The cracks in the seal were wider than they'd been an hour ago. By the time Harry reached the room of requirement, the stone arch had disappeared, the wall smooth and blank as if the passage had never existed. But his instruments had recorded everything: energy readings, runic photographs, spectrographic analysis. Data. Evidence. Something concrete to work with. He sat at his workbench and stared at the gauntlet prototype. At the tiny arc reactor glowing in its palm. At the runes he'd carved with such careful precision, optimized and efficient and cutting edge. Compared to what he'd just seen in that chamber, his work was a child's crayon drawing next to the Sistine Chapel. Those ancient runes hadn't just been more complex, they'd been more alive. They'd hummed with a resonance that suggested consciousness or something close to it. Whoever had built that array hadn't just understood magic. They'd understood the architecture of reality itself, the load-bearing walls of existence, and they'd built supports to keep the whole structure from collapsing. And now those supports were cracking. Harry pulled up the data on his holographic display and started working through the energy patterns. The fractures in the seal correlated precisely with major dark magic events over the past 50 years. Each of Voldemort's Horcruxes had left a mark, a stress point where reality had been forced apart to accommodate a soul fragment that shouldn't exist. The diary's creation. The ring. The locket. Each one a wound in the world. And when Harry had destroyed the diary in the Chamber of Secrets at age 12, the seal had cracked further. As if the release of the trapped soul fragment had sent a shockwave through the same fracture lines. The paradox was elegant and horrible. The Horcruxes had to be destroyed to kill Voldemort, but destroying them damaged the seal that kept something far worse at bay. Harry closed the display and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. One problem at a time, he muttered. Tony's mantra. Break the impossible into the merely very difficult. Prioritize. Execute. Don't get paralyzed by the scope. Priority 1, build the suit. Priority 2, find and destroy the Horcruxes. Priority 3, figure out how to do Priority 2 without ending the world. He picked up the gauntlet and got back to work. Morning brought sunlight and normality, or what passed for normality at Hogwarts under Umbridge's regime. Educational decrees appeared on the walls with increasing frequency, each one a new restriction, a new control. Students couldn't gather in groups of 3 or more without permission. Teachers couldn't discuss topics outside their approved curriculum. The inquisitorial squad patrolled the corridors with the self-important zeal of collaborators in any occupation. Harry moved through it with a patience that surprised even himself. He attended classes, completed assignments, endured Umbridge's poisonous detentions without complaint. He was playing a longer game, and every moment he spent looking compliant was a moment Umbridge wasn't looking at what he was actually doing. In potions, Snape was as vicious as ever, but Harry detected a change in his malice, a precision that felt less like cruelty and more like testing. Snape pushed him harder than anyone, demanded better, accepted nothing less than excellence. When Harry's draft of peace came out perfect, Snape stared at it for a long moment and said, "Adequate," which from Snape was roughly equivalent to a standing ovation. After class, Snape kept him back. "The headmaster has instructed me to teach you a clemency," Snape said, his voice carrying the enthusiasm of a man assigned to clean a public toilet. The art of defending one's mind against external magical intrusion. Given the connection between your mind and the Dark Lords, this is apparently urgent. When do we start? Now. Snape drew his wand. Clear your mind. Of what? Everything. Thought, emotion, memory. Make your mind a blank wall. That's not how minds work. Snape's eyes narrowed. I beg your pardon. Minds aren't walls. They're networks. Telling someone to clear their mind is like telling them to turn off their brain. The only people who can do that are dead. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. I've read about a clemency. The theory. And I've studied cognitive architecture with my father, who designs AI systems that model human thought. If you want to teach me to defend my mind, teach me to organize it, to build structures that redirect intrusion rather than block it. A firewall, not a wall. Snape stared at him. You are perhaps the most irritating student I have ever taught, he said. Then, a firewall. Explain. Harry explained. Snape listened. They argued. Harry was wrong about some things, and Snape was wrong about others, and by the end of an hour they had reached a grudging framework for a clemency training that neither of them was entirely satisfied with, which meant it was probably right. We will continue Thursday evenings, Snape said. Do not be late. Professor. Harry paused at the door. Dumbledore told me to trust you. He wouldn't say why. Snape's face was a mask. And do you trust me, Potter? I trust that you have reasons I don't understand yet. That'll have to be enough for now. Something flickered in Snape's black eyes. Not warmth, Snape didn't do warmth, but a kind of recognition. The acknowledgement of being seen, perhaps for the first time, by a Potter. "Get out of my classroom." Harry got. The days shortened. November brought frost and wind and increasing pressure from all sides. Umbridge tightened her grip on the school. The DA trained harder. Harry worked on the suit every night, building component by component, chestplate, greaves, helm, each piece integrating the arc rune converter technology with Hermione's harmonic equations and materials that Harry had Tony ship in disguised as textbooks. The suit was taking shape. It wasn't pretty yet, function over form, always Tony's first principle, but the core systems were sound. The arc rune converter hummed at its heart, translating reactor power into magical energy with an efficiency that improved every day as Harry refined the runic inscriptions. Spell amplification through the gauntlets had stabilized at 12 times baseline wand output. The structural alloys, etched with reinforcement runes, were strong enough to stop most curses. Flight capability was being tested in short hops around the room of requirement, using the same repulsor technology as Tony's suits but supplemented with levitation charms woven into the boot assemblies. It was the most ambitious project Harry had ever attempted. It was also the most important. Because every time his scar flared with Voldemort's presence, he felt the other thing too, the shadow, the void, the patient darkness pressing against the cracked seal beneath his feet. Time was not on his side. Time was not on anyone's side. Harry sat in the room of requirement late one night, the suit's chestplate in his lap, etching the final resonance runes into the alloy with a precision tool, when the rune did something it had never done before. It changed without him asking it to. The wall to his left shimmered, and a door appeared, not the stone arch from before, but a simple wooden door, old and iron-bound. Harry set down the chestplate, drew his wand, and approached. He opened the door. Beyond it was a small room, empty except for a plinth in the center. On the plinth sat a diadem, a delicate silver crown set with a sapphire that glowed with inner light. Harry's scar exploded in pain. He stumbled back, hand pressed to his forehead, and through the agony he felt it, the dark, twisted signature of a soul fragment, Voldemort's soul, screaming at him from the beautiful silver crown. A Horcrux. Here. In Hogwarts. Hidden in the room of requirement all along. Ravenclaw's diadem. It had to be. Harry backed away from the door, his mind racing. He couldn't destroy it yet, not without understanding the consequences, not without a plan for the void's reaction. But he knew where it was. One more piece of the puzzle, delivered by a castle that was more aware, more alive, than anyone had realized. He closed the door. Breathed. Pressed his hand against the wall. "Thank you," he whispered. The wall was warm under his palm. The room's ambient lighting brightened slightly, then settled. Harry picked up the chestplate and went back to work. His hands were steady. His mind was clear. The plan was taking shape, not just the suit, not just the Horcrux hunt, but a larger architecture, a strategy that encompassed Voldemort and the Void and the cracking seal and the 1,000-year-old castle that was trying, in its ancient way, to help. He could do this. He would do this. Not because he was the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or any of the titles the wizarding world had hung around his neck like medals he hadn't earned. Because he was Harry Stark Potter. Son of two fathers, child of two worlds, builder and fighter and stubborn enough to stare into the dark and start designing a flashlight. The arc reactor in the gauntlet glowed blue in the dim workshop, steady as a heartbeat. Harry worked until dawn. Chapter 2, Iron and Wand. The gauntlet exploded on a Tuesday. Harry had been running the 7th calibration test on the integrated spell amplification array, pushing the power output toward 15 times baseline, when the harmonic bridge between the arc reactor core and the secondary runic matrix hit a resonance spike that his diagnostics hadn't predicted. The explosion wasn't dramatic, no fireball, no shockwave, just a sharp crack like a gunshot and a shower of sparks that peppered his face and sent fragments of enchanted alloy ricocheting off the room of requirement's ward-shielded walls. He sat on the floor, ears ringing, staring at the smoking remains of 3 weeks' work scattered across the workbench. Jarvis. Damage report. The gauntlet is a total loss, sir. The secondary runic matrix experienced a catastrophic harmonic divergence at power output level 14.7. Shall I log the failure parameters? Yeah. Add it to the list. Harry pulled a sliver of metal from his forearm and watched the blood well up. He healed it with a muttered charm, muscle memory at this point, and reached for the design schematics, already tracing the failure back to its source. The problem wasn't the converter. The problem wasn't the runes. The problem was the interface between them, the zone where Stark engineering and ancient magic had to coexist in the same physical space, sharing the same materials, operating under two sets of physical laws that didn't fully agree with each other. Every time he pushed the power output past 14, the disagreement became an argument, and the argument became an explosion. You're bleeding on the schematics. Harry looked up. Hermione stood in the doorway, school bag over one shoulder, hair escaping its knot in the way it always did by evening. Her eyes moved from the destroyed gauntlet to the blood on his arm to his face, and her expression cycled through concern, exasperation, and something harder to read in about 2 seconds. It's fine. Just if you say, scratch, I'm going to hex you. She crossed to the workbench, set her bag down, and examined the wreckage with the clinical eye of someone who'd seen enough of Harry's prototypes fail to stop being surprised by it. Harmonic divergence. At 14.7. Same wall, every time. Because you keep hitting it the same way. She pulled out her arithmancy notebook, the one with the cracked spine and the margins full of equations that had evolved over months of collaboration. The bridge frequency works for low-power applications. We proved that. But the theta-7 resonance isn't strong enough to maintain synchronization at higher outputs. The energy differential becomes too great, and the bridge collapses. So I need a stronger bridge. You need a different approach entirely. She opened the notebook to a page Harry hadn't seen before, fresh equations, neatly written, that covered both sides of the parchment. I've been working on something. What if instead of a single bridge frequency, you used a cascade? Multiple harmonics, each one carrying a portion of the load, feeding into each other in a self-reinforcing loop. Harry took the notebook. Read. Felt the familiar spark. A harmonic cascade, he said slowly. Like a chord. Not one note but several, each one supporting the others. Exactly. In music, a single note can shatter glass if the frequency matches. But a chord, a properly constructed chord, can fill a cathedral without breaking anything, because the energy is distributed across multiple frequencies. Harry stared at the equations. They were beautiful, elegant in the way that only correct mathematics could be, each term balanced, each variable precisely defined. This would require a completely new converter architecture, he said. The current design uses a single-channel translation. This needs multi-channel parallel processing. Yes. Which means redesigning the runic matrix from scratch. That's weeks of work. Then we'd better start. He looked at her. She looked back, steady, certain, and Harry felt something shift in his chest, not the sharp, sudden recognition of attraction, but the deeper, slower realization of partnership. Of someone who wasn't just helping him build something but was building it with him, her intellect and his woven together so tightly that the work couldn't exist without both of them. Have I mentioned you're brilliant? He said. You mentioned it once, approximately 6 weeks ago. I've been expecting a follow-up. Consider this the follow-up. You're brilliant, Hermione. She smiled, the real one, unmodulated, that made her whole face change. I know. Now stop bleeding on things and get me a clean workbench. They worked through the night. The new converter took shape over the next 2 weeks, a thing of unexpected beauty, its runic inscriptions arranged in spiraling patterns that echoed musical notation, each channel carrying a different harmonic frequency that fed into and reinforced the others. Harry built the hardware while Hermione refined the mathematics, and they passed components and equations back and forth across the workbench in a rhythm that felt less like collaboration and more like conversation. Ron came to the workshop most evenings, and his contribution was different but equally essential. He couldn't do the arithmetic or the runic inscription, but Ron Weasley had an understanding of tactical reality that kept Harry from disappearing entirely into the engineering. What happens when someone hits the suit with a disarming charm? Ron asked one night, sitting on a stool and eating an apple while Harry and Hermione argued about resonance coefficients. The suit's ward matrix would deflect it. And if the ward matrix fails? Harry paused. It won't fail. Everything fails eventually, mate. What's the backup? Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back. Neither of them had considered it. Right, Ron said, taking another bite of apple. So maybe build in a manual override. Something that doesn't depend on the runes or the reactor. Something dead simple that works when everything else doesn't. Harry redesigned the suit's emergency systems that night, adding mechanical overrides, manual releases, and a low-tech backup power system that could keep the armor's basic functions running if the arc rune converter failed completely. Ron watched, nodding occasionally, and suggested 3 more failure scenarios that Harry hadn't considered. You should be an engineer, Harry told him. I should be in bed. But one of my best mates is building magic armor to fight a Dark Lord, so sleep's a luxury. Ron finished his apple and tossed the core into a bin across the room. Perfect trajectory, no hesitation. How's the DA coming along? The DA was coming along well. Too well, in some ways. What had started as a secret study group had become a functioning tactical unit, and the students who attended were not the same people they'd been in September. Neville Longbottom had developed a shield charm so solid that Harry had to use the gauntlet at half power to breach it. Ginny's hexwork was devastating at range. Luna Lovegood had somehow taught herself to cast a Patronus, a silver hair that bounded around the room of requirement with an energy that matched its creator's serene intensity. But the improvement was visible, and visibility was dangerous. Umbridge is watching us, Ron said. Not just her squad. She's got monitoring charms in the corridors. Filch is checking every room on the 7th floor twice a night. Somebody talked. We knew it would happen eventually. Yeah, but eventually is now, and we don't have a plan for it. Harry leaned back in his chair. Ron was right. The DA was training for a war, but Umbridge was fighting a different kind of battle, bureaucratic, institutional, patient. She didn't need to catch them in the act. She just needed enough suspicion to issue a decree banning student organizations, and then anyone associated with the DA would be expelled. We need insurance, Harry said. What kind? The kind that makes it more dangerous for Umbridge to move against us than to leave us alone. He reached for his comm unit and called Tony. Kid. It's midnight. I need legal help. This is the best sentence you've ever said to me. What kind of legal help? Harry explained the situation, Umbridge's regime, the blood quill. Tony's jaw tightened audibly at that, the monitoring of students, the imminent crackdown. Tony listened without interrupting, which was unusual enough to be notable. She's using a blood quill on students, Tony said when Harry finished. His voice was very calm in the way that meant he was very not calm. On me. Probably on others. And this is a government appointee. Operating in a school. Torturing children with banned magical artifacts. Yes. Jarvis, get me Alicia. Wake her up if you have to. Tell her it's a code Prometheus. Sir, it's midnight, I know what time it is. Tell her I need a full legal brief on magical education oversight, international magical law regarding corporal punishment, and specifically the International Statute of Magical Cooperation, Article 47, regarding the use of dark artifacts on minors. By morning. Yes, sir. Tony came back on the line. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a legal case so airtight that the ministry couldn't break it with a blasting curse. Photographs, testimony, medical evidence. When the time comes, and I mean the exact right moment, not before, we're going to drop it on the ministry like a bomb. But Harry? Yeah. You have to be patient. I know that's not your best thing. It's not mine either. But if we move too early, Fudge will bury it. We need to wait until the political winds shift, until enough people are questioning the ministry line that the truth can actually stick. And in the meantime? In the meantime, you keep training your army and building your suit and being smarter than every adult in that building. Which, based on what you've told me about the Hogwarts faculty, shouldn't be hard. McGonagall's pretty smart. McGonagall's a queen. I'd hire her in a heartbeat. Everyone else is debatable. After the call, Harry sat in the quiet workshop and thought about patience. About the difference between waiting and preparing. About the fact that Tony Stark, a man whose default approach to problems was to throw genius and money at them until they surrendered, was telling him to wait. He looked at the half-built suit. At Hermione's equations on the workbench. At the DA's training schedules pinned to the wall. Patience. Fine. But he'd be patient the Stark way, using every second of waiting time to get ready for the moment when waiting stopped. Snape's occlumency lessons became the hardest part of Harry's week. They met every Thursday in Snape's office, surrounded by jars of things that floated in formaldehyde and stared, and they fought. Not with wands, with minds. Snape would attack, driving into Harry's thoughts with the precision of a surgeon and the gentleness of a battering ram, and Harry would defend, building the cognitive architecture he'd designed using principles from both occlumency theory and artificial intelligence research. It was brutal. It was exhausting. It was, Harry had to admit, working. Your structures are improving, Snape said one Thursday, which for Snape was the equivalent of a ticker-tape parade. The compartmentalization is effective. But you're relying too heavily on logical frameworks. The Dark Lord doesn't attack logic. He attacks emotion. Fear. Grief. Desire. Your defenses need to account for that. How? By understanding your own emotional landscape well enough to defend it. Snape's lip curled. Self-awareness, Potter. I realize it's not a Gryffindor specialty. Harry gritted his teeth and rebuilt his defenses. This time, instead of pure cognitive architecture, he wove an emotional awareness, not walls around his feelings but channels that directed emotional energy into his defensive structures, making them stronger rather than weaker under emotional assault. Snape attacked again. Hit a memory of Cedric dying, expecting the grief to shatter Harry's defenses. The grief flowed into the structure. The defenses held. Snape withdrew. His expression was unreadable. Better, he said. Which might have been the highest praise Snape had ever given a student. But during the session, something else had happened. When Snape was inside his mind, pushing through layers of defense, Harry had caught a glimpse of something in Snape's own thoughts, a leak, a stray image that Snape hadn't meant to share. A memory of Lily Evans, young and laughing, standing in a sunlit garden. And with it, an emotion so raw and old and devastating that Harry had flinched away from it involuntarily. Snape had felt Harry see it. Their eyes met. For 1 second, the masks were down, both of them, and what passed between them was not teacher and student but two people who had loved the same woman and been shaped by her loss. Then the moment passed, and Snape's sneer was back, and Harry's composure was back, and they were professor and student again. Same time next week, Potter. Don't be late. Yes, sir. Harry was halfway to the door when Snape spoke again. Your mother would have understood what you're building. She had the same ability, to see connections between things that others insisted were separate. Magic and science. Logic and intuition. A pause so slight it barely existed. Heart and mind. Harry stopped. Didn't turn around. "Thank you, Professor." He left before either of them could make it awkward. December brought snow and the DA's biggest test. Umbridge had been escalating. Educational decrees now covered everything from acceptable hairstyles to approved study materials. The inquisitorial squad had tripled in size. Students were being pulled from classes for interviews that were more like interrogations. The atmosphere in the school had shifted from oppressive to suffocating. Harry knew it was coming. Ron had predicted it. The intelligence network that Luna had somehow assembled, a web of students across all 4 houses who passed information through methods so eccentric that Umbridge's monitoring charms couldn't detect them, confirmed it. Umbridge knew about the DA. She was coming for them. The raid happened on a Wednesday night. Harry was running the DA through a defensive formation drill, shield charm relay, where students passed a shield down a line to cover a moving target, when the room of requirements door blasted open. Umbridge stood in the corridor, flanked by 6 members of the inquisitorial squad and 2 ministry officials in dark robes. Her smile was triumphant. "Well, well," she said, her voice sickly sweet and carrying through the suddenly silent room. "What do we have here? An unauthorized student organization. Practicing defensive magic against ministry regulations. Mr. Potter, I believe this constitutes a violation of Educational Decrees 24 through 27. Harry stood at the front of the room. 30 students behind him, some terrified, some defiant, all looking to him. He felt the gauntlet under his sleeve, warm against his wrist, the arc reactors hum a constant heartbeat. "Professor Umbridge," he said. His voice was calm. "These students are here voluntarily, learning skills that your curriculum doesn't provide. Skills they'll need, because the threat you're pretending doesn't exist is real and growing. The only threat I see is a group of delinquent children playing at soldiers." She raised a clipboard. "I have here a list of names. Every student present will be expelled. Their wands will be confiscated pending a ministry review. Mr. Potter, you will be arrested for forming a militant organization within a school." "No," Harry said. "They won't be expelled. I won't be arrested. And you're not going to touch anyone in this room." Umbridge's smile widened. "And who's going to stop me?" "You, Mr. Potter." Harry raised his right hand. The sleeve fell back, revealing the gauntlet, sleek, dark metal etched with runic inscriptions that glowed faint blue in the torchlight. The arc reactor in the palm cast a small, steady circle of light on the floor. "Yes," he said. "Me." He didn't attack. Didn't threaten. He simply raised a shield. The shield charm that erupted from the gauntlet was nothing any of them had ever seen, not a translucent shimmer but a wall of light, solid and brilliant, stretching from floor to ceiling and wall to wall, cutting the DA off from Umbridge and her enforcers with a barrier that hummed with contained power. The ministry officials raised their wands. Fired hexes. The spells hit the shield and vanished, not deflected, not absorbed, simply ceased to exist, their energy consumed by the gauntlet's amplification matrix and recycled into the shield itself. Umbridge's smile finally died. In its place, something Harry recognized, the expression of someone encountering a variable they hadn't accounted for. "What is that?" she breathed. "Protection," Harry said. "The kind you should have been teaching." He held the shield for exactly long enough to make his point, long enough for every student in the room to see that they were safe, that he could protect them, that the authority Umbridge wielded was nothing compared to the power standing between them and harm. Then he lowered the gauntlet. "You can file your report," Harry told her. "Expel me if you want. But before you do, know this, my father has a legal team that's been documenting your use of blood quills on students since September. We have photographs, medical records, and sworn testimony from 14 students. If you move against anyone in this room, that documentation goes to the Wiesengemot, the International Confederation of Wizards, and the Muggle Press, because magical secrecy statutes don't apply to war crimes against children. Silence. Total, devastating silence. Umbridge's face had gone white, then red, then a mottled purple that suggested dangerously elevated blood pressure. Her mouth worked, but no sound came out. You can't. I can. I have. And I will. Harry didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. Leave my friends alone, Professor. This is the only warning you'll get. She left. The inquisitorial squad shuffled out behind her. The ministry officials exchanged glances that said, very clearly, we are not paid enough for this. When the door closed, the room of requirement erupted. Students were shouting, laughing, some crying with relief. Neville Longbottom was staring at Harry with an expression of pure, uncomplicated hero worship. Ginny was grinning. Luna was examining the door with interest and murmuring something about Nargles. Well, Ron said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. That's done it. She's going to come back with the full ministry. Let her. Harry, Ron, I'm serious. Let her bring whoever she wants. I've got the evidence, I've got the legal team, and I've got this. He held up the gauntlet. We're done hiding. Hermione appeared at his side, and her expression was more complex than the others, relief and admiration, yes, but also worry. That was incredibly brave and incredibly stupid, she said. Stark family motto. I'm serious, Harry. You just declared war on the Ministry of Magic. No. I just showed them that I can fight back. There's a difference. He looked at her. The war was already happening. We just stopped pretending it wasn't. She held his gaze, and whatever she saw there must have satisfied her, because she nodded once, a small, fierce movement, and squeezed his arm. Then we'd better be ready for what comes next. What came next was Tony Stark. He arrived the following morning, landing on the Hogwarts lawn in the Iron Man suit, the Mark XLIV, red and gold and gleaming in the December sunlight, its repulsors carving channels in the frost-covered grass as he touched down. Students pressed against every window in the castle. Professors came out to stare. Hagrid, who had returned from his giant-related mission looking battered but determined, said, "Blimey," in a tone of genuine wonder. Umbridge came out too, flanked by ministry officials who had arrived overnight, a response team, clearly dispatched by Fudge to handle the Potter situation. There were 4 of them, in official robes, carrying the studied authority of bureaucrats who believed their positions made them powerful. Tony's faceplate lifted. "Hi," he said. "I'm Harry's dad. And I brought lawyers." He had, in fact, brought 3, Alicia Gutierrez, the head of Stark Legal's International Division, Theodore Marchbanks, a wizarding solicitor with 3 decades of experience in magical Muggle legal crossover cases, and, to Harry's surprise, a goblin named Ironclaw who represented Gringotts' legal interests and had, according to Tony's briefing, the moral flexibility of a Bond villain and the contract law expertise of God. The confrontation took place in the Great Hall, which McGonagall had cleared with a brisk efficiency that suggested she'd been expecting this and had been looking forward to it. Umbridge sat on one side of a long table with her ministry officials. Tony sat on the other with his legal team, Harry beside him, the gauntlet visible on his hand because Tony believed in visual negotiation. "This is highly irregular," Umbridge began. "A Muggle has no standing in, my client," Alicia Gutierrez interrupted, her voice carrying the pleasant warmth of a person who was about to ruin someone's career, "is the legal guardian of a minor enrolled at this institution. Under both magical and Muggle law, he has absolute standing to address the treatment of his child. Furthermore," she opened a folder. Inside were photographs, Harry's hand, the words "I must not tell lies" carved into his skin in his own blood. Medical reports from a healer Tony had arranged to examine Harry over the winter holidays. Sworn statements from other students who'd been subjected to the same punishment. The ministry officials looked at the photographs and went very quiet. The use of a blood quill on a minor, Theodore Marchbanks said, constitutes a violation of the International Statute of Magical Cooperation, Article 47, paragraphs 3 through 7. It is also classified as a dark artifact under the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Dark Artifacts, 1911. Its use on a child is punishable by, I don't recognize Muggle legal authority, Umbridge tried. I'm a wizard, Madam Umbridge, Marchbanks said mildly. Qualified before the Wisengamot in 1971. And my colleague, he gestured to Ironclaw, represents Gringotts, which has its own legal jurisdiction that the ministry has recognized by treaty since 1523. Ironclaw smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. Perhaps we could discuss the ministry's recent auditing irregularities while we're here. I've prepared a separate briefing. Umbridge looked at the photographs. Looked at the legal team. Looked at Tony Stark, who sat with his hands folded on the table and his sunglasses on and said nothing at all, because Tony understood that sometimes silence was the loudest statement in the room. What do you want? Umbridge said finally. The blood quill goes into an evidence locker today, Tony said. Your monitoring charms come down. Your inquisitorial squad is disbanded. Harry and his friends continue their study group without interference. And you submit to an independent review of your teaching practices by a panel that includes representation from the International Confederation. The minister will never agree, the minister will agree because the alternative is an international scandal. Muggle media is outside my control. Once the story leaks, and it will leak, the magical world's precious secrecy statutes won't survive the exposure. The statute of secrecy is the ministry's baby. You want to be the woman who broke it? Umbridge's mouth opened. Closed. Her toad-like face was a battlefield of fury and calculation. This isn't over, she said. No, Tony agreed. It's really not. The meeting ended. The blood quill was confiscated. The monitoring charms were taken down, officially, at least. Harry suspected Umbridge had left some in place, but his detection systems would find them. The inquisitorial squad wasn't formally disbanded, but its members suddenly became much less enthusiastic about their duties, possibly because Ironclaw had sent each of their families a politely threatening letter about Gringotts' auditing practices. Tony walked the Hogwarts grounds with Harry after the meeting, the Iron Man suit's helmet tucked under one arm. Students gave them a wide berth, whispering. A group of first-years waved at Tony, and he waved back with the easy charm of a man who'd been famous his entire life. She'll retaliate, Harry said. Not directly. She'll find another way. Of course she will. That's why I'm leaving Jarvis a satellite uplink to the monitoring systems we installed. Anything happens in this school, I'll know within 60 seconds. You installed monitoring systems? While the lawyers were talking, yes. Don't look at me like that, Hermione helped. She suggested the placement. Of course she did. They walked in silence for a moment, breath fogging in the cold air. The castle loomed behind them, ancient and patient. The suit's coming along? Tony asked. Getting there. Hermione cracked the harmonic cascade problem. Multi-channel converter, like a chord instead of a single note. It should solve the power ceiling issue. Should. Will. Probably. Probably is my least favorite word in engineering. You literally named a probability calculation protocol after yourself. That's different. That was confidence. This is my son potentially exploding. Tony stopped walking. Turned to face Harry. Without the sunglasses, he'd taken them off in the meeting, his eyes were serious and warm. I saw what you did in there. With the shield. Hermione showed me the recording. How did Hermione record? She's Hermione. She records everything. Point is, you stood between 30 kids and a government goon with the power to destroy their futures, and you made her blink. That takes more than a gauntlet, Harry. That takes spine. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. I had the leverage. The evidence, the legal team, you had a glowing glove and a bluff. The evidence was real, but the delivery was pure instinct. You read the room, found the pressure point, and applied exactly the right amount of force. Tony's mouth twitched. Reminded me of someone. Pepper. Tony laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. Yeah, actually. Don't tell her I said that. They hugged on the lawn, quick and fierce, the way they always did, communicating in the stark language of physical contact what neither of them could say easily in words. Build the suit, Tony said. Build it right. And when you're ready to test it for real, call me. I want to see my kid fly. I thought you didn't want me to die. Flying and dying are not the same thing. Usually. Tony suited up, the armor flowing around him in a cascade of metal and light, and launched from the Hogwarts lawn in a streak of gold and red that left scorch marks on the grass and made every student in the castle press their faces against the windows. Harry watched him go and felt, as he always did when Tony left, the particular ache of being loved by someone who showed it through engineering and presence and the stubborn refusal to let the world hurt his kid. The weeks that followed were the most productive of Harry's life. With Umbridge temporarily defanged and the DA operating openly, or at least semi-openly, with the room of requirement providing security that the ministry couldn't crack, Harry threw himself into two parallel tracks, training his army and building his armor. The DA sessions evolved. Harry brought in tactical elements that went beyond spellwork, situational awareness training adapted from Stark Industries security protocols. Communication drills using the Enchanted Mirror network. Paired combat exercises where students learn to fight as units rather than individuals. He partnered people deliberately. Neville with Ginny, his defensive strength complementing her offensive power. Ron with Luna, his tactical mind tempered by her unconventional thinking, producing strategies that no enemy could predict because they didn't follow any recognizable logic. Dean Thomas with Seamus Finnegan, whose exploding charms had gone from accidental hazard to tactical asset under Harry's guidance. Hermione he kept beside himself, not out of sentiment but because their combat instincts meshed. She anticipated his movements, he covered her blind spots. When they dueled together against the rest of the DA in training exercises, they were nearly unbeatable, not because they were the most powerful but because they communicated without speaking, each filling the gaps in the other's approach. You two are scary together, Ron observed after watching them dismantle a four-person team in under 30 seconds. In a good way. Mostly. The suit came together piece by piece. Harry worked on it every night, often with Hermione, sometimes alone, the room of requirement providing whatever materials he needed, metals, tools, runic reference texts that appeared on shelves Harry hadn't asked for, as if the castle itself were contributing to the project. The new multi-channel converter was a revelation. Where the old single-channel design had been a bottleneck, the cascade architecture opened up possibilities that Harry hadn't imagined. Each harmonic channel could carry a different type of magical energy, defensive wards on one channel, offensive amplification on another, diagnostic and sensory systems on a third. The suit wasn't just powerful. It was versatile. Adaptable. It could shift its energy allocation in real time, responding to threats and opportunities with a fluidity that no wand-based magic could match. Tony contributed remotely, sending design refinements and materials through channels that Harry didn't ask about because plausible deniability was sometimes a kindness. Arc reactor components arrived in packages disguised as textbooks. Advanced alloy samples appeared in Harry's trunk after weekend visits. Jarvis ran simulations continuously, modeling the suit's performance under hundreds of combat scenarios. By late January, the major components were assembled: chestplate, gauntlets, greaves, boots, and helmet, each piece etched with interlocking runic arrays and housing its own secondary converter that fed into the central reactor core. The suit's total weight, without the flight assembly, was 47 pounds, heavy for a teenager but manageable with the strength enhancement runes woven into the inner framework. The flight assembly was the last piece, and the hardest. The repulsor system works on the same principle as Dad's suits, Harry explained to Hermione, who was cross-checking his propulsion calculations against her harmonic models. Directed energy output from the palms and boots creates thrust. But the original system uses electrical energy. I need to convert that to magical energy and add levitation charm integration for stability. The levitation charms will need to be self-adjusting. Wind resistance, gravitational variation, the Coriolis effect if you're flying at altitude, I've got a runic gyroscope system for that. 3-axis stabilization with automatic correction. And if you fly near Hogwarts ward boundary, the castle's own enchantments could interfere with, tested that. The suit's harmonic cascade operates on frequencies that don't conflict with the castle wards. They actually complement each other. The castle's ambient magic stabilizes the suit's systems, like the castle wants to help you, Hermione finished softly. They looked at each other. The floating lights hummed. It does, doesn't it, Harry said. The room showing me the diadem. The passages appearing when I need them. The materials on the shelves that I didn't ask for. Hogwarts is the most sophisticated magical construct in the world. It's been learning for 1,000 years. And you're building something inside it that's never been built before, a fusion of the two things it was created to nurture. She paused. Knowledge and power. Harry picked up the helmet, unpainted, raw metal, the visor a slit of dark glass backed by runic sensor arrays. He turned it over in his hands. When I was in the chamber. Under the castle. I felt it, the seal, the thing it's holding back. The void. And the castle felt me feeling it. Like it was saying, yes. You understand. Now do something about it. That's a lot of pressure from a building. Tell me about it. They were quiet for a moment. The workshop hummed around them, the soft glow of the converter, the ambient warmth of the room's magic, the distant creak of the ancient castle settling in the winter wind. Harry, Hermione said. When the suit is done. When you test it. Promise me you'll be careful. I'm always careful. You are genuinely, statistically never careful. You are the least careful person I have ever met, and I've met Ron, who once tried to eat a dung bomb because Fred told him it was chocolate. Harry grinned. I promise I'll be as careful as the situation allows. That's not reassuring. No, he agreed. But it's honest. She held his gaze for a long moment, and in her eyes Harry saw something he'd been seeing more and more often, not just concern, not just friendship, but a fierce, protective intensity that mirrored what he felt when he looked at her. A recognition that what was between them had grown past the boundaries of the word friend, and into territory neither of them had mapped yet. Be honest about something else, she said. The dreams. They're getting worse, aren't they? He didn't insult her by denying it. Yeah. Every few nights. Voldemort's getting stronger, I can feel it through the connection. He's recruiting, gathering forces. And the void. Every time he does powerful dark magic, the void responds. It's like they're feeding each other. The seal. The cracks are widening. I ran the numbers on the rate of deterioration. If Voldemort continues at his current pace, the seal will fail within a year. Maybe less. And when it fails, something comes through. Something that makes Voldemort look like a playground bully. Hermione was quiet. Then we'd better make sure the suit works. February brought a Hogsmeade weekend, and with it, an encounter Harry hadn't expected. He was in the Three Broomsticks with Ron and Hermione, drinking butterbeer and pretending to be normal teenagers for an afternoon, when Draco Malfoy walked in. Alone. No Crabbe, no Goyle, no entourage. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week, thinner than ever, his characteristic sneer replaced by an expression of tight, controlled anxiety. He scanned the pub, spotted Harry, and hesitated. Then he walked over. "Potter. Can we talk?" Ron's hand went to his wand under the table. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry studied Malfoy's face, the dark circles, the tension in his jaw, the way his hand trembled slightly at his side. "Sit down," Harry said. "Harry," Ron started. "It's fine." Malfoy sat. He didn't order anything. He didn't look at Ron or Hermione. His eyes stayed on Harry with an intensity that spoke of desperation held in check by pride. "I need to tell you something. And I need you to understand that telling you could get my family killed." The table went very still. "He's given me a task," Malfoy said. His voice was low, barely audible under the pub's ambient noise. "The Dark Lord. He summoned me over Christmas. My father is in Azkaban, the Ministry arrest after last year. The Dark Lord is punishing our family for my father's failure. And the punishment is me." "What task?" Harry asked. Malfoy's jaw worked. "He wants me to find a way to bring Death Eaters into Hogwarts. A secret entrance, an unguarded passage. Something that bypasses the wards." Ron sucked in a breath. Hermione's hand found Harry's under the table and squeezed hard. "There's a pair of vanishing cabinets," Malfoy continued. "One in Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley, one in the room of—" He stopped. His eyes widened slightly. "The room of requirement," Harry finished. "I know. I've seen it. If I repair the broken one, they'll form a passage. Death Eaters walk into one in London and come out the other in Hogwarts. Past all the wards. Past everything. And if you don't repair it, he kills my mother." Silence. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy, really looked, past the years of antagonism and petty cruelty, past the sneers and the slurs and the strutting pure-blood arrogance. He saw a 16-year-old boy whose world had collapsed, whose father was in prison, whose mother was being held hostage, who'd been given an impossible task by a monster and told that failure meant death. "You're telling me this because you want help," Harry said. "Not a question. I'm telling you this because I don't have anywhere else to go. Dumbledore's gone. Snape, I don't know whose side Snape is on. The teachers can't protect my mother. The Ministry can't protect anyone." His voice cracked slightly. He clenched his jaw and forced it steady. "You have resources. Your father. The technology. I've seen what you can do with that gauntlet. I'm not asking you to fight my battles. I'm asking you to tell me there's an option besides doing what he wants or watching my mother die." Harry thought about Tony in a cave in Afghanistan, building the Mark I out of scraps. About the choice between building weapons for terrorists and building armor for himself. About the moment when a prisoner decided to stop being a prisoner. "There's an option," Harry said. "But you won't like it. I don't like anything anymore. Tell me. You repair the cabinet. You do exactly what Voldemort asks. And when the Death Eaters come through, they'll find us waiting." Malfoy stared at him. "You want to use me as bait. I want to use you as a double agent. You report to Voldemort that everything's on track. You give us the timeline, the details, the names. When his people come through, we'll be ready, the DA, the Order, and me in the suit. We take them down, we protect Hogwarts, and we get your mother out. You can't promise that." "No. But I can promise that doing what he wants won't save her. People like Voldemort don't keep promises. They keep leverage. As long as your mother is useful as a threat, she stays alive. The moment she's not." Harry let the sentence hang. Malfoy's face was a mask of conflicting emotions, fear, hope, anger, and underneath all of it, the terrible clarity of someone who knew Harry was right. Why would you help me? Malfoy asked. After everything, because we're not fighting each other anymore, Malfoy. We're fighting him. And the more people who choose to fight him, the more likely we are to win. Harry held out his hand across the table. Your choice. Right now. Malfoy looked at the hand. Looked at Harry's face. Looked at Ron and Hermione, who were watching with expressions of deeply skeptical solidarity. He took Harry's hand and shook it. This is going to get me killed, Malfoy said. Probably not. I've got a really good suit. I've heard. A magical Iron Man suit. Malfoy's lip twitched, not quite a sneer, not quite a smile. Only you, Potter. Stark Potter. Whatever. The arrangement was made. Malfoy would repair the cabinet slowly, buying time, while feeding information to Harry through a secure channel. Hermione enchanted a pair of coins with a protean charm for communication, pressed the edge, and the other coin would heat and display a coded message. Low-tech, untraceable, invisible to Umbridge's monitoring. After Malfoy left, Ron let out a long breath. I don't trust him. You don't have to. You have to trust me. I do trust you. I think you're wrong about him, but I trust you. Ron took a long drink of butterbeer. If he betrays us, then we deal with it. But he won't. Did you see his face, Ron? That wasn't acting. That was a kid who's drowning and just found something to grab onto. Hermione was quiet through the exchange, but after Ron went to get another round, she leaned close to Harry. You see the best in people, she said. It's one of the things she stopped. Color rose in her cheeks. One of the things I respect about you. What were you going to say? What I said. That's not what you were going to say. She met his eyes, and for a moment the pub faded, the noise, the crowd, the warmth, and it was just the two of them, sitting in a space that had grown too small for the feelings it contained. No, she admitted. It wasn't. Then Ron came back with butterbeers, and the moment passed, but it didn't disappear. It settled into the foundation of something that was building between them, brick by brick, conversation by conversation, one almost spoken truth at a time. The first full test of the Arcanus armor happened on a Saturday night in late February. Harry stood in the center of the room of requirement, wearing the undersuit, a thin layer of enchanted fabric that served as the interface between his body and the armor, woven with biometric sensors and comfort charms that Tony had insisted on. If you're going to save the world, you should at least be comfortable. The armor pieces were arranged on stands around him, each one glowing faintly with the blue light of active runic inscriptions. The central arc reactor, the heart of the suit, sat in the chest plate, its multi-channel harmonic cascade converter humming at the edge of hearing. Hermione stood at the monitoring station, surrounded by diagnostic displays. Ron stood by the door, arms crossed, looking like a man watching his best friend do something either brilliant or suicidal and unable to determine which. Diagnostics are green across the board, Hermione said. Converter is stable. All harmonic channels are in sync. Power output is at baseline. Ready when you are. Harry took a breath. Let it out. Begin assembly sequence. The chest plate came first. It lifted from its stand, not by magic, not by mechanism, but by a combination of both, the levitation charms in its assembly frame guided by Jarvis's control systems, and settled onto Harry's torso. Latches engaged with precise clicks. The arc reactor's hum deepened, resonating through his ribcage, and he felt the converter come alive, not as an external device but as an extension of himself, his magic flowing into its channels and returning amplified, clarified, more than it had been. Gauntlets next. They slid over his hands and forearms, the runic arrays igniting in sequence up his arms, blue-white light tracing patterns that were part engineering blueprint and part magical mandala. His fingers flexed inside the articulated joints, each movement smooth and responsive. Greaves and boots locked into place, the stabilization runes in the soles creating a barely perceptible cushion between his feet and the floor. The flight assembly, repulsor nodes in the palms and boots, stabilizer fins along the spine, calibrated automatically, running through micro-adjustments that Jarvis handled without conscious input. Last, the helmet. Harry picked it up. Looked at his reflection in the dark visor, distorted, fragmented, a face he sometimes struggled to recognize as his own. He thought of Tony putting on the mark eye for the first time in that cave. Building armor out of desperation and genius and the refusal to die someone else's weapon. He put on the helmet. The world changed. The visor's heads-up display activated, a holographic overlay that painted the room in data. Threat assessment, structural analysis, energy readings, tactical mapping. He could see the magical signatures of every enchantment in the room of requirement, each one rendered as a colored line in his field of vision. Hermione's magical aura was a warm gold. Ron's was a deep, steady blue. The room itself blazed with ancient power, a lattice of interlocking enchantments so dense they formed a solid wall of light. "Systems online," Jarvis said, his voice resonating inside the helmet with a clarity that made it seem like the AI was standing beside him. "Arcrune converter operating at full capacity. All harmonic channels synchronized. Defensive wards active. Offensive system standing by. Biometric readings nominal. How do you feel, sir?" Harry flexed his hands. Took a step. The armor moved with him, not fighting his body but flowing with it, each joint anticipating his movement, each runic array adjusting its output to match his intent. It was like wearing his own magic, externalized and amplified in given form. "I feel like I could punch through a wall," he said. "Please don't test that hypothesis on the castle, sir." "How are the readings?" Harry asked Hermione. "Incredible." Her voice was hushed. "The converter is maintaining perfect harmonic synchronization across all channels. Power output is at 14 times baseline, and it's stable. Harry, there's no upper limit resonance spike. The cascade architecture is working. The more power you draw, the more the channels balance each other. Let's test it." He started with basic spellwork. A shield charm, wandless, cast through the gauntlets, that filled the room with a dome of solid light. Stronger than anything he'd produced with the prototype gauntlet. Stronger than anything he'd ever seen a wizard produce. A stunning spell that crossed the room in a streak of red and obliterated the target dummy, leaving a smoking crater in the ward-shielded wall behind it. A disarming charm that would have ripped the wand from the hand of anyone within 50 feet. Each spell was effortless. The suit took his magic, raw, instinctive, the same power he'd been channeling since he was a child, and refined it, amplified it, focused it into something precise and devastating. Casting through the suit was like the difference between shouting and using a megaphone, or between throwing a stone and firing a rifle. "Flight test," Harry said. "Harry, we should probably," Hermione started. He engaged the repulsors. The sensation was indescribable. Not like a broomstick, broomsticks were external, something you rode, something between you and the air. This was him. He was flying. The repulsors pushed against the ground and the ground fell away and Harry rose, slowly at first, then faster, the stabilizer runes adjusting constantly, the gyroscopic systems keeping him level and controlled. He hung in the air 10 feet above the floor, the room of requirements ceiling arching above him, and laughed. "Jarvis, open the testing range." The room expanded, walls retreating, ceiling rising, the space reconfiguring into a vast aerial arena studded with floating obstacles and target dummies at varying distances. Harry flew. Not carefully. Not cautiously. He flew the way he flew on a broomstick, instinctively, joyfully, with the abandon of someone for whom the air had always felt more natural than the ground. He dove between obstacles, rolled through gaps, accelerated until the walls blurred and the repulsors screamed and the diagnostic displays showed speeds that made Hermione gasp. He cast while flying. Stunners that tracked targets with precision impossible from a broomstick, the suit's targeting systems guiding his aim, his magic providing the power. Shield charms that he raised and dropped in fractions of a second, deflecting incoming spells from enchanted turrets that the room had generated for testing. He was fast. He was powerful. He was, for the first time in his life, the most dangerous person in any room he entered. And it terrified him. Harry landed. The exhilaration faded, replaced by a colder, clearer awareness of what he'd just built. This wasn't a gadget. This wasn't a clever piece of engineering. This was a weapon of unprecedented power, and he was wearing it. The power output peaked at 22 times baseline, Hermione said, reading her displays. Harry, that's beyond Aura level. That's beyond most wizards alive. The only person I've ever read about producing magic at that level is Dumbledore, Harry said. Or Voldemort. Silence. We need to be careful with this, he said. He reached up and removed the helmet. The room's air hit his face, cool, real, grounding. The suit doesn't leave this room. Nobody knows about it except us. Not the DA, not the Order, not Dumbledore. What about your dad? Ron asked. Dad knows the specs. He doesn't need to know it's operational yet. He'll want to see it, and if he sees it, he'll want to run his own tests, and that means bringing Stark tech into Hogwarts on a scale that Umbridge will notice. And Malfoy? Harry hesitated. Not yet. He's reliable so far, the information he's passed about Voldemort's plans has checked out. But the suit is our advantage. Our ace in the hole. If Voldemort learns about it before we're ready, he'll develop countermeasures, Hermione said. He's not stupid. He'll study it, analyze it, find weaknesses. The element of surprise is our biggest asset. Harry looked at the armor standing around him, runic inscriptions still glowing, arc reactor still humming. His creation. His weapon. His responsibility. When the time comes, he said, this changes everything. But we choose when that time is. Not Voldemort. Not the Ministry. Us. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Some silent communication passed between them, the kind that only came from years of shared danger and absolute trust. Us, Ron agreed. Us, Hermione said. March arrived, and with it, the consequences Harry had been anticipating. Dumbledore had been outmaneuvering the Ministry all year, appearing and disappearing, maintaining just enough presence at Hogwarts to keep the institution functioning while denying Umbridge the direct confrontation she wanted. But the educational decrees kept coming, each one chipping away at the school's autonomy, and it was clear that Fudge was building toward a final move. It came on a Tuesday. Fudge himself arrived at Hogwarts with a squad of Aurors, a warrant for Dumbledore's arrest, and the smug certainty of a small man who'd finally gathered enough power to challenge a great one. Harry wasn't present for the confrontation, it happened in Dumbledore's office, behind closed doors. But he heard about it within an hour through Luna's intelligence network, and by that afternoon the story was all over the school. Dumbledore had escaped. He'd fought off Fudge, 2 Aurors, and Umbridge simultaneously, a display of magical power that reportedly left his office in shambles and the Aurors in the hospital wing, and vanished in a burst of phoenix fire. Before he left, he'd done 2 things. First, he'd made McGonagall acting authority in his absence, ensuring that at least one competent adult remained between Umbridge and the students. Second, he'd left a message for Harry. The message arrived via Fawkes, who materialized in the room of requirement in a flash of golden flame and dropped a small piece of parchment on Harry's workbench before vanishing. 2 words, in Dumbledore's handwriting, the locket. Trust Severus. Harry stared at the note. The locket, one of the Horcruxes. Slytherin's locket. And Snape again. Always Snape. He pocketed the note and went to find Hermione. Umbridge was named headmistress by the end of the week. Educational decrees multiplied. The inquisitorial squad resurged, emboldened. The atmosphere in the school turned dark and oppressive, students speaking in whispers, teachers barely containing their fury. But the DA continued to meet. The room of requirement was loyal to Harry, not to Umbridge, and no amount of searching or decree issuing could breach its protections. 3 times a week, Harry's army trained, harder now, with greater urgency, because the political theater was background noise compared to the real war that was gathering strength in the shadows. Snape sought Harry out on a Thursday night, after their occlumency session. "The headmaster left you a message," Snape said. "Not a question. He told me to trust you." "And do you?" Harry studied him, this bitter, brilliant, tortured man who'd spent years making Harry's life difficult and who had also, Harry was increasingly certain, been secretly protecting him the entire time. "I'm going to tell you something," Harry said. "And then you're going to tell me something. And neither of us is going to lie. Deal?" Snape's eyes narrowed. "Presumptuous. But proceed." "I'm building a suit of armor. Magical technology, arc reactor power converted to magical energy through runic harmonic cascades. It amplifies my magic by a factor of 20. I can fly, cast without a wand, and produce spell output equivalent to the most powerful wizards alive." He paused. "I'm going to use it to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes and then to destroy Voldemort." Snape was very still. His face betrayed nothing, decades of spying had made him a master of the blank mask, but Harry caught the slight widening of his pupils, the involuntary reaction that no amount of training could fully suppress. "Your turn," Harry said. A long silence. The jars of specimens on Snape's shelves glowed faintly in the dim light, casting strange shadows. "I was a Death Eater," Snape said. "I joined the Dark Lord willingly, driven by bitterness and the desire for power that bitterness breeds. I served him. I committed acts that I will not describe and that I cannot undo." Another pause, longer. "I turned against him because he threatened your mother. I went to Dumbledore. I became a spy. I have been a spy for 15 years, and I have paid for every day of those 15 years in ways you cannot imagine. Why are you telling me this?" "Because Dumbledore asked me to gain your trust, and I have come to the conclusion that the only way to gain trust is to deserve it." Snape's voice was quiet, not soft, never soft, but stripped of its usual acidity. "And because you are Lily's son, and you are about to fight a war that will kill you if you don't understand the people around you. All of them. Including the ones you don't like." Harry absorbed this. The revelation wasn't entirely surprising. He'd pieced together fragments over the years, from Dumbledore's hints, from Snape's own unguarded moments, from the memory he'd glimpsed during occlumency. But hearing it said plainly, without euphemism or deflection, was different. "The locket," Harry said. "Dumbledore said you'd know about it. Slytherin's locket. The Dark Lord entrusted it to Regulus Black, Sirius's brother. Regulus turned against the Dark Lord and attempted to destroy it. He died in the attempt, but he may have successfully replaced the real locket with a fake before he was killed. Where's the real one? If Regulus succeeded, it may have ended up at the Black family home, Grimmauld Place. The Order's headquarters. Sirius's house." Harry's chest tightened at the name. "I need to get there. Not during term. Umbridge is monitoring all student movements. But over Easter." Snape trailed off. His eyes were calculating. "I can provide cover. A detention that requires your presence in Hogsmeade, from which you would unfortunately escape my supervision. You do that? I've been doing far more dangerous things for far longer, Potter. Don't insult me by acting surprised." Harry almost smiled. "Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. Succeed. That will be thanks enough." Snape turned away, then paused. "The suit. The magical armor. Does it work? Yes. Good. You'll need it. He walked to his office door. The Dark Lord is not the only threat you face. There is something else, something older. He sensed it once, years ago, and he was afraid. I've never seen him afraid of anything else. Harry's blood went cold. The void. Snape turned. For the first time, Harry saw surprise on his face. You know. I felt it. Through the connection. And I've seen the seal beneath the castle. Then you understand what's at stake. Snape's voice was very quiet. Not just this war. Everything. Yeah, Harry said. I understand. They looked at each other, spy and soldier, teacher and student, two people who would never be friends but who had reached, in that dim dungeon office, something that might have been alliance. Same time next week. Harry said. Don't be late, Potter. Late March brought the Department of Mysteries. It started with a dream, or rather, a vision. Harry was in Snape's occlumency session when the connection to Voldemort flared with unprecedented force, blasting through his defenses like a battering ram through a paper wall. He saw through Voldemort's eyes, a dark corridor, a door at the end, and Sirius, alive, captured, chained to a chair in a room full of glass spheres, Voldemort's wand at his throat. Come and get him, boy. Come and get him, or watch him die. Harry ripped free of the vision, gasping. Snape caught him before he hit the floor. What did you see? Sirius. He has Sirius. The Department of Mysteries. Snape's face went white. It's a trap. I know it's a trap. Potter, if you go, if I don't go, he kills Sirius. Trap or not, I'm going. Snape stared at him. Then, with an expression of someone making a decision they'd been dreading, he reached into his robes and pulled out a small black stone, a communication device, goblin-made, that linked directly to the Order of the Phoenix. I'll alert the Order. They'll meet you there. He pressed the stone, murmured something Harry couldn't hear, and put it away. You have 30 minutes before the Order can mobilize. Do not go alone. Harry ran. He gathered the DA in the room of requirement in 12 minutes. Ron. Hermione. Neville. Ginny. Luna. The core group, the ones who trained hardest, who he trusted absolutely. Voldemort has Sirius in the Department of Mysteries, he said. It's a trap, and we're going anyway. The Order is coming but they'll be behind us. We go in, we find Sirius, we get out. I'll be wearing the suit. You're going to reveal the armor, Hermione said. Not protesting. Assessing. If there was ever a time, this is it. She nodded once. Then let's go. They flew on Thestrals, Luna's suggestion, and a good one. The skeletal winged horses were fast, invisible to most people, and required no permission to use. Harry wore the Arcanus armor under his robes, feeling its hum against his skin, the arc reactor's heartbeat steady and strong. London at night. The Ministry of Magic, accessed through a telephone booth that deposited them in a darkened atrium. The Department of Mysteries, a maze of rooms filled with things that whispered and moved and defied explanation. It was, as Snape had warned, a trap. There was no Sirius. The room of glass spheres contained a prophecy, the one about Harry and Voldemort, and the moment Harry touched it, the Death Eaters appeared. 12 of them. Masked, robed, wands drawn. Led by Lucius Malfoy, whose aristocratic drawl echoed through the chamber. Give me the prophecy, Potter, and no one needs to be hurt. Harry looked at the glass sphere in his hand. Looked at the Death Eaters arrayed around his friends. Looked at Hermione, who met his eyes and mouthed, "Do it." He dropped the sphere. It shattered on the floor, the prophecy's whispered words lost in the crash. That was the wrong answer, Lucius said, and raised his wand. Harry shed his robes. The Arcanus armor blazed to life, runic inscriptions igniting in sequence from boots to helm, the arc reactor's light flooding the chamber with blue-white radiance. The visor's HUD painted 12 threat indicators, 12 trajectories, 12 solutions. 12 Death Eaters froze. "My turn," Harry said, and the battle began. It was not a fair fight. The suit's spell amplification turned every stunner into a battering ram, every shield charm into an impenetrable wall. Harry moved through the Death Eaters like a force of nature, faster, stronger, more precise than any single wizard could be. He disarmed 3 in the first 10 seconds, shielded Neville from a Cruciatus, and blasted Lucius Malfoy through 2 rows of shelving with a wandless Expelliarmus that sent the man's wand spinning into the darkness. But the DA fought too. This wasn't a rescue, it was a coordinated operation. Ron directed traffic, shouting positions and calls, his tactical mind turning chaos into order. Hermione dueled Dolohov with a ferocity that belied her bookish reputation, her spellwork precise and devastating. Neville stood his ground against 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, his shield charm rock solid, his face set in the expression of a boy who had decided, once and for all, to stop being afraid. Ginny hexed Amicus Caro so badly that the man wouldn't speak properly for a week. Luna stunned a Death Eater who was sneaking up behind Ron, then calmly remarked that the room had a very interesting Raxpert infestation. They fought their way through 3 chambers. Harry's suit was a beacon, drawing fire, absorbing curses, returning devastation. The Death Eaters had never faced anything like it, couldn't adapt, couldn't counter, couldn't understand how a teenager in glowing armor was producing magic that rivaled the Dark Lord himself. But there were always more of them, and the ministry was vast, and the trap had layers. They reached the Death Chamber. The Veil. Harry had never seen it before, a stone archway standing on a raised dais, a tattered black curtain hanging in the arch, stirring in a wind that didn't exist. Voices whispered from behind it. Not words. Not thoughts. Something older. The remaining Death Eaters had been pushed back, but Bellatrix Lestrange was still fighting, wild-eyed, laughing, her killing curses streaking through the air like green lightning. She was aiming at Sirius. Because Sirius was there. The order had arrived. Sirius was among them, alive, free, never captured at all. The vision had been a lure, and the real prize had been the prophecy. But Sirius had come anyway, because that was who Sirius was, reckless, brave, unable to stay behind when the people he loved were in danger. He was dueling Bellatrix, and he was winning, his old aura training evident in every spell, his bark-like laugh ringing through the chamber as he dodged her curses. He was alive and brilliant and everything Harry had been afraid of losing. Come on, you can do better than that. Sirius shouted at Bellatrix, dancing backward, a grin splitting his gaunt face. Bellatrix's next curse hit him in the chest. It wasn't the killing curse. It was something else, a burst of violet light that froze the grin on Sirius's face, turned his eyes wide and surprised, and pushed him backward. Toward the veil. Harry was moving before he knew he was moving. The suit's repulsors fired, maximum thrust, crossing 30 feet of chamber in less than a second. His gauntlet hand reached for Sirius. Too slow. Sirius fell through the curtain. The whispers swelled. The veil rippled. And Sirius was gone. Harry hit the veil's archway, gripping the stone, staring into the tattered curtain. Behind him, he heard screaming, his own, Lupin's, someone's. The curtain moved in its impossible wind, and the whispers said things he almost understood, and Sirius was gone, 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 the gauntlet overloaded. The grief, raw, massive, uncontrolled, flooded through Harry's body and into the suit. The Arc Rune Converter, designed to translate emotional magical energy into amplified output, did exactly what it was designed to do. It amplified. The shockwave erupted from Harry in a sphere of white-blue force that knocked every person in the chamber off their feet, Order, Death Eater, Student. Display cases shattered. Stone cracked. The veil's archway rocked on its foundation. In the aftermath, silence. Harry knelt on the dais, helmet retracted, face wet, hands shaking. The suit's systems were rebooting, diagnostic alerts scrolling across his flickering HUD. He could hear Jarvis in his ear, running damage assessments, and Hermione calling his name, and none of it mattered because Sirius was gone. Then a new sound. A crack in the air, a displacement of space, and a presence that made every nerve in Harry's body scream. Voldemort. He appeared in the center of the death chamber, tall, bone-white, red-eyed, his presence warping the air around him like a heat mirage. He looked at the chaos, at the fallen Death Eaters, at the veil, at Harry in his glowing armor. And he smiled. "Impressive," Voldemort said. His voice was soft, almost conversational. "You've been busy, Harry." Dumbledore appeared an instant later, stepping from nowhere, from everywhere, his power filling the room like a change in air pressure. The two greatest wizards alive faced each other across the death chamber, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Their duel was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever witnessed. Not because of the spells, though those were beyond anything Harry had ever seen, magic at a level that made his suit's amplified output look like candlelight next to a supernova. It was the scale. The sheer, reality-bending magnitude of two magical titans unleashing their full power in a confined space. Fire and water. Shadow and light. Transfigured stone and animated statues and spells that had no names, that operated on principles Harry couldn't identify, that bent space and time and matter as casually as a child bending wire. Harry watched through the suit's sensors, recording everything, his analytical mind working even through the grief. And he saw something the others didn't. Behind Voldemort, clinging to him like smoke, the shadow. The void. It was clearer than it had ever been in dreams. A darkness that wasn't absence but presence, something vast and hungry pressing against reality's membrane, using Voldemort's magic as a conduit, feeding on the dark energy he generated with every spell. Each curse Voldemort cast made the shadow darker, denser, more real. And the shadow was looking at Harry. Not at the suit, not at the armor, not at the technology. At Harry's scar. At the connection between Harry's mind and Voldemort's. At the bridge between two broken souls that was also, Harry understood with horrifying clarity, a bridge between their world and the void. The Horcruxes were wounds. The connection was a door. And the door was opening. Voldemort disengaged from Dumbledore, not retreating but choosing to leave, a tactical withdrawal that spoke to intelligence rather than fear. He disapparated with his remaining Death Eaters, the crack of their departure echoing through the ruined chamber. In the aftermath, Ministry officials arrived. Fudge among them, his face gray with shock, finally confronted by the reality he'd spent a year denying. Voldemort had been here. In the Ministry itself. The lie was over. But Harry barely noticed. He knelt on the dais, his suit's power ebbing as the reactor cycled down, and stared at the veil that had taken his godfather. Hermione knelt beside him. She didn't say anything. She took his gauntlet hand in both of hers and held it, and her warmth through the metal was the only thing that kept him from following Sirius through the curtain. "I saw it," Harry said. His voice was raw. "The void. It's using Voldemort. Feeding on him. Getting stronger." "I know," she whispered. "We'll figure it out." It looked at me, Hermione. Through Voldemort. Through the scar. It knows about the connection. It knows about everything. She squeezed his hand harder. "Then we'll figure that out too. Promise?" "Promise." They sat together in the wreckage of the death chamber, in the silence after battle, while the Ministry scrambled and the Order regrouped and the world shifted on its axis. Above them, the veil whispered. Below them, beneath the Ministry's foundations, hairline cracks in reality's fabric widened another fraction of an inch. And far away, In a dark room, Voldemort sat and thought about the boy in the glowing armor, and began to plan. Chapter 3, Ghosts in the Machine. The train ride back to London was the quietest Harry had ever experienced. He sat by the window, watching the Scottish Highlands dissolve into English countryside, his forehead resting against the cool glass. The Arcanus armor was packed in his trunk, dormant, its runes dark. He hadn't touched it since the Department of Mysteries. Every time he looked at the gauntlets, he saw the flash of violet light, Sirius's surprised eyes, his own hand reaching out too slow. Hermione sat across from him, pretending to read. Ron sat beside her, pretending to sleep. The pretenses were for his benefit, Harry knew, giving him the illusion of privacy while remaining close enough to catch him if he fell. He didn't cry. Hadn't cried since that night on the dais. The grief was too large for tears, too solid, lodged in his chest like a stone that had replaced his heart. It sat there, heavy and immovable, and Harry breathed around it because the alternative was not breathing at all. The world outside the window didn't care. June sunlight painted the hills gold and green. Sheep grazed. Rivers sparkled. The world was beautiful and indifferent and continuing, as it always did, as it always would, regardless of who fell through curtains into nothing. "Harry," Hermione said, very softly. He didn't turn from the window. "Yeah. We're pulling into King's Cross." He blinked. 3 hours had passed like 3 minutes. The city materialized around the train, buildings, bridges, the grey sprawl of London pressing close, and then the train was slowing and the platform was appearing and the world was demanding that he stand up and walk and be a person again. Tony was waiting on the platform. Not in the suit. Not with lawyers. Just Tony, in jeans and a t-shirt, looking like he hadn't slept in days, standing next to a pillar with his hands in his pockets and his eyes scanning every face until they found Harry's. Harry stepped off the train. Walked toward his father. Stopped about 3 feet away, because if he got closer he was going to break and he wasn't ready to break, not here, not in public, not. Tony closed the distance and wrapped his arms around his son. Harry broke. The sound he made wasn't crying, it was deeper, rawer, the sound of something structural giving way. He pressed his face into Tony's shoulder and shook, and Tony held him, one hand on the back of his head, and said nothing. Because there was nothing to say. There were no words in any language, magical or otherwise, that could make this better, and Tony Stark, for all his genius, for all his eloquence, knew when to shut up and just be present. They stood there for a long time. Students flowed around them. Parents collected children. The platform buzzed with the ordinary noise of ordinary life. And Harry cried for the first time since the death chamber, held by the one person in the world who had never, not once, let him down. When it was over, or at least when the worst of it had passed, because grief doesn't end, it just changes shape, Tony stepped back, hands on Harry's shoulders, and looked at him. "Let's go home." They went home. Stark Tower was unchanged, which felt like a betrayal. The workshop, the penthouse, the kitchen where they'd eaten Thai food and argued about Quidditch, everything was exactly as Harry had left it, as if the world owed him the courtesy of rearranging itself to match his loss. Tony didn't push. Didn't hover. Didn't try to fix it. He gave Harry space during the day and showed up at night, when the nightmares came, not with solutions but with coffee and silence and the particular steadiness of a man who understood that some damage couldn't be repaired, only survived. 3 days in, at 2 in the morning, Harry found Tony on the workshop floor, surrounded by holographic displays showing the Arcanus armor's combat data from the Department of Mysteries. "You're analyzing the fight," Harry said. "I'm analyzing everything." Jarvis recorded the whole engagement through the suit's sensors. "I've been going through it frame by frame." Tony didn't look up from the display. "You took 14 direct hits from dark curses. The ward matrix held, but 3 of the impacts exceeded design tolerances. If Bellatrix had hit you with that same spell she used on," he stopped. "On Sirius." The suit's wards would have failed. That spell operated on a frequency outside the harmonic cascade's range. You weren't protected against it. Harry sat down on the floor beside his father. The holographic replay of the battle floated above them, tiny figures fighting, spells streaking back and forth, a miniature Harry in glowing armor moving through Death Eaters like a storm through trees. I was fast enough to beat 12 Death Eaters, Harry said. But I wasn't fast enough to save him. You were 30 feet away. The spell travel time was, I know the physics, Dad. I've run the numbers. Believe me, I've run them. He stared at the replay. Watched the tiny Sirius fall backward through the tiny veil. Even at maximum thrust, I was 0.4 seconds too slow. 0.4 seconds. Tony was quiet for a moment. Then, when I was in Afghanistan. In the cave. There was a man named Insen. He helped me build the Mark I. He saved my life. A pause. He died getting me out. I wasn't fast enough either. Harry looked at his father. Tony's face was lit by the blue glow of the holographic display, and in that light the lines around his eyes looked deeper, the years heavier. It doesn't stop hurting, Tony said. I know people say it does. They're wrong. It doesn't stop. You just learn to carry it. You build it into the structure of who you are, and you make sure the weight makes you stronger instead of breaking you. How? By not doing it alone. By letting the people who love you help carry it. Tony looked at him. You've been carrying a lot alone, kid. The suit, the Horcruxes, the void, the war. You've been carrying it because you think you have to, because you're smart enough and strong enough and stubborn enough to do it. And you're right, you are all of those things. But carrying everything alone isn't strength. It's just a slower way of breaking. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that the weight was his scar, his connection to Voldemort, his destiny or prophecy or whatever cosmic joke had decided that a teenager should be responsible for saving the world. But Tony's eyes were too honest, too knowing, too full of the same stubborn love that had pulled Harry from a cupboard 15 years ago and hadn't wavered since. I don't know how to let people help, Harry said. Not with this. Sure you do. You just hate doing it. Tony smiled, tired, real. Start with Hermione. She's been calling every day asking about you. She has. 3 times yesterday. Pepper's handling it because, and I quote, Tony Stark cannot be trusted to relay emotional information accurately. Which is fair. Harry almost laughed. It surprised him, the existence of laughter, here, now, in the wreckage. But Tony had always had that gift, the ability to find the human moment in the middle of the disaster. Talk to her, Tony said. Talk to Ron. Talk to me. And then, when you're ready, not before, but when you're ready, we'll figure out what comes next. Harry looked at the holographic battle replay. At the suit's energy readings. At the gap between his outstretched hand and Sirius's falling body. I want to upgrade the suit, he said. The ward matrix needs to cover a wider frequency range. The response time needs to be faster. And I want to add a medical system, diagnostic arrays, emergency healing, something that can keep someone alive if they take a hit like that. So nobody else falls through the curtain. So I never have to choose between being fast enough and being strong enough again. Tony nodded slowly. Then let's get to work. They worked. For the first 2 weeks of summer, Harry and Tony rebuilt the Arcanus armor from the ground up. Not a new suit, an evolution. Every component was analyzed against the Department of Mystery's combat data, weaknesses identified, improvements designed. The ward matrix was expanded to cover a broader spectrum of magical frequencies. The repulsor system was recalibrated for faster acceleration. A medical diagnostic array was integrated into the chest piece, capable of reading vitals through the undersuit and administering emergency healing through runic microarrays embedded in the inner lining. Harry worked with a focus that bordered on obsessive. 16-hour days in the workshop, pausing only when Tony forced food or sleep. The grief was still there, the stone in his chest, the weight that didn't lift, but work gave it structure. Purpose. A direction that wasn't just inward. Hermione visited in the third week. She arrived by portkey, a coffee mug from Dumbledore's office that deposited her in the Stark Tower lobby with a stumble and a curse that would have surprised anyone who thought Hermione Granger didn't know profanity. She was carrying 2 suitcases, one of clothes, one of books. The book suitcase is heavier, Harry observed, meeting her in the lobby. Obviously. She studied his face, reading him the way she always did, with an intensity that felt like being seen all the way through. Whatever she found must have worried her, because her expression softened and her hand came up, almost touching his face before stopping. "You look terrible." "Thanks. I mean it. When did you last sleep properly?" "Define properly." "More than 3 hours. Without nightmares." Harry couldn't answer that. "That's what I thought." She picked up her suitcases. "Show me the workshop. I brought the harmonic cascade refinements I've been working on, and I want to see the combat data." "No, hello, Harry, how are you? I'm glad you're alive." She looked at him with an expression that was somehow fierce and gentle at the same time. "Hello, Harry. I'm glad you're alive. Now show me the workshop before I start crying in your lobby and embarrass us both." The workshop became their world. Hermione's presence changed the dynamic. Where Harry's approach to grief was to bury himself in work until the pain faded to background noise, Hermione's approach was to work alongside him while simultaneously refusing to let him disappear. She'd ask him questions about the suit, technical, precise, the kind that required his full attention, and then, in the pause between answers, she'd ask a different kind of question. "What do you miss most about him?" Harry's hand stilled on the circuit board. "What?" "Serious. What do you miss most?" He didn't want to answer. The question was a door to a room he'd been keeping locked. But Hermione was looking at him with those brown gold eyes, and the door opened anyway. "His laugh," Harry said. He laughed like nothing in the world could hurt him. Like he'd already survived the worst and everything after was bonus time. He had survived the worst. 12 years in Azkaban. And he came out laughing. How do you do that? How do you go through something like that and still find things funny? Maybe that's how he survived it. Humor as armor. Hermione paused. You do the same thing. Stark humor. Deflection through wit. I don't, Harry, you made a joke while facing 12 Death Eaters. My turn. That's not bravery. That's comedic timing. He stared at her. Then, impossibly, he laughed. It was small and ragged and tasted like salt, but it was real. See? Hermione said softly. You're doing it right now. They worked through the afternoon. Hermione's harmonic cascade refinements were brilliant. She'd found a way to increase the converter's efficiency by another 12% through a recursive feedback loop that channeled waste energy back into the system. Harry implemented the changes while she ran calculations, and they fell into the rhythm that had always existed between them: build and calculate, push and refine, two minds operating in complementary frequencies. Tony watched them from across the workshop, pretending to work on his own projects but actually observing with the particular intensity of a father watching his son interact with a girl he was clearly in love with but hadn't figured it out yet. They're nauseating, Tony told Pepper over dinner, while Harry and Hermione worked late and pretended not to notice each other's proximity. The way they look at each other. The way they finish each other's sentences. The way she touches his arm when she's making a point and he stops breathing for a second. I was never that obvious. Tony, you built me a building. That was subtle. It had my name on it in 40-foot letters. Subtle by my standards. Dumbledore came on a Tuesday. He looked worse than the last time, thinner, grayer, the twinkle in his eyes dimmed to a faint spark. He'd been on the run since March, operating from safe houses, directing the order remotely, and the toll was visible. But his mind was sharp as ever, and when he sat down in the penthouse with Harry, Tony, and Hermione, his voice carried the authority of a man who had one more thing to give and intended to give it completely. "I owe you the full truth," Dumbledore said. "All of it. No more strategic revelations. No more carefully timed disclosures. You've earned the complete picture, and the complete picture is what you need to survive what's coming." "That's a first," Tony said. He was standing by the window, arms crossed, his expression carefully neutral. "It is, and I regret that it took so long. I am an old man with old habits, and the habit of controlling information is the hardest to break." Dumbledore folded his hands on the table. "The Horcruxes. I've confirmed 6, the diary, destroyed by Harry in his second year. The ring, which I have located. The locket, Slytherin's, which Regulus Black attempted to steal. Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem, in the room of requirement," Harry said. "I've found it." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The room showed me. Months ago. I haven't touched it. I'm waiting until I understand the consequences of destruction." Dumbledore was silent for a moment, recalibrating. Harry could see it happening, the old man adjusting his mental model of the boy in front of him, upgrading his assessment. Good. It was past time Dumbledore stopped underestimating him. "And the 6th? Tony asked. "Nagini. Voldemort's snake. A living Horcrux, constantly at his side, making it the most difficult to reach." "That's 6 Horcruxes," Hermione said. 6 plus the soul fragment in Voldemort himself makes 7 parts. You've accounted for all of them." Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. The hesitation was microsecond brief, the kind that most people would miss. Harry didn't miss it. He'd been watching for it. "Professor," Harry said. "What aren't you telling us?" Dumbledore's eyes met his. And in that look, Harry saw something that chilled him more than any vision of Voldemort, more than any whisper from the void. He saw pity. "There is the possibility," Dumbledore said carefully, "that the night Voldemort attacked you as an infant, the night the killing curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul may have attached itself to the nearest living thing." The room went very still. "Me," Harry said. Dumbledore said nothing. His silence was the loudest confirmation Harry had ever heard. Tony's voice, when he spoke, was a sound Harry had never heard before. Not anger, anger would have been manageable, predictable. This was something beneath anger, something tectonic. "How long have you known?" "I have suspected since Harry was brought to me as an infant." "The scar, the connection, the Parseltongue, how long?" "Since the night it happened." Tony moved. Not toward Dumbledore, away from the window, 3 precise steps that put him between Dumbledore and Harry, as if physical proximity could protect his son from a truth that had been living inside him for 15 years. "You knew. You knew my son had a piece of that monster in his head. Every nightmare, every vision, every time his scar bled, every time the connection flared and he screamed in his sleep, you knew what was causing it. And you let me raise him without telling me." "Anthony, don't." Tony's hands were shaking. Harry had never seen his father's hands shake outside of the old drinking days. "Don't call me by my name like we're friends. We're not friends. Friends don't hide things like this. Friends don't let a father put his kid to bed every night not knowing there's a piece of a serial killer embedded in his child's brain." "The knowledge would have destroyed him," Dumbledore said. "A child cannot carry that burden, he's not a child anymore. He hasn't been a child since you left him in a cupboard at age 1. He hasn't been a child since he killed a basilisk at 12, or fought a dragon at 14, or watched his godfather die 3 months ago. You kept this from him because it served your plan, Dumbledore. Because you needed him to grow up trusting you, following your lead, walking the path you laid out. And at the end of that path, Tony's voice cracked. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. At the end of that path, what? He has to die. Is that the plan? He has to die to destroy the last Horcrux. Dumbledore aged 10 years in the silence that followed. The twinkle was completely gone. What remained was an old, tired man who had been carrying an unbearable secret and was not relieved by its release. I have spent 15 years searching for an alternative, Dumbledore said quietly. I have not found one. But that does not mean one doesn't exist. Harry spoke. His voice surprised everyone, including himself, calm, steady, the voice of someone who had absorbed a killing blow and chosen, with deliberate precision, not to fall. I already knew. Tony turned to him. What? I didn't know what it was. But I've always known something was wrong with the scar. Something foreign, something that wasn't me. The connection to Voldemort, the visions, the Parseltongue, none of it ever felt like my magic. It felt like his. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You should have told me. That's not debatable. But the fact that you didn't doesn't change the reality. Harry, Tony started. I'm not dying, Dad. Harry met his father's eyes with absolute certainty. I'm an engineer. We don't accept design limitations. We solve them. You can't engineer your way out of a soul fragment, watch me. Harry turned back to Dumbledore. The soul fragment is embedded in the scar tissue. It has a distinct magical signature, I've measured it with the suit's diagnostic arrays. If I can isolate that signature, I can design a runic extraction protocol that targets only the foreign element. That has never been attempted, a magic-powered Iron Man suit had never been attempted either. I built one. Harry's jaw was set. I need data. I need to study the other Horcruxes before they're destroyed, their energy signatures, their structural properties, how the soul fragments interact with their host objects. Every destroyed Horcrux is data I can't get back. Dumbledore stared at him. Then, slowly, something returned to his eyes. Not the twinkle, something better. Hope. The ring, Dumbledore said. I know where it is. I was planning to retrieve it alone, not alone. With me. And I bring the suit's scanning equipment. We document everything before we destroy it. The ring is heavily cursed. Voldemort's protections are, I have the most advanced magical defense system ever built. Your protections are my father's engineering and a genius arithmancer's equations. Harry glanced at Hermione, who had been silent through the entire exchange, her face white, her hands clenched on the table. Tell me what we're walking into, and I'll tell you how we survive it. The planning session lasted 4 hours. Dumbledore laid out everything, the Gaunt family shack, its location, the protections he'd identified through years of research. The ring itself, a gold band set with a cracked black stone, hidden beneath the floorboards of a ruined house in Little Hangleton. Voldemort had layered it with curses, compulsion charms that drew the finder toward the ring, a death curse triggered by physical contact, and something older and darker that Dumbledore couldn't fully identify. Tony studied the intelligence with an engineer's eye, mapping the threats onto a tactical framework. Hermione cross-referenced Dumbledore's findings against her own research on Horcrux properties. Harry designed a retrieval protocol that used the suit's systems to contain and analyze the ring without direct contact. By the end, they had a plan. Not perfect, no plan survived contact with Voldemort's defenses, but solid, layered, with redundancies for the redundancies. Dumbledore left with a heaviness that hadn't been there when he arrived. The Horcrux revelation had cost him something, not Harry's trust, exactly, but the comfortable pretense that their relationship was uncomplicated. Harry saw it in the old man's posture, in the way he paused at the elevator, in the quiet, "I am sorry, Harry," that was the first truly unguarded thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. "I know," Harry said. "But sorry isn't enough. Being honest from now on, that's enough." Dumbledore nodded. The elevator doors closed. The old man descended. Tony collapsed onto the couch and pressed his hands over his face. "I need a drink." "No, you don't." "I know. But I want one." He dropped his hands. His eyes were red. "A Horcrux, Harry. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in your head. And I'm going to get it out. The extraction protocol you described, the runic surgery, the failure modes are significant. Non-trivial. Potentially fatal." Harry sat beside his father. "Also the only option that doesn't involve me dying. So we make it work." Tony looked at his son. 15 years old. Carrying a Dark Lord's soul in his scar, a prophecy on his shoulders, and the fate of magical reality in his toolkit. 15. "You're impossible," Tony said. "I'm a Stark." "That's what I said." The locket was next. Harry, Hermione, and Ron went to Grimmauld Place on a morning in late July. The old black family townhouse was exactly as depressing as Harry remembered, dark, musty, crammed with centuries of dark artifacts and prejudice. Creature skulked in the corners, muttering to himself. The portrait of Sirius's mother screamed obscenities at them when they passed. But Harry wasn't here for the house. He was here for the locket. Snape's intelligence had been right. Regulus Black had stolen the real Horcrux and replaced it with a fake, and he'd brought it back to Grimmauld Place before whatever dark magic he'd encountered had killed him. The locket had been here for years, passed over during the Order's cleaning efforts because nobody had known what it was. Creature knew. It took an hour of patient conversation, patience that Harry had learned from Tony, the kind that came from understanding that difficult people were usually damaged people and that damage responded better to respect than to force. He sat on the kitchen floor with the ancient house elf and talked to him about Regulus. About the locket. About what Regulus had tried to do and why. Creature cried. It was, Harry thought, possibly the first time anyone had asked the elf about Regulus without shouting. Master Regulus asked Creature to destroy it, the elf wept. But Creature could not. Creature tried everything. Nothing worked. Creature failed Master Regulus. You didn't fail him. The locket can't be destroyed by ordinary means. Regulus didn't know that. Harry put his hand on Creature's shoulder, a gesture that made the elf flinch and then, slowly, lean into. Where is it? Creature retrieved it from a cabinet in the drawing room. The locket was heavy in Harry's hand, gold, ornate, with an elaborate S in green stones on the cover. It was also cold. Not physically cold, magically cold, as if it were absorbing heat and light and life from everything around it. His scar throbbed. Harry. Hermione was watching him closely. What does the suit say? Harry activated the gauntlet, just the right gauntlet, worn under a long sleeve, the diagnostic array running passive scans. The readings appeared on the small display built into the inner wrist. Confirmed Horcrux signature. Matches the diary's energy profile that Dumbledore documented. Soul fragment is stable but active, it's aware. It can feel me. He swallowed. And I can feel it. Through the scar. That's because of the fragment in you, Hermione said. They're resonating. Two pieces of the same soul, recognizing each other. That's deeply unsettling. Which part? All of it. Ron was standing by the door, wand drawn, watching the corridor. Can we destroy it here? Or do we need to take it somewhere? I want to scan it first. Full analysis, every sensor the suit has. This is our best chance to study a Horcrux intact before. Harry stopped. The locket had grown warmer in his hand. The S on the cover was glowing faintly. And a voice whispered from inside it. Not words, impressions. Feelings. A probing intelligence, reaching out through the gold and the curse, touching Harry's mind the way a blind person touches a face. It found his grief. His fear. His doubt. And it reflected them back, amplified, twisted. You'll fail. Like you failed Sirius. Like you'll fail everyone. You're not strong enough. You'll never be strong enough. The armor is a crutch, a toy, a child's game against a god. Harry closed his fist around the locket and slammed his occlumency into place. The voice cut off. Okay, he said. His jaw was tight. We're not studying it here. We take it back to the tower, use the suit's full sensor array in a contained environment, and then we destroy it. With what? Ron asked. Basilisk venom worked on the diary, but we're fresh out of basilisks. The suit's offensive output at maximum power should exceed the destruction threshold. If not, Dumbledore mentioned fiendfire. We are not using fiendfire in your father's workshop, Hermione said firmly. Fine. Backup option, I'll ask Dumbledore about the Sword of Gryffindor. It absorbed basilisk venom in the Chamber of Secrets. It should still be impregnated with it. They took the locket back to Stark Tower. Harry scanned it for 6 hours, recording every aspect of the Horcrux's magical signature in the suit's database, the energy patterns, the soul fragment's resonance frequency, the curse architecture that protected it. Every data point was another piece of the puzzle he needed to solve to extract the fragment from his own scar. The scans revealed something else, something Harry hadn't expected. The Horcrux's creation had left a scar in the magical field around it, invisible to normal senses but clear on the suit's instruments. A tiny wound in reality, barely perceptible, leaking trace amounts of void energy into the surrounding space. Each Horcrux was a wound. He'd known that theoretically. Seeing it measured, quantified, displayed on a holographic chart, that was different. That made it real. The leak rate is minimal, Hermione said, studying the data. Negligible, even. But multiply it by 6 Horcruxes, operating for decades. The cumulative effect would be significant. Especially if the leaks feed into each other, creating a resonance cascade that amplifies the total breach. Which is exactly what's happening to the seal beneath Hogwarts. They looked at each other. The data floated between them, pretty and terrible. When we destroy this, Harry said, the soul fragment's release will send a shockwave through the same fracture lines. The void will react. The seal will weaken. Can you quantify how much? Based on these readings, each Horcrux destruction weakens the seal by approximately 8 to 12%. 6 Horcruxes total, 5 remaining, including the one in my scar, means the seal could lose up to 60% of its integrity by the time we're done. And if the seal drops below a critical threshold, something comes through. The room was very quiet. The arc reactor in the suit's chest plate hummed softly on its stand, casting blue light across the holographic display. We have to destroy them anyway, Ron said from his stool in the corner. He'd been quiet through the analysis, but his voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of someone who'd been thinking while the geniuses talked. Voldemort can't be killed while they exist. And Voldemort has to be killed. He's actively making the void problem worse every day he lives, doing dark magic, feeding the cracks. The longer he survives, the worse both problems get. So we're choosing between 2 catastrophes, Hermione said. Voldemort, or the void. We're choosing to deal with Voldemort first and figure out the void after. Because Voldemort is the one actively trying to kill us, and the void is, Ron paused. Well, the void is just sort of there. Being ominous. Which is bad, but it's a different kind of bad. Harry almost smiled. Ron's gift, seeing the simple truth at the center of complicated problems. He's right. We destroy the Horcruxes. We kill Voldemort. And we find a way to reinforce the seal before the void breaches. Multiple problems, multiple solutions, prioritized by urgency. That's a lot of problems, Ron said. Welcome to my life. They destroyed the locket the next day. Dumbledore provided the Sword of Gryffindor, delivered by Fawkes in a flash of golden fire that singed Tony's eyebrows and prompted a 15-minute lecture about fire safety that the Phoenix ignored with regal indifference. The destruction took place in a containment field Harry had designed specifically for the purpose, a layered ward matrix reinforced by the suit's defensive systems, in a sub-basement of Stark Tower that Tony had cleared of everything breakable, which was everything. Harry held the locket. Ron held the sword. Hermione manned the monitoring equipment. When I open it, Harry said, the soul fragment will defend itself. It'll try to get into your head, Ron. It'll show you things, your worst fears, your deepest insecurities. It'll try to make you hesitate. I know. Whatever it shows you, it's not real. It's a piece of a broken soul trying to survive. Don't listen. Just strike. Harry. Ron met his eyes. Steady. I've got this. Harry opened the locket. It screamed. The soul fragment erupted from the gold case like smoke from a volcano, black, writhing, taking shape and dissolving and reforming. It found Ron and dove into his mind with the precision of a guided missile. Harry saw Ron stagger. Saw his face contort, fear, rage, pain cycling through his expression in waves. The sword wavered in his hands. The Horcrux was showing him something, whispering to him, weaponizing his own doubts against him. Ron screamed. Then Ron swung. The sword came down on the locket with a sound like the world cracking. Basilisk venom met dark magic. The soul fragment shrieked, a sound that transcended hearing, that Harry felt in his scar and his bones and the deepest architecture of his mind, and dissolved. The locket shattered. The gold crumpled. The green stones went dark. And the void reacted. Harry felt it through the suit's sensors first, a spike in background magical radiation, a ripple in the local magical field that expanded outward from the destroyed Horcrux like a stone dropped in still water. Then he felt it through the scar, a pulse of alien awareness, vast and hungry, pressing against the fracture lines in reality the way a shark presses against a wounded swimmer's blood trail. The containment field's readings spiked. Alarms blared. For 3 seconds, the void's energy signature was stronger in the sub-basement of Stark Tower than it had been in the chamber beneath Hogwarts. Then it faded. The pressure eased. The readings returned to baseline. But baseline was higher than it had been before the locket's destruction. Seal integrity has dropped to approximately 78%, Jarvis reported. The fracture propagation rate has increased by a factor of, I see it, Harry said. He stared at the destroyed locket. At the readings. At the evidence of a paradox he couldn't solve, every step toward killing Voldemort was a step toward something worse. Ron was on the floor, breathing hard, the sword across his knees. Hermione was already beside him, her hand on his shoulder. What did it show you? She asked. Ron shook his head. Doesn't matter. It's gone. He looked at Harry. One down. One down, Harry agreed. But his eyes were on the readings, and his mind was on the numbers, and the numbers were telling him a story he didn't want to hear. Something shifted between Harry and Hermione after the locket. Not dramatically, there was no movie moment, no orchestral swell, no sudden confession under a perfect sunset. It was quieter than that, and more real. It was two people who had been walking toward each other for years finally noticing how little distance was left. It started with the fight. Harry had retreated into the workshop after the locket's destruction, consumed by the void problem. If each Horcrux weakened the seal by 10%, and there were 4 remaining, Cup, Diadem, Nagini, and the one in his scar, the seal would be at roughly 40% by the time they finished. That was below any reasonable structural integrity threshold. The ancient runes might hold. They might not. He needed a solution. A way to reinforce the seal, or to destroy the Horcruxes without triggering the void reaction, or to do both simultaneously. He started designing runic reinforcement arrays based on the ancient patterns he documented beneath Hogwarts, adapted to modern materials, powered by arc reactor technology. He worked for 3 days straight. Tony brought food that went uneaten. Ron stopped by and was dismissed with monosyllables. Jarvis dimmed the lights at midnight and brightened them at dawn, simulating a day-night cycle for a human who had stopped observing one. On the 4th morning, Hermione walked in. Harry was standing at the holographic display, surrounded by floating equations and runic diagrams, his hair unwashed, his eyes bloodshot, his hands trembling slightly from a combination of caffeine and exhaustion. The workshop around him looked like a bomb had hit it, tools scattered, failed prototypes piled in corners, coffee mugs forming a small civilization on every flat surface. "When did you last sleep?" she asked. "I'm close to something. The runic reinforcement protocol, if I can scale the ancient patterns to interface with the suit's converter, Harry." "When did you last sleep?" "I don't need sleep, I need a solution." "You need both." "You're shaking." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You haven't been fine since the Department of Mysteries, and throwing yourself into work isn't making you fine, it's making you functional, which is a different thing entirely." "Hermione, I don't have time for what? For being human." She crossed the workshop, stepping over discarded components and abandoned schematics. "Look at this place. Look at yourself. You're running on caffeine and grief and the stubborn belief that if you work hard enough, you can solve death. That's not what that's exactly what you're doing. You couldn't save Sirius, so you're trying to save everyone else, and you're destroying yourself in the process." She was close now, close enough that he could see the anger in her eyes, and underneath the anger, fear. Fear for him. "You're not building armor, Harry. You're building a wall. You think if you make yourself invulnerable, you won't have to feel anything." The words hit like a physical force. Harry opened his mouth to deny it, to argue, to deflect with stark humor and redirect the conversation to safe, technical ground. But Hermione was looking at him with those eyes, brown with flecks of gold, fierce and frightened and honest, and the deflection died in his throat. "I can't stop," he said. His voice cracked on the second word. "If I stop, I think about him. If I think about him, I think about the veil. If I think about the veil, I think about how I was 0.4 seconds too slow and how I'll never know if he's dead or just somewhere else, somewhere I can't reach," and he ran out of words. Or maybe he ran out of the ability to pretend he was okay. Hermione closed the distance between them and put her arms around him. It wasn't like Tony's hug at King's Cross, desperate, shattering. This was slower. Warmer. She held him the way you hold something precious that you're afraid of breaking, and Harry let himself be held, and the wall he'd been building, not the armor, the other wall, the invisible one between himself and everything that hurt, developed a crack. "You don't have to solve everything," she whispered. "You don't have to carry it all. I'm here. Ron's here. Your dad's here. Let us help. You can't help with this. The void, the Horcruxes, the fragment in my scar, I can help with you. The rest of it, we figure out together. But you, Harry, you're the part I'm not willing to lose." He pulled back enough to see her face. She was crying, not dramatically, just tears tracking quietly down her cheeks, the way Hermione cried when she was angry and scared at the same time. "I'm sorry," he said. "Don't be sorry. Be better." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Sleep. Eat. Talk to people. And stop trying to do everything alone, because you're terrible at it. I'm a Stark. We're all terrible at it. I know. That's why you need a Granger. He laughed, a real laugh, the kind that started in the chest and worked its way up, surprising him with its existence. Hermione laughed too, and they were standing very close, in a workshop full of scattered genius and stale coffee and the detritus of obsession, and the distance between them was nothing at all. Harry kissed her. Or she kissed him. Or they kissed each other. It was impossible to say who moved first because they both moved at the same time, as if the decision had been made years ago and their bodies were just now catching up. The kiss was not perfect. Their noses bumped. Hermione's hand caught on a piece of his hair and pulled it, and he flinched, and she laughed against his mouth. The destroyed locket was still smoking faintly on the workbench behind them. The holographic display cast blue light over everything, making the moment look like a scene from a dream. It was messy and imperfect and real, and it was the best thing Harry had felt in months. When they separated, Hermione looked at him with an expression that was simultaneously analytical and dazed. "Well," she said. "That's been a long time coming." "Has it?" "Harry, I've wanted to do that since third year." "Third year?" "We were 13. I was a very precocious 13. She smoothed her hair, a nervous gesture, beautifully human. "What now?" "Now I sleep. Then I eat. Then we figure out how to save the world." "And us?" He took her hand. Her fingers laced through his with the ease of something that had always been meant to fit. "Us is the easy part," he said. She squeezed his hand. "Nothing about you is easy, Harry Starkpotter." "No. But I'm worth it." "Debatable. Now who's being a Stark?" She kissed him again. This time their noses didn't bump. The moral dilemma came 3 days later. Harry had slept, properly, for the first time in weeks, and returned to the workshop with clearer eyes and a mind that had, during rest, done the background processing that conscious effort had failed to achieve. He sat down at his workbench, pulled up the suit's offensive system specifications, and saw something he'd missed. The suit's spell amplification operated on a principle of harmonic resonance, Harry's magical intent, translated through the runic arrays, amplified by the arc reactor's converted energy, and focused through the gauntlet emitters. The system amplified whatever spell Harry cast, making it more powerful but not changing its fundamental nature. A stunning spell remained a stunning spell, just stronger. But the harmonic cascade architecture could do more than amplify. It could transform. By adjusting the resonance frequencies, Harry could alter the fundamental nature of a spell mid-casting. Not just making a stunner stronger, making it something else entirely. Something that operated on the same magical frequency as the killing curse but without requiring the emotional state, the pure malice, that casting the unforgivable demanded. A technological killing effect. Wand-free, emotion-free, mass-producible. Harry stared at the equations for a long time. Then he built a prototype. It took 4 hours. A small device, handheld, the size of a flashlight, powered by a miniature arc reactor. No runic inscription visible. No magical signature detectable. It looked like a piece of Muggle technology. He aimed it at a test dummy and activated it. The dummy disintegrated. Not just destroyed, unmade. Every molecule separated simultaneously, the binding magic that held it together simply ceasing to exist. Harry set the device down. His hands were steady. His stomach was not. He found Tony in the penthouse kitchen, making dinner, one of his stress responses, cooking elaborate meals that nobody had asked for. "Dad. I need to show you something." Tony followed him to the workshop. Harry showed him the device. Explained the principle. Fired it at another dummy. Tony watched the dummy cease to exist with an expression that Harry knew, had seen in photographs from 20 years ago, when Tony Stark built weapons that killed people in countries he'd never visited. "How many of these could you make?" Tony asked. With the resources in this workshop? Dozens. With Stark Industries' manufacturing capacity? Thousands. And the targeting? Could you build one that seeks out a specific magical signature? Theoretically. Why? Because I'm trying to understand the full scope of what you've created. Tony picked up the device. Turned it over in his hands. Set it down very carefully, as if it were already loaded. This is a magical weapon of mass destruction, Harry. Point it at a room full of Death Eaters, and they're all dead. No trial, no Azkaban, no messy ethical questions. Just, gone. I know. And you built it in 4 hours. I know. So why are you showing me? Harry met his father's eyes. Because I want to use it. Part of me, the part that's angry, the part that lost Sirius, the part that's scared of the void, wants to build 100 of these, arm every member of the DA, and end this war in a week. And I need you to tell me why I shouldn't. Tony was quiet for a long time. He leaned against the workbench, arms crossed, looking not at the device but at his son. I built weapons for 20 years, Tony said. The best weapons in the world. I told myself they were necessary, that the bad guys had weapons, so the good guys needed better ones. That the purpose justified the product. That I could control how they were used. And you couldn't. Nobody can. That's the point. The moment you build a weapon, you lose control of it. It doesn't matter how smart you are or how good your intentions are. Weapons don't care who pulls the trigger. They don't distinguish between soldiers and civilians, between enemies and allies, between justice and murder. Tony picked up the device again. This thing could end the war. It could also end the world. And the distance between those two outcomes is one wrong decision by one fallible human. So I destroy it. I think you already knew that. You didn't come to me for permission. You came for confirmation. Harry looked at the device. At the elegant, terrible thing he'd built in 4 hours because he was brilliant and angry and grief-stricken. He thought about what it would feel like to point it at Voldemort and press the button. Quick. Clean. Final. And then he thought about what it would feel like to live in a world where that button existed. Where anyone could press it. Where the only thing standing between civilization and annihilation was the restraint of whoever held the weapon. He took the device from Tony. Walked to the far end of the workshop. Placed it in the containment unit he used for hazardous materials. Jarvis. Destroy the prototype. Purge all design files from every system. Including backups. Confirmed, sir. Shall I also purge the theoretical framework from your personal notes? Harry hesitated. The framework was just mathematics. Just knowledge. Could knowledge be dangerous? He thought of Oppenheimer. Of Tony in the cave. Of every brilliant person in history who had looked at their creation and seen the shadow of something monstrous. Purge everything, he said. All of it. Done, sir. The prototype dissolved in the containment unit's energy field. The design files blinked out of existence across every system in Stark Tower. The knowledge, the equations, the frequencies, the principle, lived on only in Harry's mind, where he locked it behind the strongest occlumency barriers he'd ever built and prayed they'd hold. Tony put his hand on his shoulder. Proud of you, kid. I almost didn't do it. Almost doesn't count. What counts is the choice you made. Is this what it felt like? When you stopped making weapons? Yeah. Exactly like this. Terrifying and right. They stood together in the workshop, father and son, and the weight of the destroyed device settled into the structure of who Harry was, not as a burden but as a foundation. A line drawn. A principle established. Some things were too dangerous to build, no matter how necessary they seemed. Some power was too great to use, no matter how justified it felt. And the measure of a person wasn't the weapons they could create but the ones they chose to destroy. Snape visited Stark Tower in the first week of August. He arrived through a fluke connection that Tony had installed reluctantly and that Snape stepped out of with the dignity of a man who considered chimneys a perfectly reasonable method of transportation. He wore black, as always, and his expression suggested that being in Tony Stark's home was approximately as pleasant as dental surgery. Potter. I have information regarding the Vanishing Cabinet and the Dark Lord's timeline. They talked in the workshop, Snape standing stiffly by the door, refusing to sit, his eyes cataloging every piece of technology in the room with the professional assessment of a spy evaluating assets. Draco's reports confirmed what Snape had independently learned. Voldemort was planning the Hogwarts infiltration for late in the coming school year, spring at the earliest. The cabinet repairs were proceeding slowly, per Harry's instructions to Draco, buying time. But Voldemort was growing impatient, and Draco's position was becoming precarious. He suspects Draco's loyalty, Snape said. Not yet enough to act, but enough to test. He's given Draco a secondary task, something personal, something designed to prove his commitment. What task? Snape's face was stone. He's been told to kill Dumbledore. The workshop was very quiet. Draco can't do that, Harry said. No. He can't. Which is precisely the point. The Dark Lord doesn't expect Draco to succeed. He expects Draco to fail, and he expects the failure to be useful, either as justification for punishing the Malfoy family further, or as a distraction that creates an opening for a different attack. So Draco is being set up. Draco has been set up since the moment his father was imprisoned. He is a pawn, and pawns are sacrificed. Snape paused. His voice, when he continued, was different, lower, more personal. I have made an unbreakable vow to Draco's mother. To protect Draco. To complete his task if he cannot. Harry stared at him. You vowed to kill Dumbledore. I vowed to do what must be done. Does Dumbledore know? Snape met his eyes, and in the dark depths, Harry saw something he'd never seen before, anguish. Not on the surface, Snape would have died before showing anguish on the surface, but deep, buried under decades of discipline, a wound that had never healed. Dumbledore knows everything, Snape said. He always has. The implications cascaded through Harry's mind. If Dumbledore knew about the vow. If Dumbledore knew that Snape would be called upon to kill him. Then either Dumbledore had a plan to avoid that outcome, or he'd accepted it. Given what Harry knew about Dumbledore's curse, the ring Horcrux that was slowly killing him, the answer was chillingly clear. He's dying anyway, Harry said. The ring curse. He's planning for Snape to make it look like a Death Eater victory. So Snape maintains his cover with Voldemort. Snape said nothing. Which was an answer. That's insane. It is Dumbledore. Snape's voice was brittle. He has always been willing to sacrifice everyone. Including himself. Including the people who love him. Harry felt a surge of something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite grief, a recognition of the old man's terrible, brilliant, self-destructive logic. Use every resource. Spend every asset. Win the war at any cost, even if the cost is everything you have. Professor, Harry said. When the time comes, if it comes, I need you to tell me. Before it happens. Can you do that? Snape studied him. Why? Because I'm building something that might give us another option. And because Dumbledore's definition of necessary sacrifice is different from mine. Something shifted in Snape's expression. A micro-movement, the slight relaxation of the muscles around his eyes, the fractional unclenching of his jaw. Not warmth. Recognition. Your mother said something similar to me once, Snape said. When I told her that some costs were unavoidable in the fight against the Dark Lord. She said, the whole point of fighting darkness is refusing to become it. If you sacrifice everything, you've already lost. She was right. She was always right. It was her most infuriating quality. Snape almost smiled. Almost. The expression came and went so quickly that Harry wasn't sure he hadn't imagined it. I will tell you, Potter. When the time comes. He left through the floor without saying goodbye, because Snape didn't say goodbye. He just disappeared into green fire and left Harry standing in the workshop, thinking about sacrifice and necessity and the fine line between them. Hermione found him there 20 minutes later, staring at the Floo connection. What happened? He told her. Everything: Draco's secondary task, the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore's calculated acceptance of his own death. Hermione listened with the focused intensity she brought to everything, and when he finished, she sat on the workbench and was quiet for a long time. We have to find another way, she said finally. I know. Not just for Dumbledore. For all of it. The Horcruxes, the Void, the extraction protocol. We need a unified solution, a way to destroy the Horcruxes without feeding the Void, remove the fragment from your scar without killing you, and save Dumbledore from his own martyrdom complex. All at once. That's a lot. We're us. We specialize in a lot. Harry looked at her, this fierce, brilliant, stubborn girl who had walked into his life on a train at 11 and had been pushing him to be better ever since. Who had cracked the harmonic cascade that made the suit possible. Who had stood beside him in the Department of Mysteries and held his hand while the world fell apart. I love you, he said. The words surprised him as much as they surprised her. They came out unplanned, unedited, the way truths do when they've been held too long, not as a grand declaration but as a statement of fact, as obvious and unremarkable as gravity. Hermione's eyes widened. Then softened. Then did the thing where they caught the light just right and Harry's brain stopped working. I know, she said. I've known for a while. How long? Since you dove in front of a troll for me in first year. But I thought it might be useful to let you figure it out on your own. That took me 4 years. 3.5. You had a head start. He pulled her off the workbench and kissed her properly, not the soot and surprise kiss from before, but a real one, unhurried, full of all the things they'd been building toward since a train compartment and a question about toads. When they separated, Hermione touched his face, gently, tracing the line of his jaw. We should probably focus on saving the world, she said. Probably. After dinner. After dinner. They went upstairs, holding hands, and found Tony in the kitchen making pasta with the focused intensity of a man who was determinedly not eavesdropping on his son's love life. You two look happy, Tony observed without turning around. We are, Harry said. Good. Set the table. And if you're done making out in my workshop, wash the workbench. I have to use it tomorrow. How did you? Jarvis has security cameras, Harry. I turned them off after the first 30 seconds because I'm a gentleman, but I want you to know that your technique needs work. Dad. What? I'm helping. Communication is the foundation of a healthy relationship. Pepper told me that. Hermione was bright red. Harry was considering whether patricide was justified. Tony was grinning into the pasta sauce with the satisfaction of a man who had been waiting for this moment for years and intended to enjoy every second of embarrassing his son about it. They ate dinner together, Tony, Harry, Hermione, Pepper via video call from a Stark Industries board meeting, and for an hour, the war and the Void and the Horcruxes were background noise, and they were just people eating pasta and laughing and being alive. It was, Harry thought, worth fighting for. All of it. Every imperfect, beautiful, fragile moment. The ring changed everything. Dumbledore came for Harry 2 weeks before the start of term. They went together, just the two of them, over Tony's fierce objections, to Little Hangleton, to the ruins of the Gaunt family shack, to the place where Tom Riddle's mother had lived and suffered and given birth to a monster. Harry wore the Arcanus armor. Every system active, every sensor running, every defensive ward at maximum. The gauntlets glowed faintly in the twilight as they approached the shack, a collapsing ruin of rotting wood and dead vines, invisible to muggles, humming with dark magic that Harry could feel through the suit like bass through a speaker. "The protections are layered," Dumbledore said. He moved carefully, his wand sweeping ahead, dismantling wards with the practiced ease of a master. "Compulsion charms first, they'll make you want to touch the ring. Resist that impulse." Harry felt it immediately, a pull, magnetic and seductive, drawing him toward the shack. The ring was inside. He could feel it through his scar, through the Horcrux fragment in his head, the same resonance he'd felt with the locket. Two pieces of the same broken soul, calling to each other. "Compulsion detected," Jarvis reported. "Counter-frequency deployed. You should feel the effect diminish." He did. The suit's occlumency assist systems, runic arrays designed to bolster his mental defenses, kicked in, dampening the compulsion to a manageable background hum. Harry nodded to Dumbledore, and they went in. The ring was under the floorboards, nestled in a gold box inscribed with curses so old that Dumbledore spent 20 minutes deciphering them. Harry scanned everything, the box, the curses, the ring itself, recording data with the suit's instruments while Dumbledore worked with wand and whispered incantations. "The death curse," Dumbledore murmured, his wand hovering over the box. "Triggered by touch. Direct physical contact with the ring will kill you." "I see it." Harry's HUD displayed the curse's architecture in glowing red lines, a web of killing magic wrapped around the ring like barbed wire. "The frequency is similar to the killing curse but slower. Prolonged exposure rather than instant death." "Precisely. We'll need a sound. Outside the shack. Movement in the darkness, not human, not animal, something between." Harry's sensors painted the threat, 3 inferi, dead flesh animated by dark magic, rising from the ground around the shack like corpses climbing from graves. "Contact," Harry said, and the gauntlets blazed. "Fire." The suit's spell amplification turned his incendio into a flamethrower, white-hot magical fire that swept across the inferi and reduced them to ash in seconds. Dumbledore didn't even turn from his work, trusting Harry's capabilities without question. More inferi. A dozen, then 2 dozen, crawling from the earth, shambling toward the shack. Harry held the perimeter, burning them as they came, the suit's systems tracking and prioritizing threats while Dumbledore dismantled the curses on the box with painstaking precision. "Almost there," Dumbledore said. "One more layer," Harry's scar exploded in pain. "Not from Voldemort. From the ring." The Horcrux inside it was screaming, a psychic shriek that pierced Harry's occlumency like a needle through cloth, resonating with the fragment in his scar, amplifying the pain until his vision whited out. Through the agony, he felt the void. Closer than ever. Not pressing against reality's membrane but pushing through it, a tendril of alien awareness, reaching toward the ring, toward the screaming soul fragment, hungry. "Dumbledore, stop." The old wizard's hand was inches from the ring. He froze. "The void," Harry gasped. "It's here. It's reaching for the Horcrux. If you touch it, if the curse triggers, the energy release will, I understand." Dumbledore withdrew his hand. His face was pale but composed. "Then we cannot destroy it here." "No. We take it back. Contained. I'll build a shielded transport using the suit's ward matrix." Harry built the container in 4 minutes, the gauntlet's fabrication tools reshaping a piece of the suit's spare plating into a small box, inscribed with containment runes that Harry carved from memory. Dumbledore levitated the ring into the box without touching it. The lid closed. The runes activated. The screaming faded to a muffled pulse. They left the shack. The inferi had stopped coming, the destruction of the outer protections had severed whatever animation spell held them. The night was quiet, dark, and cold, and Harry's scar throbbed with a slow, deep ache that he suspected would never fully go away. "Thank you," Dumbledore said. He was looking at the containment box with an expression that Harry couldn't quite parse. Relief, yes, but also something else. Regret? Longing? "You were going to touch it," Harry said. Not accusingly. Observationally. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "The ring bears a stone," he said. "Not just any stone. The Resurrection Stone. An artifact of legend, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, said to be capable of summoning the spirits of the dead." Harry's breath caught. "You wanted to use it," he said. "To see someone." "My sister." The word was barely a whisper. "Ariana. She died because of me. Because of my arrogance and my blindness and my love for a man who did not deserve it. I have spent a century trying to atone, and the ring, the stone, offered the one thing I wanted more than atonement. Forgiveness." Dumbledore's eyes were wet. In the moonlight, with his defenses down and his secrets exposed, he looked his age, not the twinkling, enigmatic headmaster but a very old man who had lost more than anyone should have to carry. "The compulsion charm on the ring was unnecessary," Dumbledore said. "Tom needn't have bothered. The temptation of the stone itself was sufficient. If you hadn't been here, Harry, I would have touched it. And I would have died. But you didn't. Because we don't do this alone. That's the rule." Dumbledore looked at him. And for the first time, Harry saw the old man truly see him, not the boy who lived, not the prophecy's instrument, not the chess piece to be positioned and sacrificed. Just Harry. A 15-year-old kid with a magic suit and his mother's eyes and his father's stubbornness, standing in a dead garden and refusing to let an old man die for his grief. "You are remarkable," Dumbledore said softly. "Both your mothers would be proud. Both my fathers, too." They apparat back to Stark Tower. Harry carried the contained ring into the workshop, where Hermione and Tony were waiting with sensors and scanners and the barely contained anxiety of people who loved someone reckless. Hermione scanned the ring through the containment box, adding its energy signature to their growing Horcrux database. Tony analyzed the curse architecture, noting its similarity to certain radiation effects he'd encountered in arc reactor development. Harry cross-referenced everything against the suit's extraction protocol designs. The data was building. For Horcruxes now studied in detail, diary, retroactive analysis from Dumbledore's records, locket, pre-destruction scan, diadem, passive scans from the room of requirement, and ring, full active scan. Harry was developing a comprehensive model of how soul fragments interacted with their host objects, how they resonated with each other across distance, and how they connected to the void through the fracture lines in reality. The extraction protocol was taking shape. Theoretical, still, untested, unproven. But the mathematics held. The runic architecture was sound. If Harry could build a system that targeted only the foreign magical signature in his scar, isolating the soul fragment from his own magical core with surgical precision, he could remove the Horcrux without killing himself. Probably. Maybe. The margin of error is 3%, Hermione said, reviewing the calculations. 3% chance of fatal magical feedback. 97% survival rate, Harry said. I'll take those odds. I won't, Tony said. You don't get to choose. The hell I don't. I'm your father. And I'm the one with Voldemort's soul in my head. This is my call, Dad. The argument lasted an hour. It was the worst fight they'd ever had, not because of the shouting, there wasn't much, but because of the silence between statements, the weight of things both of them knew but couldn't say. Tony couldn't say I'd rather have you alive with a Horcrux than dead without one. Harry couldn't say I'd rather die free than live with a piece of him inside me. Hermione ended it. 3% is too high, she said. So we make it lower. We refine the protocol. We test it. We bring the margin down to 1%, then 0.5, then as close to 0 as mathematics allows. And then Harry decides. She looked at both of them, the father who was terrified and the son who was determined, and her expression dared either of them to argue. Neither did. They destroyed the ring the following week, in the same containment facility beneath Stark Tower. This time, Harry was ready for the Void's reaction, the suit's sensors were calibrated, the containment field was reinforced, and Hermione had designed a monitoring protocol that tracked the seal's integrity in real time through a link to the instruments Harry had installed beneath Hogwarts. The sword of Gryffindor shattered the ring. The soul fragment screamed and died. The resurrection stone cracked but didn't break, its magical properties damaged but not destroyed. Dumbledore took it, holding it in trembling hands, and Harry saw the old man make a choice, saw him look at the stone, think of Ariana, and close his fist around the temptation without yielding to it. Seal integrity at 68%, Jarvis reported. Fracture propagation rate increasing. At current rates, the seal will reach critical threshold in approximately 7 months. 7 months. The school year. They had until spring, maybe early summer, before the void became an existential threat. Harry looked at the cracked ring, at the damaged stone, at the data scrolling across his display. 3 Horcruxes remained, the cup, the diadem, and the fragment in his scar. 3 more destructions, each one weakening the seal further. We need to figure out the void solution before we destroy the last 3, Harry said. If the seal drops below 40%. I'll intensify my research on the ancient runic arrays, Hermione said. The patterns beneath Hogwarts, if I can decode the original construction methodology, we might be able to design a reinforcement protocol. And Nagini, Ron pointed out. He'd been listening via the mirror network. Don't forget the snake. That's 4 remaining Horcruxes, not 3. Harry closed his eyes. 4. The cup in Gringotts, guarded by who knew what. The diadem in the room of requirement, accessible but dangerously close to the ancient seal. Nagini, constantly at Voldemort's side. And the fragment in his scar, the one that would require an untested surgical procedure with a 3% fatality rate. One problem at a time, he murmured. Tony's mantra. One problem at a time, Hermione agreed, taking his hand. But the problems were converging. Voldemort was growing stronger. The void was growing hungrier. The seal was growing weaker. And somewhere in the dark, in a ruined chamber beneath a 1,000-year-old castle, hairline cracks in reality's fabric widened another fraction of an inch, and something vast and patient and terrible pressed its face against the membrane of the world and whispered, more. The night before Harry returned to Hogwarts for 6th year, he sat on the roof of Stark Tower with Hermione and watched the city lights below. New York spread out around them like a circuit board, glowing lines of traffic, clusters of illuminated windows, the endless hum of millions of lives being lived in deliberate ignorance of magic and monsters and ancient seals. Do you think they know? Hermione asked. The Muggles. Do you think any of them sense it? The void? Dad says people report more nightmares during high void activity periods. Sleep disturbances, anxiety, a general sense of unease. Nothing they can identify. Just a feeling. The whole world, feeling something wrong and not knowing what it is. Yeah. She leaned against him. He put his arm around her, and they fit together the way they always had, 2 people shaped by different experiences but angled toward the same point. Are you scared? She asked. Of Voldemort? Of everything. The Horcruxes, the extraction, the void. Everything. Harry thought about it. Really thought, not the reflexive denial, not the stark bravado, but the honest assessment of a person who had looked at what was coming and chosen to face it anyway. I'm scared of failing, he said. Not of dying, I've almost died enough times that it's lost its novelty. But failing. Letting people down. Building the best armor in the world and still being 0.4 seconds too slow. You won't fail. You can't know that. No. But I can believe it. And I can stand beside you when it happens, and if you're 0.4 seconds too slow, I'll be the one who makes up the difference. She looked up at him, and in the city light her eyes were dark and warm and absolutely certain. That's what this is, Harry. Not just us, everything. The suit, the DA, your dad, Ron, Neville, even Malfoy. You built a team. An army. A family. And families don't let each other fail. Harry looked at her. At this girl, this woman, really, because war had a way of accelerating adulthood, who had walked into his life as a bossy 11-year-old with big hair and bigger brains and had become, somewhere along the way, the center of his gravity. When this is over, he said, I'm going to build you a library. Tony built Pepper a building. I'll build you a university. She laughed. The sound carried across the rooftop, out over the city, into the night. Bright and real and alive. Deal, she said. But first, let's survive the year. Deal. They sat on the roof until the stars came out, or would have, if New York's light pollution allowed stars. But the sky was there, vast and dark and hiding both beauty and horror behind its familiar face, and Harry looked up at it and made a silent promise to whoever was listening. He would build what needed to be built. Destroy what needed to be destroyed. Save who needed to be saved. And he would not, let the darkness win. Not the Dark Lord's darkness. Not the Void's darkness. Not the darkness inside himself that whispered about 0.4 seconds and destroyed prototypes and the weight of a stone in his chest where his heart used to be. He would carry the weight. He would carry it because he could, because he chose to, because the people he loved deserved someone willing to carry impossible things. And he would not carry it alone. Below them, in the workshop, the Arcanus armor stood on its platform, dark, dormant, waiting. Its runes were dim, its reactor silent. But in the stillness of the empty room, if you listened very carefully, you could hear it hum. A heartbeat. Steady and strong. Ready for what was coming. Chapter 4, The Fall of King's Hogwarts in September had always felt like coming home. Not this year. Harry stepped off the train into a world that had shifted while he wasn't looking. The Ministry had finally acknowledged Voldemort's return, hard to deny it when the Dark Lord had materialized in their own atrium, and the consequences of that admission rippled through everything. Aurors patrolled the Hogsmeade platform in pairs, their faces tight, their wands visible. Parents clustered at the barriers, clutching their children, some of them crying. The Daily Prophet's headline that morning had listed 3 families who'd chosen not to send their children back at all. Umbridge was gone, recalled to the Ministry in disgrace after Tony's legal campaign had made her position untenable. In her place, the defense against the dark arts post had been filled by a grizzled Auror named Proudfoot, who taught with the grim efficiency of a man who expected his students to need these spells in the near future. It was, Harry reflected, the first competent defense professor Hogwarts had seen in his tenure, and it had taken the return of a magical terrorist to make it happen. Dumbledore was back, reinstated as headmaster, but diminished. Harry saw it the moment he entered the great hall for the welcoming feast, the subtle tremor in Dumbledore's hands, the way he leaned on the table when he stood to speak, the new lines carved into his ancient face. The ring's curse hadn't touched him directly, Harry had prevented that, but something was wrong. Something was eating at the old man from the inside, slowly, invisibly. He looks tired, Hermione murmured beside Harry, her eyes on the staff table. He looks old, Ron said from Harry's other side. He's always been old, but now he looks it. Harry said nothing. He watched Dumbledore deliver the start-of-term speech, warnings about security measures, encouragement about unity, the usual reassurances that adults gave to children when the reassurances were more wish than truth, and he saw what the others didn't. The pauses between sentences that lasted a beat too long. The slight unfocusing of those blue eyes, as if Dumbledore was looking at something beyond the room, beyond the walls, beyond the world itself. Dumbledore was dying. Harry didn't know how or why, not the ring, so what? But the recognition was immediate and certain, the way you know a building is unstable before anyone tells you, from the way the walls don't quite meet the floor. After the feast, Harry went to his workshop in the room of requirement, sat on his workbench, and opened a secure channel to Tony. Something's wrong with Dumbledore. Wrong how? I don't know yet. He didn't touch the ring, I prevented that. But he's deteriorating. Physically, magically. He's weaker than he was 2 months ago. Tony was quiet for a moment. Get me diagnostic data if you can. The suit's medical arrays should be able to do a remote scan if you can get close enough. He's not going to let me scan him. Then don't ask permission. Scan him during a meeting. You're wearing the gauntlet under your sleeve anyway. Harry looked at the gauntlet on the workbench. The blue runes pulsed softly, a steady rhythm like a resting heart. I'll try. The opportunity came 3 days later, when Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office for a private meeting. The office was the same as always, circular, cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and spun, Fawkes dozing on his perch, the portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep while obviously eavesdropping. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, and Harry sat across from him, the gauntlet hidden under his sleeve, its medical diagnostic array running a passive scan that registered on the small display embedded in the inner wrist. I wanted to discuss our progress, Dumbledore said. The Horcrux situation. Where do we stand? 2 destroyed, diary and locket. 2 contained, ring and diadem, both in secure storage. 2 remaining active, the cup in Gringotts and Nagini. Harry paused. Plus the one in my scar. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Plus that. The extraction protocol is in development. Hermione's refined the mathematics to a 1.7% fatality margin. We're working to bring it lower. 1.7%. Dumbledore repeated the number as if tasting it. Unacceptable to your father, I imagine. Unacceptable to everyone. But we're getting there. Harry glanced at the gauntlet's display under the table. The diagnostic data was coming in, and it was bad. Dumbledore's magical signature was degrading. Not dramatically, not the way the ring curse would have destroyed him, in a cascade of dark energy consuming his body, but steadily, like a battery slowly losing charge. His core magical reserves, which should have been among the most powerful in the world, were at roughly 60% of expected baseline. And the rate of decline was accelerating. Something was consuming him from within. Something that wasn't a curse, wasn't a disease, wasn't dark magic. Something that felt, on the suit's instruments, like entropy. Like the slow unwinding of a system that had been running too long and too hard. Professor, Harry said carefully. When did you start feeling weak? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. For a moment, the old brilliance was there, the mind that had defeated Grindelwald, that had built the Order, that had outmaneuvered Dark Lords and governments and time itself. You're scanning me. It wasn't a question. Harry didn't deny it. Your magical core is degrading. 60% of baseline and falling. You're dying, Professor, and it's not the ring. The silence stretched. Fawkes stirred on his perch, lifting his head, his dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore with an ancient, knowing grief. It is the cost of a long war, Dumbledore said finally. I have sustained the Order's protections, the castle's additional wards, the intelligence networks, the countercurse research, all while maintaining the public persona, the political maneuvering, the chess game against Tom. Magic is not infinite, Harry. Even mine. You're burning yourself out. I have been burning myself out for 50 years. The rate has simply increased. How long? Dumbledore folded his hands on his desk. The tremor was visible now, a fine vibration in his long fingers. Months. Perhaps until spring. Perhaps not. He looked at Harry with clear, unflinching eyes. I had hoped to see this through to the end. It appears I may not have that luxury. We can slow the deterioration. The suit's medical systems, Tony has nanite technology that could, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. There are some things that technology cannot fix. My time is ending. What matters is how we use the time that remains. That's not good enough. It rarely is. The old man smiled, and in the smile Harry saw both acceptance and defiance, the expression of someone who had made peace with death without submitting to it. I have tasks to complete before I go. The remaining Horcruxes must be accounted for. The Order must be prepared for what comes after. And you, Harry, you must be ready. I am ready. You are nearly ready. There is a difference, and the gap is where people die. Dumbledore leaned forward. The cup is in Gringotts. In the Lestrange vault. Goblin security is formidable, but not impenetrable, particularly not to someone with your resources. I want you to retrieve it before Christmas. Before Christmas? That's 3 months. I may not have 3 months. I may have less. The deterioration is not linear, it accelerates. I need the cup destroyed while I am still alive to guide the process. Harry stared at the old man, at the most powerful wizard of the age, the defeater of Grindelwald, the leader of the Order, the man who had shaped the magical world for half a century, and saw him clearly. Not as a mentor or a manipulator or a chess master, but as a human being facing the end with the same courage and stubbornness and refusal to quit that Harry recognized because he'd seen it every day of his life, in a different face, in a tower across an ocean. I'll get the cup, Harry said. And I'll do it in 6 weeks, not 3 months. Why 6 weeks? Because 6 weeks gives me time to plan it right, and planning it right means nobody dies. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, the old twinkle, the real one, flickering like a candle in a drafty room. Your mother would have said the same thing, he said. Almost word for word. Harry left the office with the gauntlet's diagnostic data saved to the suit's encrypted files and a weight on his chest that had nothing to do with Horcruxes. Dumbledore was dying. Not from Voldemort, not from curses, not from enemy action, from the sheer accumulated cost of being the one person who'd held the line for 50 years. The magical equivalent of mental fatigue. The greatest wizard alive, worn down by his own greatness. Harry could not save him. He knew that with the engineer's clarity that distinguished between problems he could solve and problems he could only mitigate. But he could honor the old man's last request. He could get the cup. He could destroy it. And he could make sure that when Dumbledore's light went out, the darkness didn't win. The Gringotts operation took 5 weeks to plan and 12 hours to execute. Harry designed it like a Stark Industries special project, objectives defined, resources allocated, timeline set, contingencies layered 3 deep. Tony provided the technical infrastructure, communication equipment, surveillance countermeasures, a portable ward disruption system disguised as a Muggle wristwatch. Hermione provided the magical expertise, a deep-dive analysis of Goblin security protocols, ward architectures, and the specific enchantments protecting the Lestrange vault. Ron provided the tactical framework, mapping the operation as a multi-phase infiltration with go/no-go decision points at each stage. Draco Malfoy provided the way in. My aunt's vault, Draco said, leaning over the planning table in the room of requirement, his voice tight with the particular tension of someone betraying his own blood for the right reasons. Bellatrix. I have secondary access through the Black family charter. Technically, any Black by blood can request entry to a familial vault if they provide the proper authentication. You'd have to go to Gringotts in person, Harry said. You'd be on record. I know. If Voldemort finds out, he'll kill me. Yes, Potter, Stark Potter, I'm aware of the stakes. Do you want the cup or not? Harry studied Draco across the table. The changes in Malfoy over the past months were visible, thinner, harder, the aristocratic polish worn away to reveal something more angular and honest underneath. He'd been feeding information about Voldemort's operations through the Protean charmed coins, each report more dangerous than the last, each one another step away from the life his parents had planned for him and towards something uncertain and terrifying in his own. I want the cup, Harry said. And I want you alive afterward. So we do this smart. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Draco would enter Gringotts through the front door, exercise his black family access to visit the Lestrange vault, and retrieve the cup under cover of a routine family asset inspection. Harry, in the Arcanus armor under a disillusionment charm, would provide invisible backup. Hermione would run remote monitoring from Hogwarts, connected through the mirror network. Ron would coordinate the extraction, multiple exit routes, backup port keys, and a contingency team of DA members stationed at strategic points in Diagon Alley. It went wrong almost immediately. Gringotts security had been upgraded since the last war. New detection wards lined the marble halls, wards that, Harry discovered the hard way, could identify disillusionment charms and see through them with brutal efficiency. The moment Harry stepped through the bronze doors in his invisible armor, every alarm in the building went off. Contact, Harry said into the comms. They've made me. Going loud. He dropped the disillusionment and the Arcanus armor blazed to life in the lobby of Gringotts Bank, runic inscriptions igniting from boots to helm, the arc reactor's light flooding the marble hall with blue-white radiance. Goblins drew weapons, not wands but goblin-forged blades and artifacts that hummed with a magic older and stranger than anything taught at Hogwarts. Security trolls lumbered from side passages, clubs raised. The bank's internal defenses activated, ward barriers dropping from the ceiling like portcullises, containment fields snapping into place around the exits. This is not a robbery, Harry's voice resonated through the helmet, amplified, carrying authority that his 15-year-old vocal cords couldn't have managed alone. I'm here for one item in the Lestrange vault. It doesn't belong to them. It was stolen, and I'm taking it back. Mr. Stark Potter. The goblin who approached was ancient, his face a map of centuries, his eyes sharp as cut glass. Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. You are trespassing in a sovereign goblin institution. Your armor, however impressive, does not supersede our territorial authority. Director Ragnarok. I'm aware of goblin sovereignty and I have no intention of violating it. The item I'm retrieving is a Horcrux, a vessel containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Its presence in your vault is a liability. If Voldemort falls, and the contents of his allies' vaults are investigated, Gringotts' involvement in storing dark artifacts could compromise the bank's political position. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. The calculation behind them was ancient and alien, goblin logic, which valued gold and leverage above all things. You are threatening us. I'm offering you deniability. Let me take the Horcrux. Officially, it was never there. The vault shows no discrepancy. Gringotts' reputation remains intact. And if I refuse? Harry raised a gauntlet. The runes along his fingers brightened to white-hot intensity. Around the lobby, security trolls shifted, goblins tensed, and every weapon pointed at the boy in the glowing armor. Then I take it anyway, and neither of us enjoys the process. Ragnarok stared at him for a long, terrible moment. Then he laughed, a sound like rocks grinding together, old and harsh and genuinely amused. You have goblin instincts, boy. Very well. Griphook will escort you. Touch nothing else. And understand that this courtesy is transactional. Gringotts will expect repayment. Name your price. I will. When the time suits me. Goblin debts are patient things. The ride to the Lestrange vault was a nightmare of velocity and darkness, the minecart system plunging through caverns deep beneath London, past underground waterfalls and sleeping dragons, actual dragons, Harry noted, chained and miserable, which was a problem for another day. Griphook sat at the front, his expression suggesting he considered the entire situation a personal insult to goblin dignity. Draco met them at the vault, having entered through the front as planned. His face was white, and his hands were shaking, but his voice was steady when he provided the blood authentication that opened the vault doors. The Lestrange vault was a dragon's hoard of dark artifacts, cursed jewelry, enchanted weapons, objects that pulsed with malevolent energy. Harry's suit sensors painted the room in threat colors, red for lethal, orange for dangerous, yellow for suspicious. Almost everything was red. "The cup is there," Draco said, pointing to a high shelf near the back. "Hufflepuff's cup. Gold, with a badger engraved on it." Harry's sensors confirmed it, the distinctive Horcrux signature, identical to the locket and ring, pulsing with dark energy and the faint, sickening resonance of a soul fragment. "Don't touch anything," Harry told Draco. "The vault has Gemino and Flagranti curses on the contents. Everything you touch will multiply and burn." He flew. The suit's repulsors lifted him above the cursed treasures, threading between piles of gold and silver with the precision of a needle through fabric. His gauntlet hand closed around the cup, and the suit's containment runes activated instantly, isolating the Horcrux's energy within a localized ward field. The soul fragment screamed. Harry's scar blazed with pain. And somewhere in the depths of the bank, a dragon woke up. "Time to go," Harry said. Getting out was harder than getting in. The dragon, a massive Ukrainian iron belly, pale as bone and blind from years in darkness, had broken its chains and was blocking the main exit, spewing fire that turned the stone corridors into furnaces. Gringotts' security was in chaos, goblins running and shouting, the bank's internal wards flickering as they tried to contain the situation. Harry made a decision. "Draco, get behind me. Griphook, you too." He flew straight at the dragon. The Arcanus armor's ward matrix absorbed the first blast of dragonfire. The temperature readings on Harry's HUD spiked past anything the suit had been designed for, but the runic reinforcements held, barely, the runes along his arms and chest blazing white as they channeled the thermal energy into the converter and recycled it into shield power. He landed on the dragon's back. "Jarvis, calculate the resonance frequency of the enchanted chains." "Calculated, sir. The chains are attuned to a goblin-specific binding frequency. Counter-frequency available." Harry broadcast the counter-frequency through the suit's emitters. The remaining chains shattered. The dragon roared, not in rage but in something that sounded, impossibly, like relief, and surged upward, smashing through layers of rock and stone and ancient architecture, carrying Harry on its back through the ceiling of Gringotts and into the London sky. They erupted from the ground in a shower of rubble and dust, the dragon spreading its wings in the autumn sunlight, and Harry, clinging to its back in full Arcanus armor, the cup secured in his gauntlet's containment field, had approximately 3 seconds to appreciate the absurdity before the dragon banked and dove toward the Thames. Harry launched from its back, repulsors firing, and flew north. Behind him, the dragon disappeared over the London skyline, free for the first time in centuries. Below him, Muggles pointed and shouted and reached for their phones. The statute of secrecy was going to need some serious repair work. "Harry?" Hermione's voice in his calm, tight with controlled panic. "We're tracking you on the mirror network." "Are you? I have the cup. I'm intact." "Draco?" "Draco made it out through the emergency flow," Ron reported. "He's shaken but fine. Also, mate, you just rode a dragon out of a bank. In armor. While the entire Muggle population of London watched." "I'm aware. Just checking. Because that's going to be on YouTube." Harry flew back to Hogwarts at altitude, the cup humming against his palm, and allowed himself a brief, exhilarated grin inside the helmet. One more Horcrux secured. The plan was working. The cost of the grin came later, when the adrenaline faded and the implications caught up. Tony called within the hour. Jarvis had flagged the Gringotts incident immediately, and the conversation was short and intense. "You rode a dragon. In my defense, the dragon was already there. Out of a bank. Technically, through the bank. While half of London filmed it on their phones. The ministry's obliviation teams are handling it. Probably. Harry. Tony's voice dropped to the register that meant the humor was a shield and the fear underneath was real. You could have died. I had the suit. The suit isn't invincible. Nothing is invincible. I learned that lesson in a cave in Afghanistan, and I learned it again when Obadiah ripped the reactor out of my chest, and I learned it again every single time I thought the armor was enough and found out the hard way that it wasn't. Harry was quiet. Tony was right, and they both knew it. I'm sorry, Harry said. Don't be sorry. Be careful. There's a difference, and one of them keeps you alive. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're developing the same reckless streak that's put me in the hospital 17 times. 18. See, that's not reassuring. But Tony's voice had softened. The fear was still there, but it was layered with the grudging pride of a man watching his son do impossible things and wishing he could do them instead. The cup is secure. Secured and contained. I'll destroy it this weekend, in the room of requirement. Hermione's prepared the containment protocols. And the seal. Harry checked the readings. The void monitoring systems he'd installed beneath Hogwarts were feeding data to his suit continuously, a background hum of numbers that painted a picture of slow, relentless deterioration. 68% and falling. Each destruction drops at another 8 to 12%. After the cup, will be around 56 to 60. And the critical threshold? Hermione estimates 40%. Below that, the seal's structural integrity can't guarantee containment. So after the cup, you've got room for one more destruction before you hit the danger zone. And you've still got the diadem, Nagini, and the fragment in your scar. Yeah. That's 3 destructions with room for one. Yeah. You need that void solution, Harry. Before you destroy anything else. I know, Dad. I'm working on it. Work faster. The cup's destruction took place on a Saturday night in late October, in the room of requirement, with the full containment protocol Hermione had designed. Harry wore the Arcanus armor. Ron wielded the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione monitored the seal integrity in real time through instruments that fed data from the ancient chamber beneath the castle directly to her holographic display. The cup died hard. Its soul fragment fought, not with visions this time, but with raw magical force, a shockwave of dark energy that tested the containment field to its limits. The suit's converters screamed as they absorbed and redirected the excess power. Harry's scars split open, blood running down his face inside the helmet, the fragment in his head resonating with its dying sibling in a harmony of agony. Ron brought the sword down. The cup shattered. The soul fragment shrieked and dissolved. And the seal dropped to 57%. Holding, Hermione said, her voice strained. The fracture propagation rate has increased, but we're still above critical threshold. Barely. Harry wiped blood from his face and looked at the readings. 3 Horcruxes remained, the diadem in the room of requirement, Nagini at Voldemort's side, and the fragment in his scar. 3 more destructions that would drop the seal to somewhere around 20%, well below critical, well into catastrophic failure territory. He needed the void solution. He needed it now. The answer came from Hermione, because of course it did. She'd been studying the ancient runic arrays beneath Hogwarts for months, photographs, energy readings, structural analyses, cross-referenced against every text on pre-medieval magical engineering she could find. The patterns were unlike anything in modern magical practice, self-repairing, self-reinforcing, drawing power from the Earth's ambient magical field to maintain their integrity across millennia. They're alive, Hermione told Harry one evening in the workshop, surrounded by holographic reconstructions of the runic patterns. Not sentient, not like Hogwarts itself, but alive in the way a forest is alive. The runes aren't just inscriptions. They're a magical ecosystem. Each rune feeds the others, creating a network that's stronger than the sum of its parts. Like the harmonic cascade in the suit's converter. Exactly like that. The same principle, at a vastly larger scale. And that's the key, Harry. Her eyes were bright with the particular fire that meant she'd found something. The suit's converter doesn't just translate energy. It creates a self-reinforcing harmonic loop. The more energy you put in, the more stable the system becomes. The ancient seal works the same way, but it's been losing energy for decades because the Horcruxes have been draining it. So if we could feed energy back into the seal, we could reinforce it. Not just patch the cracks, actually strengthen it beyond its original capacity. The harmonic cascade would amplify the input, the same way it amplifies your spells. How much energy are we talking about? Hermione's excitement dimmed slightly. A lot. More than any wizard could produce. More than the suit's reactor, even. To fully reinforce the seal and close all the fractures, you'd need, how much, Hermione? She pulled up a calculation on the holographic display. The number was staggering. That's the equivalent output of the Hogwarts ward system running at full capacity for 1,000 years, Harry said. Compressed into a single burst. Yes. That's impossible. With current technology, yes. But if you could find a way to channel the castle's accumulated magical energy, a millennium of ambient power stored in the ward stones, through the suit's converter and into the seal's runic network, the harmonic cascade would amplify it. The input wouldn't need to be that large. The cascade would multiply it. Harry stared at the calculations. His mind was racing, connections forming, possibilities branching. The suit would be the conduit, he said slowly. I'd connect the Arcanus armor directly to the Hogwarts ward system, draw in the castle's stored energy, convert it through the arc reactor, and channel it into the ancient seal's runic arrays. The converter would need to handle orders of magnitude more power than it's ever processed. The harmonic cascade would be operating at its theoretical maximum. What happens to the suit? Hermione didn't answer immediately. The silence was answer enough. It would be destroyed, Harry said. Not a question. The energy throughput would exceed the converter's structural limits. The runic inscriptions would burn out. The reactor core would, I understand. He looked at the Arcanus armor, standing on its platform across the workshop. The armor he designed, built, bled for. The fusion of his two worlds, Stark engineering and Potter magic, given physical form. Can I survive it? If I'm wearing the suit when it channels the energy? If we design the protocol correctly, if the energy flows through the suit and into the seal without feedback into you, yes. Theoretically. The suit would be destroyed, but you would be the conductor, not the circuit. Theoretically. I can make it better than theoretical. Give me time. How much time? I don't know. Weeks. Maybe more. Harry nodded. Then we don't destroy the diadem or go after Nagini until you've finalized the protocol. We save all remaining destructions for one moment, the Horcruxes and the seal reinforcement, all at once. That's incredibly dangerous. If anything goes wrong during the sequence, everything's dangerous. At least this way, we only have to be brave once. Hermione looked at him with an expression that combined love and exasperation and deep, abiding concern. You're going to destroy the suit, she said. The thing you built with your own hands. The thing that made you. It made me powerful. It didn't make me who I am. Harry took her hand. The suit was always a tool, Hermione. The best tool I've ever built. But tools can be rebuilt. People can't. That's very mature. Don't sound so surprised. She kissed him. Brief, fierce, a seal on a shared understanding. Then she turned back to the calculations. I'll need the complete runic mapping of the seal. Every inscription, every connection point, every fracture line. Jarvis, can you compile the data from Harry's initial survey? Compiling now, Ms. Granger. Estimated completion, 4 hours. Good. Harry, go sleep. You look terrible. You said that last time. It's still true. November brought the crisis they'd been preparing for. Not the vanishing cabinet, that was still weeks away, Draco maintaining his cover, buying time. This was something else, something that Voldemort sent as a message, a Death Eater attack on Hogsmeade. It happened on a Saturday morning, during a scheduled Hogsmeade weekend. 30 Death Eaters operated into the village's main street at 10 a.m., casting curses at buildings, shops, and anyone unlucky enough to be outside. The attack was designed not for conquest but for terror, a demonstration that Voldemort could strike anywhere, anytime, that no place in magical Britain was safe. Harry was in the Three Broomsticks with Hermione and Ron when the first explosion shook the building. He had the gauntlet on, always had it on now, under his sleeve, and the suit's sensors detected the magical signatures of the attackers before the screaming started. DA Protocol 7, Harry said, already moving toward the door. Ron, coordinate from here. Hermione, shield the civilians. I'm going outside. Harry, the full suit is in the room of requirement, no time. Gauntlets enough. He stepped into the street and into chaos. Hogsmeade was burning. Shops that had stood for centuries were in flames. Students were running, screaming, some of them bleeding. Death Eaters in their skull masks moved through the smoke, casting curses with the casual cruelty of people who enjoyed their work. Harry raised his gauntlet and went to war. The gauntlet alone wasn't the Arcanus armor. It didn't have the full suit's ward matrix, the flight system, the comprehensive sensor array. But it had the arc rune converter, the spell amplification, and the focused intent of a young man who was done watching people get hurt. His first stunner dropped 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, the amplified spell spreading in a cone of red light that caught them mid-curse and threw them backward into a wall. His shield charm covered the entire width of the street, a wall of shimmering force that blocked a volley of killing curses and sent them dissipating harmlessly into the air. DA members materialized from the crowd like a well-drilled militia. Neville Longbottom appeared beside Harry, wand drawn, his face set in that expression of stubborn courage that had become his defining characteristic. Ginny was on a rooftop, raining hexes down on the attackers with devastating accuracy. Luna emerged from Honeydukes with her wand in one hand and a bag of sugar quills in the other, and proceeded to stun 3 Death Eaters while somehow not dropping the candy. But the Death Eaters hadn't come alone. Harry felt it before he saw it, a massive magical signature approaching from the north, moving fast, accompanied by a presence that made his scar throb. Not Voldemort himself, but something of his. Something large. Nagini. The snake appeared at the end of the main street, 30 feet of dark scales and killing intelligence, her eyes glowing with the red light of her master's magic. She wasn't alone, flanked by 2 Death Eaters who served as her handlers, directing her toward the highest concentration of students with the cold efficiency of soldiers using a weapon. That's the snake, Ron's voice crackled through the mirror. Calm, Harry, that's the Horcrux. I see it. But we can't destroy it, not until we have the seal protocol ready. If we kill Nagini now, the seal drops below critical. Then we capture it. The snake struck. Fast, impossibly fast for something that size, lunging at a group of third years who were cowering behind an overturned cart. Harry's shield charm caught the strike, deflecting the massive head, but Nagini was already coiling for another attack. Then Neville stepped forward. Not with a plan. Not with a strategy. Not with technology or arithmetic or carefully calculated force. Neville Longbottom stepped between Nagini and the children because that was what Neville Longbottom did. He stood where the danger was and refused to move. The sword of Gryffindor appeared. Harry didn't see where it came from, the air, the ground, the castle itself. One moment Neville's hands were empty except for his wand, and the next the ruby-hilted blade was in his grip, its silver surface gleaming with the reflected fire of the burning village. Nagini struck at Neville. Neville swung. The sword caught the snake mid-lunge, severing the head from the body in a single, clean strike that sprayed dark blood across the cobblestones. The Horcrux screamed, the same soul-shredding shriek as the locket and the cup, and dissolved, and the massive body thrashed once, twice, and went still. Neville stood over the dead snake, breathing hard, the sword dripping, and looked at Harry with wide, stunned eyes. "Did I just, yeah," Harry said. "You did." The seal's instrument screamed. Harry checked his gauntlet's display and felt his stomach drop. 44%. Below the original critical threshold estimate. But Hermione's calculations had been conservative, the seal held. Barely. Hairline fractures spreading through the ancient runes like cracks in ice, but holding. For now. The remaining Death Eaters fled. The attack was over in 12 minutes. Hogwarts faculty arrived, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Proudfoot, and began the work of healing, repairing, and comforting. But the damage was done. Not just to buildings and bodies. To the illusion of safety. To the belief that Hogwarts and Hogsmeade were protected, that the war was something happening elsewhere, to other people. That night, in the hospital wing, Harry sat beside Neville's bed. Neville wasn't injured, the sword had protected him, but Madame Pomfrey was running tests anyway, because a student producing a legendary artifact from thin air warranted medical attention. "I didn't plan it," Neville said for the 4th time. "The sword it was just there. In my hand." "The sword of Gryffindor appears to any true Gryffindor who needs it in their hour of greatest courage," Dumbledore said from the doorway. He was leaning on the frame, his weakness visible, but his eyes were warm. "It appeared to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets. It appears now to you, Neville. Because you are worthy of it." Neville's face was a complicated geography of emotions. "I just didn't want them to get the kids." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "That is precisely why you are worthy." After Dumbledore left, Harry looked at Neville, at this boy who had entered Hogwarts terrified of everything and had become, through stubborn refusal to stop trying, one of the bravest people Harry knew. "You killed a Horcrux," Harry said. "A piece of Voldemort's soul. That's what Nagini was." Neville processed this. His expression cycled through shock, horror, and something that might have been grim satisfaction. "Good," Neville said. "I hope it hurt." "It did." "Good." The seal was at 44%. The void's pressure was increasing. Hermione was working around the clock on the reinforcement protocol, refining the calculations, reducing the margin of error. But time was compressing, events accelerating, the war's momentum building toward a climax that Harry could feel approaching like a storm front. 2 Horcruxes remained, the diadem and the fragment in his scar. 2 more destructions that would drop the seal to somewhere around 25%, well into catastrophic territory. The reinforcement protocol had to work. There was no margin for failure. December brought the cold and the betrayal. Not Draco's betrayal, Draco held firm, his reports arriving through the Protean coins with increasing urgency. Voldemort was pressuring him, testing his loyalty, demanding results on the Vanishing Cabinet. Draco had been stalling brilliantly, introducing complications in the repair process that bought weeks at a time, but the window was closing. The betrayal was the Ministry's. Scrimgeour, who had replaced Fudge as minister, had been making overtures to Harry for months, not subtle suggestions that Harry publicly endorsed the Ministry, that he serve as the face of the government's response to Voldemort, that he lend his credibility, and his father's resources, to the political establishment. Harry had refused. Politely at first, then firmly, then with the kind of directness that Tony had taught him was sometimes the only language politicians understood. Scrimgeour's response was to leak classified information about the Arcanus armor to the Daily Prophet. The headline was devastating: Potter's secret weapon, boy who lived builds illegal magical armor. The article, sourced to senior ministry officials, described the suit in enough detail to make Harry's blood run cold. Not complete specifications, but enough. Enough for Voldemort to read. "He'll adapt," Harry told Tony over the secure comm, staring at the newspaper in the room of requirement. "He's smart enough. He'll study this, figure out the principles, and develop countermeasures." "What kind of countermeasures?" "Anti-technology wards, for one. If he can design enchantments that disrupt Muggle engineering, specifically the arc reactor and the electronic systems, the suit becomes dead weight. He could also develop curse frequencies that target the converter's harmonic cascade, creating destructive interference that would, Harry." "Stop." Tony's voice was tight. "You're spiraling." "I'm analyzing." "You're spiraling while analyzing. Multitasking." "Look, Voldemort learning about the suit was always a possibility. We planned for it. The suit's core systems are protected by layered enchantments that don't rely on electronics. The converter is entirely magical. Even if he disrupts the Muggle tech components, the magical systems will continue to function. At reduced capacity. At some capacity. Which is better than no capacity. And Harry, the suit isn't your only weapon. It never was." Harry looked at the newspaper. At the artist's rendering of the Arcanus armor that was close enough to the real thing to make him uncomfortable, and wrong enough in the details to give him a sliver of hope. "You're right," he said. "The suit is a tool. I need to be ready to fight without it." "That's not what I said." "No, but it's what I heard." He closed the newspaper and went to find Hermione. The betrayal had a silver lining: it forced Harry's hand on the vanishing cabinet. If Voldemort was going to adapt to the suit, Harry needed to act before those countermeasures were ready. The timeline for the Hogwarts infiltration, Draco's completed repair of the cabinet, needed to accelerate. Harry sent the signal through the Protean coin, "Ready the cabinet." 2 weeks. Draco's response came within the hour, "Understood. Be prepared. He's sending everyone." The final message arrived on a Thursday night in February. Harry was in the room of requirement, running final diagnostics on the Arcanus armor, when the coin in his pocket burned hot. "Tonight. They're coming tonight." He changed the timeline. "I couldn't warn you sooner. Forgive me." Harry's hand closed around the coin. His jaw tightened. "Jarvis, alert all DA members. Protocol Omega. Full mobilization. Alerting now, sir. Mr. Weasley, MS. Granger, and 26 DA members have acknowledged. Contact Tony. Tell him it's happening. Mr. Stark is already suiting up. He says, and I quote, tell Harry I'll be there in 4 minutes. Try not to start without me." Harry looked at the Arcanus armor. Then he stepped into it. The assembly sequence was automatic now: chestplate, gauntlets, greaves, boots, helmet, each piece locking into place with practiced precision. The arc reactor hummed to life. The runic inscriptions blazed. The HUD painted the world in data, and Harry felt the familiar rush of power and responsibility settling onto his shoulders like a mantle he'd been born to wear. "Hermione," he said through the comm, "the seal reinforcement protocol. Is it ready?" A pause. "Too long." 80%, she said. "I need more time." "We don't have more time. 80% will have to be enough." "Harry, 80% means there are failure modes I haven't accounted for, I know. But they're coming tonight, and if we don't act, people die. Get the protocol loaded into the suit's systems. We'll refine it in real time if we have to." Another pause. Then, loaded. "Harry, be careful. You keep saying that. You keep making it necessary." The castle woke up around him. Not metaphorically, literally. Hogwarts' ancient enchantment stirred, responding to the threat, and Harry felt it through the suit's sensors, a massive surge of magical energy flowing through the ward system, the castle's thousand-year-old defenses activating like a sleeping giant rolling to its feet. Professors moved through the corridors, shepherding younger students to safe zones. McGonagall's voice rang through the halls, crisp and commanding, directing the castle's defenses with the precision of a general. Flitwick was layering additional wards on the entrance hall. Sprout was fortifying the greenhouses, which housed several plants that were, in combat situations, significantly more dangerous than they appeared. The DA assembled in the entrance hall, 30 students, trained and ready, their faces set with the particular determination of young people who had chosen to fight and were too stubborn to be afraid. Ron had his strategy map, a three-dimensional holographic display that Harry had built for him, showing the castle's layout and the positions of every defender. Neville had the sword of Gryffindor. Ginny had her wand and an expression that suggested anyone who got in her way would regret it permanently. Draco appeared from the 7th floor, white-faced and shaking, the inquisitorial squad badge long since discarded. "The cabinet is active," he said. "They'll come through in minutes. My Aunt Bellatrix is leading them. 20 Death Eaters at least, possibly more. And," he swallowed. "He may come himself. The Dark Lord. Draco said I should tell you, he's coming for the diadem. He knows it's here." Harry felt the information settle into his tactical framework. Voldemort, coming personally. For the Horcrux. The one remaining Horcrux in the castle, hidden in the same room that served as Harry's workshop. "Ron," Harry said. "New plan. The room of requirement is the objective, both ours and his. We hold it. No Death Eater gets near it. The diadem doesn't leave that room until I say so. On it." Ron was already updating the strategy map, repositioning defenders, establishing kill zones and fallback positions with the speed of a mind built for tactical warfare. DA squads at every approach corridor. "Order members, are the Order coming?" Snape alerted them, Harry said. "They'll be here. Then Order at the perimeter, DA at the core. McGonagall and the staff hold the entrances." "Harry," Ron looked at him. "Where do you want to be?" "At the room. When Voldemort comes, he comes to me." The first Death Eaters emerged from the vanishing cabinet at 11:47 p.m. They stepped into the room of requirement expecting an empty room and found Harry Starkpotter in full Arcanus armor, flanked by Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, with 28 DA members arrayed behind them in the combat formations they'd been drilling for 8 months. The first 3 Death Eaters went down before they fully materialized, stunned, disarmed, and bound in a coordinated volley that demonstrated exactly how effective Harry's training program had been. The fourth managed to raise a shield before Ginny's hex shattered it and Luna's follow-up stunner dropped him. Then Bellatrix Lestrange came through, and things got harder. She was cackling, always cackling, as if violence were the funniest joke in the world, and her first curse was a killing curse aimed directly at Harry. The suit's ward matrix deflected it, the green light scattering off the runic shield in a shower of sparks, and Harry returned fire with a stunning spell that Bellatrix dodged with the liquid grace of a duelist who'd been fighting longer than Harry had been alive. More Death Eaters poured through the cabinet. The room of requirement became a battlefield, curses and counter-curses streaking through the air, shield charms flashing, the sound of combat filling the space with a roar that was simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. Harry's suit made him the dominant force in the room, every spell he cast hit harder, every shield he raised lasted longer, every tactical decision was informed by the HUD's real-time analysis of the battlefield. But the Death Eaters kept coming, and Bellatrix was a force of nature, her dark magic pushing against Harry's defenses with a ferocity that tested the suit's limits. "They're breaking through on the east corridor." Ron's voice through the comm. "DA Squad 3 is falling back." "Neville, reinforce Squad 3, Harry ordered. "Ginny, cover the west approach. Luna, get the younger students to the safe zone." The castle fought with them. Suits of armor animated and attacked Death Eaters. Staircases moved to block enemy advances. Peeves, the poltergeist who had spent centuries being a nuisance, dropped heavy objects on Death Eaters with gleeful accuracy, his contribution to the war effort being the only time in Hogwarts history that students were grateful for his existence. Tony arrived in 4 minutes, exactly as promised. The Iron Man suit, the latest mark, red and gold and armed with every weapon Stark Industries had ever developed, came through the castle's main entrance at speed, repulsors blazing, and the collision of 2 worlds was complete. Muggle technology and magical combat, arc reactors and wands, Iron Man and the Arcanus armor fighting side by side in a 1,000-year-old castle. "Nice place," Tony said over the comm as he blasted a Death Eater through a tapestry. "Very medieval chic. Could use better lighting." "Dad, focus." "I'm always focused. I'm also always making jokes. It's a talent." Tony handled the aerial threats, Death Eaters on broomsticks, enchanted objects being hurled through windows, a giant that had somehow gotten into the courtyard and was trying to pull down a wall. Harry held the room of requirement, the tactical center, the place where the diadem waited and where Voldemort would eventually come. Dumbledore appeared on the battlefield like a storm breaking. He shouldn't have been there, his magical core was at 40% and falling, his body failing, his power a shadow of what it had been. But Albus Dumbledore walked into the Battle of Hogwarts and, for one final, glorious hour, was exactly what he had always been, the most dangerous wizard in the world. His magic filled the corridors like sunlight flooding a dark room. Death Eaters who had been winning suddenly weren't. Walls reformed, damaged wards reignited, and the castle's defensive enchantments, which Dumbledore had maintained and strengthened for decades, responded to their creator's presence with a surge of power that turned the tide. Harry watched through the suit's sensors as Dumbledore dueled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, his wand moving in patterns so complex they looked like calligraphy, his spells hitting with the precision of surgical instruments. It was, Harry realized, the last time. The final performance. Dumbledore was burning the last of his reserves, spending everything he had left, and he was doing it with the fierce joy of a man who had found, at the end, something worth dying for. Voldemort came at midnight. He didn't use the vanishing cabinet. He came through the front gates, shattering the wards with a wave of his hand, walking up the drive to Hogwarts with the unhurried confidence of a man who owned the world and was tired of people forgetting it. Nagini's death had hit him, Harry could feel it through the scar, a raw wound in Voldemort's psyche that fueled his fury, and his power was pouring off him in waves that made the air shimmer and the ground crack. Behind him, the void surged. Harry saw it on the suit's instruments before he saw it with his eyes, a massive spike in void energy, centered on Voldemort, flowing through the fracture lines in reality toward the weakened seal beneath the castle. The Dark Lord's rage was feeding the void more power than all the Horcrux destructions combined, his emotions acting as a conduit between his fractured soul and the entity that had been feeding on those fractures for decades. Voldemort didn't know. Or didn't care. His attention was fixed on one thing, the castle, the Horcrux, the boy in the armor who had been destroying his immortality piece by piece. Harry met him in the courtyard. The Arcanus armor against the Dark Lord. Technology and magic fused into something new, facing the oldest and darkest magic in the world. Harry landed in front of Voldemort and the HUD painted his enemy in data, magical signature analysis, threat assessment, combat probability calculations. The calculations weren't encouraging. "You've been busy, Harry," Voldemort said. His voice was soft, conversational, almost admiring. "The armor is impressive. Truly. A fusion of your 2 worlds, the Muggle engineering of your adoptive father and the magical heritage of your birth parents. Elegant. Thanks. I built it to kill you. Ambitious." Voldemort raised his wand, the U-wand, brother to Harry's holly. "But ambition without power is just dreaming. Shall we see which of us has the power?" They fought. It was nothing like the Department of Mysteries, where Dumbledore and Voldemort had dueled at a scale beyond human comprehension. This was more intimate, more brutal, two combatants at close range, trading spells with the speed and precision of fencers. Harry's amplified magic met Voldemort's raw power, and the courtyard became a light show of destruction. Harry was faster. The suit's systems gave him reaction times that no unaugmented human could match. He dodged killing curses, deflected dark magic, and returned fire with stunners and disarming charms amplified to devastating effect. His repulsors let him fly, attacking from angles that Voldemort couldn't predict, using three-dimensional combat tactics that ground-based wizards couldn't counter. But Voldemort was smarter. He adapted in real time, studying the suit's capabilities, probing for weaknesses. His first anti-technology spell, a curse designed to disrupt Muggle electronics, hit Harry's suit and scrambled the HUD for 3 critical seconds. Harry compensated, switching to the purely magical backup systems, but the vulnerability was noted and exploited. Voldemort's second adaptation was worse. A dark curse that resonated with the suit's harmonic cascade, not disrupting it but inverting it, turning the converter's own amplification against Harry. For one horrible instant, Harry's defensive wards inverted and pushed inward instead of outward, his own magic crushing him inside his own armor. He broke free with a burst of raw power that had nothing to do with technology, wandless magic, instinctive, the same survival mechanism that had saved him as a baby. The suit's systems rebooted. The cascade restabilized. But Voldemort was smiling. "You see the problem, Harry. Your armor is magnificent, but it has rules. Frequencies, harmonics, systems. Rules can be broken. I've been breaking rules since before your parents were born." Another curse. This one targeted the arc reactor directly, a spell that reached inside the suit, through the runic wards, through the harmonic cascade, and grabbed the reactor's energy core. The suit's power flickered. Alarms screamed. Harry retaliated with everything the suit had. Spells amplified to their maximum, 22 times baseline, hitting Voldemort with the force of a magical artillery barrage. The Dark Lord's shields cracked. He staggered. For an instant, pain crossed his snake-like face. Then he retaliated, and the courtyard around them ceased to exist. The explosion of dark magic was the most powerful thing Harry had ever experienced. It wasn't a spell, it was Voldemort's fury given form, a wave of destructive magic that turned stone to dust and air to fire. Harry's ward matrix caught it, held it, shuddered, and held again, but the suit's systems were redlining. Power reserves dropping. Converter approaching maximum stress tolerance. "Dad!" Harry shouted through the calm. Tony appeared from above, Iron Man descending in a power dive, repulsor beams converging on Voldemort from 3 angles simultaneously. The Dark Lord deflected 2 beams with contemptuous ease, but the third caught him, spinning him backward, and for a moment the pressure on Harry's shields eased. Tony landed beside Harry, faceplate up, his expression carrying the focused intensity of a man who was very, very good at combat and very, very scared for his son. "How's the suit?" 60% power. He's been hitting the reactor. One more direct hit and, then don't let him hit you again. Basic combat principle. Thanks, Dad. Really helpful. I'm full of wisdom. Watch your, Voldemort's curse caught Tony in the chest. Not a killing curse, something worse, something designed to crush, to immobilize, to turn armor into a prison. Tony's suit locked up, its systems overwhelmed by magic that its non-magical defenses couldn't counter. He dropped, rigid, the Iron Man suit becoming dead weight. "Dad!" Harry lunged, physically, not magically, catching Tony before he hit the ground. The Iron Man suit was locked solid, its faceplate frozen, Tony's eyes visible through the visor, wide and conscious but unable to move. "He's alive," Jarvis reported through both suits. "Mr. Stark's vital signs are stable." The curse is affecting the suit's mechanical systems, not the biological ones. I am unable to override, the magical interference is beyond my parameters. I'll handle it. Harry laid Tony down gently, turned back to Voldemort, and made a decision. He couldn't beat Voldemort in the suit. The Dark Lord had adapted too well, too fast. Every technological advantage Harry had, Voldemort was learning to counter. The suit's systems were degraded, its power reserves low, its weaknesses exposed. But Voldemort had made a mistake. In his systematic dismantling of the suit's capabilities, he'd focused entirely on the technology, the arc reactor, the electronics, the engineering. He'd forgotten that underneath the armor, underneath the converters and the runes and the harmonic cascades, there was a wizard. And not just any wizard. The wizard whose mother's love had reflected a killing curse. The wizard whose magic had survived a fragment of the darkest soul in history embedded in his brain for 15 years. The wizard who had faced Voldemort 3 times, no, 4, and walked away each time. Voldemort charged his final attack, a curse of such power that the air around his wand ignited. The void surged behind him, feeding him, amplifying him, the entity's hunger channeled through the Dark Lord's rage into a single point of absolute destruction. Harry raised his gauntlet. The suit's remaining power, everything it had left, channeled into the ward matrix, creating a shield of interlocking runic barriers that stood between Harry and annihilation. The curse hit. The shield held for 1 second. 2. 3. On the 4th second, the Arcanus armor's converter overloaded. The shockwave was immense, a sphere of blue-white energy that erupted from the suit's failing systems and threw Voldemort backward, carving a trench in the courtyard stone. The runic inscriptions on Harry's armor burned white, then gold, then died. The arc reactor's light flickered and went out. The suit was dead. Every system offline. Dead weight on Harry's body. But the shockwave had hit Voldemort too, knocked him down, disrupted his concentration, broken the void's connection for one critical instant. And in that instant, Voldemort did something he shouldn't have done. He used the scar. Harry felt it like a knife in his brain, Voldemort's consciousness surging through the Horcrux connection, pouring into Harry's mind, trying to seize control. Not of Harry's body, of the suit. Even dead, the suit's runic arrays retained their structure. Voldemort could feel them through the connection, could sense their potential, and he wanted them. He wanted to turn Harry's own creation against him, to use the suit as a weapon aimed at the people Harry loved. For a terrible moment, it almost worked. Harry felt his hand move, not his decision, Voldemort's, felt the gauntlet rise toward the castle, toward where Hermione was monitoring the seal protocol, toward Tony lying helpless on the ground. Voldemort's will pushing through his arm, his magic, his own flesh turned against him. Harry fought. Not with the suit. Not with technology. Not with engineering or arithmetic or harmonic cascades. With the thing that had always been his greatest weapon and his deepest strength, love. He thought of Tony. Of the man who'd pulled him from a cupboard and given him a name. Of Hermione, whose brilliance matched his and whose heart exceeded it. Of Ron, steady and loyal and brave in the quiet way that didn't make headlines but won wars. Of Neville and Ginny and Luna and Draco and every person who had chosen to stand with him, not because of prophecy or destiny but because they believed in him. The love wasn't a spell. It wasn't a weapon. It was a foundation, the bedrock on which everything else was built, the thing that Voldemort had never understood and never would, because you cannot understand love if you've never been loved, and Tom Riddle had been alone since the day he was born. Harry pushed back. Voldemort's presence in his mind shattered against the force of everything Harry was, not the boy who lived, not the wielder of the Arcanus armor, not the Stark heir or the Potter legacy, but Harry. Just Harry. A boy who loved people and was loved by them, and who would not, could not, would never be controlled by a man who had traded his soul for power and called it winning. Voldemort screamed, in his mind, in the courtyard, in the connection between them. The scar blazed with agony. And then the connection broke. Harry collapsed. The suit was dead weight around him, 47 pounds of inert metal and burned-out runes. He hit the emergency release, Ron's mechanical override, the backup system that didn't depend on magic or electronics, and the armor fell away in sections, clattering on the courtyard stones. He stood in the cold February air, wearing the undersuit, holding only his wand. Voldemort stood across the courtyard, breathing hard, his red eyes burning with fury and something that might have been fear. Behind him, the void was visible, not just on instruments now, but to the naked eye. Hairline cracks in the sky, dark and wrong, spreading from Voldemort like a web. The entity pressing through, no longer patient, no longer content to wait. "You feel it," Harry said. "Don't you? The thing behind you. The thing that's been feeding on you for decades." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "I feel nothing but my own power." "You're lying. Or you're blind. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're a door, Tom. You were always a door, every Horcrux you made was a crack in reality, and the thing on the other side has been using you to get through. You think you're immortal. You're not. You're just its favorite wound." Something flickered in Voldemort's expression. Not doubt, Tom Riddle didn't doubt. But awareness. A calculation. The flash of an intelligence that was, despite everything, capable of recognizing danger. He disapparated. The crack of his departure echoed across the courtyard, and the void's pressure eased, and the cracks in the sky faded to invisibility. In the silence after the Dark Lord's retreat, Harry heard the sounds of battle fading throughout the castle. Death Eaters surrendering, fleeing, being captured by Order members and DA students. The invasion was over. Hogwarts had held. But the cost. Harry ran to Tony. The curse had faded with Voldemort's departure, the Iron Man suit systems were rebooting, sluggish but functional. Tony's faceplate retracted, and he gasped, sitting up, his eyes finding Harry's with the desperate relief of a parent who'd been paralyzed while his child fought for his life. "Harry, I'm fine, Dad. The suit, dead. Converters burned out. Runes are gone. The armor's scrap metal." Tony looked at the scattered pieces of the Arcanus armor, lying on the courtyard stones like the shed skin of something that had outgrown itself. "Can you rebuild it?" "Don't need to. Not the way it was." Harry looked up, at the sky where the cracks had been. At the castle, battered but standing. At the people, his army, his family, emerging from the doors and corridors, alive and fierce and unbroken. "I have a plan," Harry said. "You're not going to like it." Then the sky screamed. Not a sound, a vibration, felt in the bones, in the teeth, in the deepest architecture of magical reality. Every person in Hogwarts felt it. Every wizard in Britain felt it. A pulse of wrongness that rippled through the magical field like an earthquake through stone. The seal had dropped below 40%. Harry's instruments, the gauntlet was dead, but the monitoring systems he'd installed beneath the castle were still active, still feeding data to Hermione's station in the Room of Requirement, confirmed the worst. The battle's dark magic, Voldemort's direct assault, the void feeding on the combat energy, all of it had accelerated the seal's deterioration beyond anything their models had predicted. 38%. 36%. The numbers were falling in real time. And through the fractures in the ancient runes, something was coming through. Harry could feel it, not through the scar, not through the suit, but through his own magic, through the same sense that had led him to the chamber beneath the castle months ago. The void was pressing against the membrane with all its terrible weight, and the membrane was failing. He ran for the Room of Requirement. The room had maintained its integrity throughout the battle, its ancient enchantments were independent of the castle's main ward system, self-contained and self-sustaining. Inside, Hermione was at her monitoring station, surrounded by displays showing the seal's deterioration, her face white, her hands moving across controls with the frantic precision of someone trying to stop a dam from breaking. "The seal is failing," she said. "Not days or weeks, hours." The battle pushed the degradation rate past critical. "We're at 34% and falling." "The reinforcement protocol. It's at 80% completion." "There are variables I haven't solved, Hermione. We don't have time for 100%. We do it now, with what we have, or the void comes through and it doesn't matter." She looked at him. Tears on her cheeks, terror in her eyes, and underneath both, the iron determination that had made her the best witch of her generation. "The protocol requires the suit," she said. "The suit is destroyed. Then I rebuild it. Right now. In this room." "Harry, the converter alone took weeks to build, the room of requirement provides what the user needs." Harry turned to the empty space. "I need a forge. I need materials. I need everything I need to build an arc rune converter in the next 3 hours." The room shifted. Walls rearranged. Equipment materialized, forges, tools, materials, the raw components of everything Harry needed. The castle was helping, pouring its own resources into the task, because the castle understood what was at stake better than anyone. The seal was its foundation. The void was its enemy. Hogwarts had been standing guard for 1,000 years, and it was not going to fall tonight. 3 hours. Hermione said. "You can't build a converter in 3 hours. Watch me." Ron appeared in the doorway, bloodied, exhausted, still carrying the strategy map. "Battle's over. Death Eaters are contained or fled. Casualties," his voice caught. Professor Dumbledore collapsed in the entrance hall. "He's alive, but McGonagall says it doesn't look good." Harry closed his eyes for 1 second. 1 second of grief, of rage, of the overwhelming unfairness of everything. Then he opened them. "Ron, I need you to coordinate the castle defense. Keep everyone away from the room of requirement and the chamber beneath it. Hermione, finalize the protocol, 80%, 90, whatever you can get to in 3 hours. I'm building a new converter." "Harry," Ron started. "I know. I know about Dumbledore. I know about the seal. I know about all of it. And I'm telling you, we handle it. Right now, tonight. Because if we don't, there won't be a tomorrow to handle it in." Ron looked at him, at his best friend, 15 years old, wandless except for the holly wand in his back pocket, standing in a workshop in his undersuit with the weight of the world on his shoulders. And he nodded. 3 hours. I'll hold the castle. I know you will." Ron left. Hermione turned to her equations. Harry turned to the forge. And he built. Not the full Arcanus armor, there wasn't time for that. A converter. One device, purpose-built, designed to do one thing, channel the castle's accumulated magical energy through the harmonic cascade and into the ancient seal, reinforcing it, healing the fractures, closing the wounds that Voldemort's Horcruxes had torn in the fabric of reality. He worked faster than he'd ever worked in his life. The room provided materials, metals, crystals, components that appeared on the workbench as he needed them, the castle stripping its own reserves to supply him. His hands moved with a precision born of years of practice, muscle memory, and instinct, and the particular clarity that came from knowing this was the moment that everything led to. 2 hours in, Hermione joined him at the workbench. Without a word, she began etching the runic inscriptions he needed, her hands steady, her calculations feeding directly into the design, her arithmetic genius translating into physical form with the fluency of an artist who knew her medium. They worked side by side, not speaking, not needing to. The converter took shape between them, not as elegant as the original, not as refined, but functional. Purpose-built. A one-use device designed to channel more magical energy than any artifact in history and direct it into a pattern that would heal the wounds in the world. At the 2-hour and 40-minute mark, it was done. A cylinder about a foot long, etched with runic inscriptions that spiraled along its length in patterns that echoed both the ancient seal and the Arcanus armor's converter. At its core, a miniature arc reactor, the spare that Tony always insisted Harry carry, finally finding its purpose. The harmonic cascade was simplified, streamlined, every unnecessary element stripped away to leave only what was essential. "It's ready," Harry said. "The protocol is at 91%, Hermione said. "There are still variables, 91 is enough." "Harry." She took his hands. Held them. They were shaking, both of theirs, both shaking. "When you channel the energy through this converter, the feedback will be enormous. The runic inscriptions will burn out. The reactor will overload. And you'll be holding it." "I know. I've built in every protection I can think of. But there are margins I can't guarantee." "What's the survival probability?" 96%. Harry laughed. A short, sharp, slightly hysterical laugh. "That's better than the Horcrux extraction was." "I'll take it." "Harry, I'm serious, so am I." He pulled her close. Held her. "Whatever happens down there, whatever comes through, whatever the numbers say, I love you." "That's 100%. She pressed her face into his shoulder. "That's not how percentages work." "Sure it is. Stark math." "There's no such thing as stark math." "There is now." She pulled back. Wiped her eyes. And gave him the runic anchor she'd been building in secret for weeks, a small device, palm-sized, inscribed with runes tied to her own magical signature. A beacon. A tether. Something to anchor him to reality while he channeled power that could burn him out of existence. "Something to come back to," she said. "Scientifically speaking." He kissed her. Took the anchor. Took the converter. And walked toward the stone arch that the room of requirement was already manifesting, opening the path to the ancient chamber beneath the castle. At the door, he stopped. "Hermione. The diadem is still in this room." "I know. When I activate the converter, the seal's reinforcement will create a pulse. A strong one. It might be enough to destroy the diadem at the same time. The energy would resonate with the Horcrux's fracture signature and shatter it. That's, theoretically possible. But the additional energy release from the Horcrux's destruction would add to the total the converter has to handle. Can it handle it?" Hermione ran the numbers. Her lips moved silently. Her eyes went distant, then focused. "Yes. If the Horcrux destruction occurs at the peak of the energy throughput, the converter can absorb the additional load. It's within the cascade's theoretical maximum. Then we destroy the diadem and reinforce the seal in the same moment. One action, two results. And the fragment in your scar? Not tonight. Tonight is the seal and the diadem. The scar is a separate operation. One impossible thing at a time." She managed a smile that was more like a grimace but was the bravest thing Harry had ever seen. "Go," she said. "Save the world. I'll be here when you get back. Promise?" Stark math. 100%. Harry descended the stairs toward the ancient chamber. Behind him, the door closed, and the room of requirement prepared itself for what was coming. Above, through the castle's windows, the sky cracked. Darkness seeped through, not night, something deeper. The void pressed against reality's membrane with all its terrible weight, and the membrane groaned, and the ancient runes in the chamber below flared with desperate, failing light. Harry walked into the darkness, carrying a device that could save the world or end it, and he thought about Tony. About Hermione. About every person he loved and every reason he had to come back. Then he stopped thinking and started building. Because that was what Starks did. When the world was ending, when the darkness was coming, when everyone else was out of options and ideas and hope, the Starks built something. And Harry Stark Potter was the best builder the world had ever seen. Above him, in the courtyard, Tony stood over the scattered pieces of the Arcanus armor and spoke into his comm. Pepper. Get me everything in the vault. Every suit, every prototype, every piece of equipment we have. Ship it to Hogwarts. Now. Tony, what's happening? My son is saving the world. I'm going to make sure he survives it. And in the entrance hall, surrounded by students and professors and order members, Albus Dumbledore lay on a conjured bed, his breathing shallow, his eyes half closed, the last of his magical reserves flickering like a candle in the wind. McGonagall knelt beside him, her hand on his. Hold on, Albus. Dumbledore's eyes opened. Blue. Fading. But still sharp. Tell Harry, he whispered. He was never a weapon. He was always the point. Then his eyes closed, and the greatest wizard of the age slipped into unconsciousness, and the castle around him trembled. The battle was over. The war was just beginning. Chapter 5, the last invincible thing the chamber hadn't changed. Same rough-hewn stone walls. Same domed ceiling disappearing into darkness. Same vast runic array carved into the granite floor, its inscriptions pulsing with light that was dimmer than Harry remembered, fainter, more erratic, the rhythm of a heart struggling to beat. But the cracks were worse. Much worse. What had been hairline fractures months ago were now visible fissures, dark veins running through the ancient runes like rot through wood. The dark stain at the center of the array, the point where all the runes converged, the keystone of the entire seal, had spread, its edges ragged and wet-looking, as if something were bleeding through from the other side. Harry could feel the void without touching the stone this time. It pressed against his mind, against his magic, against the scar, a constant pressure like being underwater, not painful, exactly, but relentless. Aware. Patient in the way that geological forces are patient, knowing that time was always on its side. Not tonight. Tonight, Harry was faster than time. He knelt at the edge of the array and placed the converter on the granite. The device sat there, small and fragile looking against the vastness of the chamber, its runic inscriptions dark, its arc reactor dormant. A foot-long cylinder built in 3 hours by a 15-year-old and his girlfriend, meant to channel more magical energy than any artifact in history. Jarvis, Harry said. His voice echoed in the chamber, bouncing off stone that had been listening to echoes for 1,000 years. Status on the castle's ward system. The Hogwarts ward system is operating at approximately 73% capacity following the battle. Accumulated magical energy stored in the ward stones is estimated at, a pause that, from Jarvis, was the equivalent of a sharp intake of breath. Sir, the ward stones contain approximately 900 years of accumulated ambient magical energy. The total stored power is extraordinary. Enough to reinforce the seal. If channeled through the converter's harmonic cascade, the amplification effect should produce sufficient output. However, I must note that this calculation is based on Ms. Granger's 91% complete protocol. The remaining 9% represents unknown variables that could kill me. I know. What's the connection pathway? The Room of Requirement's runic substrate connects directly to the castle's primary ward network through 7 anchor points. If you establish a physical link between the converter and the chamber's central node, the castle's energy will flow through the converter, be amplified by the harmonic cascade, and feed directly into the seal's runic array. Physical link. Harry looked at the dark stain at the center of the array. The place where the void pressed closest. I have to put the converter on the keystone. Yes, sir. And hold it there while the energy channels through. The process will take approximately 90 seconds. During that time, you will be in direct physical contact with both the converter and the seal's central node. The energy throughput will be 90 seconds. I can do 90 seconds. Harry stood. He held the converter in one hand and Hermione's runic anchor in the other, the small device tied to her magical signature, warm against his palm, a beacon in the dark. Something to come back to. He walked to the center of the array. Each step sent ripples of light through the runes beneath his feet, the ancient inscriptions reacting to his presence, recognizing his magic. The castle knew him. Had known him since the Sorting Hat had touched his head at 11 and felt the dual nature of his power, the Potter magic, wild and brave, and the Stark discipline, precise and relentless. The castle had been helping him for years, in ways he was only now beginning to understand. He reached the keystone. The dark stain was warm under his shoes. The void's pressure intensified, not attacking, not yet, just pressing, testing, the way a predator tests a fence. Hermione, Harry said into the calm, I'm at the center. Activating in 60 seconds. I'm here. Her voice was steady, which meant she was terrified. Hermione's voice only got that controlled when the fear underneath was enormous. The diadem is positioned in the Room of Requirement's primary runic nexus. When the seal pulse occurs, the energy should resonate with the Horcrux's fracture signature and destroy it. I've calculated the timing window, you need to hit peak throughput within the first 45 seconds for the resonance to propagate. 45 seconds to peak. Got it. Harry. A pause. The runic anchor. Keep it in contact with your skin. It's your tether. If the energy tries to pull you into the seal's network, the anchor will keep your consciousness grounded in your body. You thought of everything. I thought of 91% of everything. The other 9% is the part that scares me. I love you. I love you too. Now save the world so I can yell at you properly. Harry almost smiled. He pressed the runic anchor against his chest, under his shirt, feeling its warmth against his skin. Then he knelt, placed the converter on the keystone, and put his hands on it. Activate. The converter came alive. The arc reactor ignited, not with the blue-white light Harry was used to, but with something brighter, purer, as if the reactor's energy had been waiting for this moment, this purpose, this single use for which it had been born. The runic inscriptions along the converter's surface blazed in sequence, each one a note in a chord that built and built, the harmonic cascade engaging channel by channel. And the castle responded. Harry felt it through his hands, through his knees, through the bones of his body pressed against a 1,000-year-old floor. Hogwarts' ward system opened, not like a valve releasing pressure, but like a dam breaking, like a river finding the sea. 9 centuries of accumulated magical energy poured through the ward stones, through the Room of Requirement's anchor points, through the ancient passages and hidden channels that connected every part of the castle to the chamber beneath it. The energy hit the converter and the harmonic cascade did what Hermione had designed it to do. It amplified. The sound was indescribable. Not a roar, not a hum, a chord. A single, immense, perfect chord made of every frequency of magical energy, each one reinforcing the others, the cascade multiplying the input exponentially. The chamber filled with light, not from any single source but from everywhere, from the runes themselves, from the air, from the stone, from the accumulated magic of a millennium given form and voice. Harry's body became a conduit. The energy flowed through the converter, through his hands, through him. It was agony and ecstasy and terror all at once, the feeling of being a wire carrying current that was never meant for something as fragile as a human body. His teeth clenched. His vision whited out. His magic, his own, personal, irreducible magic, strained under the load, bending but not breaking, holding the channel open by sheer force of will. The seal's runes responded. The ancient inscriptions, dim and cracked and failing, drank the amplified energy like a desert drinking rain. Light flowed along the fracture lines, filling the cracks, not just sealing them but healing them, the runic ecosystem that Hermione had identified doing what it was designed to do, using the incoming energy to repair and reinforce itself. 20 seconds in. The seal was at 40% and climbing. 30 seconds. 45. 50. The harmonic cascade hit peak throughput at 43 seconds, 2 seconds ahead of schedule, because the castle was pushing harder than Harry had calculated, its ancient intelligence recognizing the purpose and committing everything it had. The peak was a supernova. The converter screamed, metal and magic straining beyond design limits, the runic inscriptions burning white, the arc reactor at its core reaching temperatures that should have liquefied the housing. Harry's hands burned. His scar split open. Blood and light and energy poured through him in a torrent that was beyond pain, beyond sensation, beyond anything he had words for. And in the room of requirement, 50 feet above, the energy pulse hit the diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem, beautiful, ancient, corrupted by a fragment of the darkest soul in history, resonated with the seal pulse's frequency. The harmonic cascade's amplified energy found the Horcrux's fracture signature, the wound in reality that the soul fragment represented, and drove into it with the force of a millennium's accumulated magic. The diadem screamed. The soul fragment fought, thrashing, clawing, throwing visions and dark magic at anyone nearby. Hermione, alone in the room, weathered the assault behind a shield of her own design, her teeth bared, her wand rock steady, her eyes fixed on the diadem as it bucked and shrieked and finally shattered. The soul fragment dissolved. The diadem crumbled to silver dust. In the chamber below, Harry felt it, the Horcrux's destruction feeding back through the seal, a spike of dark energy that the cascade absorbed and converted and channeled into reinforcement. The seal surged. 50%. 60. 70. The void fought back. It came not as an attack but as a weight, the full, incomprehensible mass of an entity that existed outside reality pressing against the seal with everything it had. The cracks that had been healing began to resist, the void's pressure counteracting the reinforcement, trying to hold the wounds open, to prevent the seal from closing. Harry pushed harder. The converter was redlining, every warning indicator screaming, the housing beginning to glow cherry red, the runes along its surface starting to char and flake. His hands were burned raw. The runic anchor against his chest was the only thing keeping his consciousness from being swept away in the torrent of energy. 80%. 85. The converter cracked. A fracture line appeared along its length, a real, physical crack in the metal, spreading as Harry watched, threatening to split the device in half. If the converter failed now, before the seal was fully reinforced, the energy backlash would be catastrophic. Harry. Hermione's voice, distant, filtered through layers of magical interference. The converter is failing. You need to, he didn't hear the rest. The energy was too loud, too bright, too everything. His world had narrowed to a single point, his hands on the converter on the keystone, the cascade channeling energy into the seal. Hold it. Hold it. Don't let go. 90%. The converter shattered. The metal split along the fracture line, and the arc reactor, the tiny, perfect reactor that Tony had built, the spare he'd always insisted Harry carry, detonated. Not an explosion of force but an explosion of energy, every joule the reactor had ever contained, released in a single, blinding instant. The cascade caught it. Hermione's harmonic equations, even at 91% completion, were robust enough to channel the detonation's energy into the seal's final reinforcement. The ancient runes blazed with light so intense that Harry couldn't see, couldn't think, couldn't be anything except a bridge between the power and its purpose. The seal closed. 100%. 105. 110. The cascade's amplification overshot, driving the seal past its original capacity, reinforcing it beyond anything its ancient builders had achieved. The fractures sealed. The dark stain at the center faded, then vanished. The runes burned bright and steady and whole. And the void, for the first time in millennia, was pushed back. Not destroyed. Not defeated. Something that vast and patient couldn't be destroyed by a single act of magical engineering. But pushed back, the membrane between realities restored to full strength, the wounds healed, the cracks sealed. The void retreated from the boundary with something that, if such an entity could feel, might have been surprise. Harry collapsed. He fell sideways onto the granite, the converters remained scattering around him, twisted metal and burned out runes and the dark, dead shell of the arc reactor. His hands were a ruin, blistered, charred, weeping. His scar was bleeding freely. His vision was a field of spots and shadows. But he was alive. The runic anchor hummed against his chest, warm and steady, Hermione's magic holding him to the world like a rope around a climber's waist. He pressed his burned hand against it and laughed, a raw, painful, triumphant sound that echoed through the chamber and bounced off walls that were, for the first time in 50 years, whole. Hermione, he croaked into the calm, seals at 110%. Diadems destroyed. Converters gone. I know. I'm reading it. Harry, your vitals are, you need medical attention, in a minute. Is the sky still cracking? A pause. He heard her cross the room of requirement, heard a window open, heard the cold February wind. No, she said, and her voice broke. No, it's clear. The sky is clear. Harry closed his eyes. The granite was cold beneath his cheek. The runes pulsed steadily around him, ancient and renewed, a heartbeat that had almost stopped and now beat stronger than ever. He let himself rest. Just for a minute. Just until the world stopped spinning and the pain in his hands became something he could think around rather than something that consumed all thought. When he opened his eyes, Tony was there. His father knelt beside him on the chamber floor, the Iron Man gauntlets carefully supporting Harry's head, his faceplate retracted to show a face that was trying very hard to be composed and failing comprehensively. Hey, Dad. Hey, kid. Tony's voice was rough. You look terrible. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it keeps being true. Tony lifted Harry's hands, examining the burns with the clinical eye of a man who'd burned his own hands more times than he could count. These need treatment. Now. In a minute. Harry, the seal is holding. The diadem is destroyed. The void is pushed back. I did it, Dad. Tony looked at the chamber around them, at the glowing runes, at the healed fractures, at the remnants of the converter scattered across the keystone. At the evidence of his son's genius and courage and recklessness, displayed in burned metal and ancient stone. Yeah, Tony said softly. You did. He gathered Harry up, carefully, mindful of the burned hands and the bleeding scar, and carried him up the stairs. Not because Harry couldn't walk, but because sometimes a father needs to carry his child, and sometimes a child needs to be carried, and the pride and the fear and the love between them were too large for words and had to be expressed in the simple, physical act of holding on. The room of requirement was quiet when they emerged. Hermione was there, of course she would always be there, and she took one look at Harry's hands and started crying, which she immediately tried to stop, which made her cry harder. Hey, Harry said from Tony's arms. I'm okay. Mostly. Your hands will heal. Madame Pomfrey can fix burns. The converter served its purpose. Harry James Stark Potter, if you ever do anything like that again, I will personally kill me. Yes. Noted. She kissed his forehead, gently, carefully, avoiding the bleeding scar, and then she kissed Tony's cheek, which surprised all three of them and made Tony blink rapidly and mutter something about allergies. They went to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey healed Harry's hands in 20 minutes, magical healing was astonishingly effective on magical burns, and the runic damage, while severe, was clean. The scar was another matter. It bled sluggishly, resisting healing, the Horcrux fragment inside it agitated by the night's events. The fragment is destabilized, Harry told Hermione and Tony as Madame Pomfrey wrapped his hands in enchanted bandages. I can feel it. The cascade energy that destroyed the diadem resonated with it too, didn't destroy it, but shook it. It's weaker than it was. More vulnerable. The extraction protocol, Hermione said immediately. The destabilization could reduce the difficulty. If the fragment's hold on your neural tissue is weakened, the odds improve significantly. I need to run the calculations, but... Harry, this could bring the fatality margin below 1%. Then let's do it. Tonight. Absolutely not tonight, Tony said. Your hands are hamburger, your scar is bleeding, and you just channeled a millennium of magical energy through your body. You're resting. Dad, resting. Doctor's orders. Father's orders. Girlfriend's orders. He looked at Hermione. Right? Right. Hermione's jaw was set. Tomorrow at the earliest. And only after I've finished the revised calculations. Harry wanted to argue. The fragment in his scar was weakened now, every hour that passed gave it time to recover, to re-anchor, to dig back into his neural tissue. Waiting was a risk. But his hands hurt, and his head hurt, and Tony's face had the expression it got when the discussion was over and continuing to discuss would result in consequences. Harry knew that face. He'd been seeing it his whole life. Tomorrow, he agreed. But early. Early, Hermione confirmed. Harry slept in the hospital wing, in a bed between Ron, who had a broken wrist from the battle and was complaining about it with the gusto of someone who'd earned the right to complain, and Neville, who was unhurt but refused to leave, on the grounds that someone needed to make sure Harry didn't sneak out and do something heroic in the middle of the night. He dreamed of Sirius. Not the veil, not the falling, just Sirius, sitting in a sunlit room, laughing, the way he'd laughed in life, like nothing in the world could hurt him. Dream Sirius looked at Harry and grinned. Nice work, kid. I miss you. I know. But you've got people. Good people. Let them carry some of it. I'm trying. Try harder. The grin widened. And tell Tony his facial hair is ridiculous. Harry woke up smiling, which surprised Madame Pomfrey enough that she checked him for a fever. Morning came grey and cold, winter light filtering through the hospital wing's tall windows. The castle was still, the aftermath of battle, the exhaustion of a community that had fought for its survival and was only now beginning to process what that meant. Students moved through the corridors in subdued groups. Professors spoke in low voices. The damage from the battle was visible everywhere, scorched walls, shattered windows, corridors where the stone had been torn apart by dark magic and imperfectly repaired. But the castle was standing. And the sky was clear. Harry found Dumbledore in a private room off the hospital wing. The old man was conscious, barely. His eyes were open, the blue faded to a pale gray that made Harry think of winter sky. His breathing was shallow, measured, each breath a deliberate act of will. The magical depletion was visible on every surface, skin like parchment, hands translucent, the silver beard lank and lifeless. Fawkes sat on the bedpost, his plumage dimmed, his dark eyes fixed on his companion of decades with the focused intensity of a creature that understood what was happening and refused to look away. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was a whisper, but his eyes sharpened when they found Harry's face. I heard what you did. The seal. It's holding. Stronger than it's ever been. And the diadem? Destroyed. A breath. Not quite a sigh, not quite a laugh. 2 Horcruxes remain. The fragment in your scar. And Tom himself. We're going to handle both. Today. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. Not surprise, recognition. The look of a man who had been waiting for something and finally saw it arriving. The extraction protocol. Hermione's been refining it all night. The cascade destabilized the fragment. The fatality margin is down to 0.3%. 0.3. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Better odds than I ever dared hope for. He opened them again. And Voldemort? When the fragment is removed, he'll feel it. The loss of his last anchor. He'll come. I'm counting on it. You have a plan. I always have a plan. Dumbledore smiled. It was the old smile, the one that preceded some devastating piece of wisdom disguised as a platitude, but weaker, flickering. Then I have one more thing to give you. He reached under his pillow with trembling hands and produced a wand. Harry recognized it immediately. 15 inches, elder wood, thestral tail hair core. The elder wand. The death stick. The wand of destiny. The most powerful wand in existence, one of the 3 deathly hallows. Its allegiance is yours by right, Dumbledore said. Draco disarmed me during the battle, a moment of chaos, instinctive, before he switched sides. And you disarmed Draco in the courtyard. The wand's loyalty follows the chain of conquest. Harry took the wand. It hummed in his hand, a deep, resonant vibration that traveled up his arm and settled into his magical core like a key entering a lock. The Elder Wand recognized its master. I've never needed a more powerful wand, Harry said. No. But you may need it today. Not for its power, for what it represents. Dumbledore's voice was fading, each word costing more effort. The Hallows, Harry. The 3 together. The wand from me. The stone from the ring. And the cloak, my father's invisibility cloak. I've had it since first year. Harry stared at him. The 3 deathly hallows. I have all 3. The master of death. Dumbledore's eyes held his, grey and failing but burning with the last of his fire. Not literally. The hallows don't make you immortal. But together, they represent something that Tom never understood. The wand, the power to fight. The stone, the wisdom to accept loss. The cloak, the humility to know when to hide. A breath. Power, wisdom, and humility. Tom has the first. He lacks the other 2. That is why he will lose. Professor, listen. The word carried a force that Dumbledore's body could no longer match, the echo of what he'd been, the ghost of power. When you face Tom, he will try to make you afraid. He will try to make you angry. He will try to make you alone. Do not let him. You are not alone. You were never alone. That is the magic he cannot counter. Not technology. Not the hallows. Not prophecy. His hand found Harry's, cold, fragile, the grip of a man holding on to his last moment of usefulness. Love. Your mother's love saved you. Your father's love raised you. And the love you've built, with Hermione, with Ron, with everyone who stands beside you, that love is the weapon he cannot understand, cannot replicate, and cannot defeat. You told me I was never a weapon, Harry said. His voice was thick. Last night. Through McGonagall. You were always the point. Dumbledore's eyes were closing. Not the means to an end. The end itself. A boy who was loved, who learned to love, who built a world where love was stronger than fear. His grip loosened. Tell Tony, thank you. For the childhood. For being the father I should have ensured you had from the beginning. Tell him yourself. When you wake up. But Dumbledore didn't answer. His eyes closed. His breathing slowed to a pace that was barely breathing at all, not death, not yet, but the doorstep of it. Fawkes let out a low, keening note that resonated through the castle, a phoenix's grief for a companion who was fading. Harry sat with him for a long time. Holding the cold hand. Holding the elder wand. Holding everything the old man had given him, the knowledge and the secrets and the burden and the hope. Then he stood, and left, and went to do the impossible. The extraction took place in the room of requirement at noon. Not midnight, not dawn, not during some symbolically significant celestial alignment. Noon. Because Tony insisted that critical medical procedures be performed during daylight hours, when everyone involved was awake and alert, and because Hermione insisted that the ambient magical field was most stable at midday, when the sun's energy balanced the Earth's. The room had reconfigured itself into something between an operating theater and an engineering lab. At its center, a reclining chair, conjured by the room, padded, adjustable, surrounded by monitoring equipment that was half Stark technology and half magical instrumentation. Holographic displays floated above the chair, showing Harry's vital signs, his magical signature, and the detailed scan of the Horcrux fragment embedded in his scar tissue. Tony stood on one side of the chair, wearing a simplified version of the Iron Man gauntlets, repurposed for this operation, their systems calibrated to monitor and intervene if Harry's vitals crashed. On the other side, Hermione, her wand in one hand and a runic extraction tool in the other, a device she'd built herself, based on Harry's original designs but refined with her own arithmetic precision. Ron stood by the door. Not participating in the procedure, his skills didn't apply here, but present, because Ron Weasley had stood beside Harry Potter since they were 11 years old and had no intention of stopping now. "The protocol is straightforward," Hermione said, and her voice only trembled slightly. The extraction tool generates a focused harmonic field tuned to the Horcrux fragment's specific magical signature. It creates a resonance effect that loosens the fragment's attachment to your neural tissue, allowing it to be drawn out through the scar. "Straightforward," Ron muttered. "She says straightforward. The process will take approximately 90 seconds. During that time, you'll experience significant pain. The fragment will resist extraction. Your occlumency will be critical. You need to maintain mental separation between your own consciousness and the fragments. If the boundary blurs, I'll handle it. Harry. If the boundary blurs, the extraction could pull part of your own soul with the fragment. You need to know who you are, absolutely and completely, for the entire 90 seconds. No doubt. No confusion. Complete clarity about where Tom Riddle ends and Harry Potter begins. Harry looked at her. At the woman who had spent months building the mathematics that would save his life, who had stayed up all night refining the calculations, who was now standing over him with steady hands and terrified eyes and the absolute determination to bring him through this alive. "I know who I am," he said. He sat in the chair. Tony attached the monitoring gauntlets, sensors pressed against Harry's temples, wrists, and chest, feeding data to the holographic displays. Hermione positioned the extraction tool above his scar, a slender wand-like device, its tip inscribed with microscopic runes that glowed faintly in the room's ambient light. "Ready?" Hermione asked. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about his mother's sacrifice. His father's workshop. Hermione's equations. Ron's steadiness. The feeling of the Arcanus armor assembling around him, the click of each piece finding its place. The view from Stark Tower at night. The taste of Pepper's cooking. The sound of Tony's laugh. He thought about who he was. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Not a Horcrux, not a weapon, not a prophecy's instrument. Harry. Just Harry. A boy who was loved. Ready. The extraction tool activated. The pain was immediate and absolute. It wasn't like the scar's usual flare, not a sharp, localized burn but a full-body assault, as if every nerve he had were being played like a violin string. The Horcrux fragment, sensing the threat, woke up with a fury that nearly blew through his occlumency in the first second. Tom Riddle's voice screamed in his head. "You can't remove me. I am part of you. I have been part of you since you were a child. Everything you are, your power, your connection, your understanding of magic, it comes from me. Without me, you are nothing. A half-blood orphan with a borrowed name. A pretender. A fraud." Harry held the boundary. His occlumency was a structure, Not a wall but an architecture, designed by Snape's lessons and Tony's AI principles and his own stubborn refusal to be less than he was. The structure channeled the fragment's assault, directed it, bled off the energy without letting it penetrate. I know who I am, Harry thought back. Not to the fragment, to himself. I am Harry Stark Potter. Son of Lily and James, raised by Tony. I am an engineer and a wizard. I build things. I protect people. I love and am loved. And you are a parasite. A piece of a broken man who is afraid to die. You are not me. You were never me. The fragment thrashed. Visions erupted, the graveyard, the veil, Cedric's dead eyes, Sirius falling backward, memories weaponized, grief turned into a crowbar trying to pry open the cracks in Harry's identity. But Harry had done the work. The months of acclimacy with Snape. The conversations with Tony about grief and carrying weight. The moment in the workshop when Hermione had told him he was building walls instead of armor, and he'd listened. He'd faced his grief, processed it, built it into the structure of who he was. The fragment couldn't use what Harry had already made peace with. You don't own my pain, Harry thought. It's mine. It made me. And it makes me stronger than you. The extraction tool hummed. The harmonic field intensified, tuning precisely to the fragment's signature, separating it from Harry's neural tissue with the precision of a laser cutting cancer from healthy flesh. Hermione's hand was steady, rock steady, steadier than Harry had ever seen it, guiding the tool with the focus of someone performing the most important surgery in history. 30 seconds. The fragment was loosening. Harry could feel it, like a splinter being drawn from deep tissue, a slow, agonizing separation of foreign from native. 60 seconds. More than half the fragment was free, hanging in the harmonic field above Harry's scar, a dark, writhing mass of corrupted magic that the extraction tool held suspended like a specimen in a jar. Harry's head was splitting, not metaphorically, the scar was physically opening, the tissue pulling apart to release its 15-year prisoner. 70 seconds. 80. I will not be destroyed, the fragment screamed, and it played its last card. It didn't attack Harry. It attacked the connection. Through the scar, through the psychic link that had connected Harry and Voldemort since infancy, the fragment reached out, not to Harry's mind but to Voldemort's. A beacon. A call. A shriek of distress that carried across whatever distance separated them and hit the Dark Lord's consciousness like a flare in the dark. Harry felt Voldemort receive it. Felt the Dark Lord's fury, his recognition, his immediate response. Voldemort knew. The last Horcrux, the one in Harry's scar, his final anchor to immortality, was being torn free. Tom Riddle was about to become mortal. He's coming, Harry gasped. Voldemort knows. He's, 15 seconds, Hermione said, her voice cutting through the chaos with surgical precision. Hold on. 85 seconds. 90. The fragment came free. It tore loose from Harry's scar with a sensation like a tooth being pulled from a jaw, a sudden, violent release that left a void where something had lived for 15 years. The extraction tool captured it, the harmonic field contracting around the writhing soul fragment, containing it, isolating it, trapping it in a prison of mathematics and magic. Harry screamed. The pain peaked, crested, and broke like a wave, leaving behind a stunning, disorienting clarity. His mind was his own. Completely, entirely, solely his own. No whispers. No pressure. No shadow at the edge of his thoughts. For the first time in his life, Harry's scar was just a scar. Extraction complete, Hermione said, and her voice cracked on the last word. Fragment is contained. Harry, are you? I'm here. He opened his eyes. The world was sharp and bright and free of the constant, low-grade wrongness that he'd lived with so long he'd forgotten it was there. I'm here. I'm me. Tony's hands were on his shoulders, gripping hard, the gauntlet sensors confirming what his eyes could see: Harry was alive, intact, himself. Vitals are stable, Tony said. Neural patterns are clean. No residual dark magic signature. His voice was doing the thing it did when he was trying not to cry, getting very precise and technical and slightly too loud. The fragment is fully separated. It's contained in the extraction tool's harmonic field. Ron crossed the room in 3 strides and gripped Harry's hand, the one that wasn't burned, the one that could grip back, and his face was doing something complicated that involved trying to smile and trying not to cry and settling for a grimace that communicated everything. "You're a bloody lunatic," Ron said. "I know. Never do that again." "I'll try." Then the castle shook. Not the gentle tremor of settling stone or the magical vibration of ward adjustment. A violent, tectonic shudder that knocked books from shelves and sent monitoring equipment sliding across the floor. The room of requirements walls rippled, its enchantment strained by an external force of staggering magnitude. "He's here," Harry said. He sat up. The room spun, steadied. His body was weak, the extraction had taken something out of him, a toll measured not in blood or magic but in the fundamental energy of being alive. But he could stand. He could fight. "Jarvis," Tony said. "Where is he?" "Voldemort has apparat to the Hogwarts gates. He is alone." "He is." "Sir, the magical energy readings from his position are the highest I have ever recorded from a single entity. He appears to be in a state of extreme emotional agitation." "He felt the fragment die," Harry said. "He knows he's mortal. For the first time in 50 years, Tom Riddle can be killed, and he knows it. Which makes him the most dangerous he's ever been," Tony said. "A cornered animal with nothing to lose." Harry looked at the extraction tool, where the soul fragment hung in its harmonic prison, dark, diminished, the last piece of Voldemort's shattered soul outside his body. Then he looked at the Elder Wand in his pocket. Then at Hermione, Ron, Tony. "The fragment needs to be destroyed," he said. "Once it's gone, every Horcrux is accounted for. Voldemort is mortal. And I can end this." "How?" Hermione asked. "The traditional way." Harry drew his wand, not the Elder Wand, his wand, the Hollyan Phoenix Feather wand that had been his since he was 11, brother to Voldemort's you. "I'm going to walk out there and duel Tom Riddle. Wizard to wizard. No suit. No technology. Just magic." "Harry, no," Tony said instantly. "The suit, we can rebuild it. The suit is gone, Dad. The converter is destroyed. There's no time to build another." Harry stood. His legs were shaky but held. "And I don't need it. The suit was always a tool. It did its job, it protected the seal, destroyed the Horcruxes, got us here. But the final fight was never going to be about technology. It's about magic. My magic against his. He's the most powerful dark wizard in history, and I'm the one the prophecy says can beat him. Neither can live while the other survives. One of us ends today." Harry looked at his father. "Trust me, Dad. The way you've always trusted me. I can do this." Tony's face was a war zone. Fear and pride and love and the terrible, specific helplessness of a parent watching their child walk toward danger. "The Elder Wand," Tony said. "At least use the Elder Wand." Harry drew it from his pocket. Held both wands, Holly in his right hand, Elder in his left. 2 wands. 2 legacies. 2 halves of who he was. "I'll use both," he said. "If I need to." "Harry." Hermione stepped forward. She took his face in her hands, gently, the way she touched the converter, the way she touched everything that mattered. "Come back." "I will." "That's not a stark promise. That's a real promise. Real promise." She kissed him. Hard, brief, tasting of tears and determination. Then she stepped back and let him go. Ron destroyed the fragment. It was right that he did it. Ron, who had wielded the sword of Gryffindor against the locket. Ron, who had been steady when everyone else was brilliant. Ron took the extraction tool, drew the sword from wherever the castle had been keeping it. It appeared in his hand the way it had appeared in Neville's, the castle providing what was needed to those worthy of receiving it, and drove the blade through the contained fragment. The scream was the last one. The final echo of Tom Riddle's shattered soul, dissolving, gone. The extraction tool shattered in Ron's hand, and the harmonic field collapsed, and the soul fragment ceased to exist. Every Horcrux was destroyed. Tom Riddle was mortal. Harry walked out of the room of requirement, down the 7th-floor corridor, down staircases that moved to clear his path, the castle guiding him, the 1,000-year-old intelligence recognizing the moment, making way for the boy who had healed its deepest wound. Students and professors lined the corridors. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their presence was its own statement, a wall of witnesses, a community standing behind one of its own, their silence louder than any cheer. Neville fell in beside Harry at the 4th floor. No words. Just walking together, the sword of Gryffindor in Neville's hand, his face set. Ginny joined at the 3rd floor. Luna at the 2nd. DA members materialized from classrooms and corridors, forming a procession that grew with every step, a river of determination flowing toward the entrance hall. McGonagall met them at the main doors. She looked at Harry, really looked, with the piercing assessment of a woman who had taught generations of wizards and knew, on sight, the difference between a child and a warrior. "Mr. Stark Potter," she said. "Do you require assistance?" "No, Professor. This one's mine." Her mouth thinned. Then she nodded. "Then give him hell." Harry pushed open the doors and walked into the courtyard. The morning was cold and clear, winter sunlight streaming through a sky that was unmarked, uncracked, healed by the seal's reinforcement. The courtyard bore the scars of last night's battle, craters in the stone, scorch marks on the walls, a section of the clock tower that had been blasted away by dark magic. But the castle stood, damaged and unbowed, and its towers caught the sunlight and threw it back at the world. Voldemort stood at the far end of the courtyard. He was alone. No Death Eaters, no Nagini, no army. Just Tom Riddle, the orphan from Wolves, the boy who had been afraid to die and had torn his soul into pieces to prevent it. He wore black robes, his wand in his white hand, his red eyes burning with a fury that Harry had felt through the connection but now saw in person, a rage so deep and so old that it had eaten everything else. Every other emotion Tom Riddle had ever felt, ambition, curiosity, the cold satisfaction of power, was gone. Only the rage remained. And the fear. Because Tom Riddle was mortal. For the first time since he was 16 years old, Tom Riddle could die. And the fear of that, the thing that had driven every choice, every murder, every Horcrux, was consuming him. "Hello, Tom," Harry said. He walked forward. No armor. No technology. No suit, no gauntlet, no arc reactor. Just a teenager in a school uniform, holding 2 wands and carrying 15 years of love and loss and everything in between. The courtyard was silent. Behind Harry, the entire population of Hogwarts watched from the doors and windows. Hermione and Ron. Tony, his Iron Man gauntlets clenched at his sides. Neville and Ginny and Luna and Draco, who had crossed from one world to another and was standing, for the first time, exactly where he chose to be. "You've destroyed them," Voldemort said. His voice was controlled, but Harry heard the fractures underneath. "My Horcruxes. All of them. All of them. You're mortal, Tom. Same as everyone else." "I am not the same as everyone else." "No. Most people have a complete soul." Voldemort's wand rose. The U wand, brother to Harry's holly. The wand that had killed James and Lily Potter. The wand that had cast the curse that gave Harry his scar. "You're a child," Voldemort said. "Playing with toys your Muggle father built for you. Without your armor, you're nothing. The armor was never the point. I was always the point. Then die proving it." The killing curse came like green lightning, fast, perfect, the most practiced spell in Voldemort's arsenal, the one he'd cast more times than any wizard alive. It crossed the courtyard in an instant, aimed at Harry's heart. Harry didn't dodge. Didn't shield. Didn't try to counter. He cast. The Holy Wand rose, his wand, the one that chose him, the one that shared a core with Voldemort's, and the word came out not as a shout but as a statement, a declaration, a truth, Expelliarmus. The spells met in the middle of the courtyard. Green and red. Death and disarmament. The killing curse and the disarming charm, locked in a contest that was, in its essence, a contest between two philosophies of magic, one that took life and one that refused to. The connection formed. Golden light erupted from the point where the spells met, branching outward in threads that wove around both wizards, enclosing them in a cage of magic that thrummed with the resonance of twin cores. Priori incantatem, the effect Harry had witnessed once before, in the graveyard, when brother wands were forced to fight. But this time was different. The Elder Wand was in Harry's left hand. He hadn't raised it. Hadn't cast with it. But it was there, in his grip, and it was the most powerful wand in existence, and its allegiance was to Harry. Its magic flowed into the connection, not as a second spell but as an amplifier, a force multiplier, the same principle as the Arcanus Armor's runic cascade applied not through technology but through the pure, ancient magic of a deathly hallow. Harry's disarming charm doubled in power. Tripled. The golden cage brightened to white. The connection between the spells shifted, the balance tipping, Harry's red beam pushing Voldemort's green beam back toward its caster. Voldemort pushed harder. His magic was enormous, decades of practice, dark rituals, the accumulated power of a life devoted entirely to the pursuit of more power. He poured everything into the killing curse, his face contorted, his red eyes blazing, his body shaking with the effort. But the Elder Wand would not kill its master. That was the secret. The simple, devastating truth that Dumbledore had understood and Voldemort never would. The Elder Wand's allegiance was to Harry. And a wand that owed its loyalty to Harry Potter would not allow its power to be used against him, even in another wizard's hand, even through the medium of twin-core connection. Voldemort's killing curse collapsed. The green beam shattered, fragments of killing magic dispersing harmlessly into the morning air. Harry's disarming charm, amplified by the Elder Wand's power, hit Voldemort full in the chest. The U-wand flew from Voldemort's hand, spinning through the air in a high arc. Harry caught it, left hand, the Elder Wand transferring to his wand arm, the U-wand settling into his palm. 3 wands. 3 wands and no armor and no technology and just a boy, standing in front of a monster, holding every weapon the monster had ever feared. Voldemort staggered. Without his wand, without his Horcruxes, without his immortality, without any of the protections he built over a lifetime of paranoid self-preservation, Tom Riddle was just a man. A brilliant, terrible, wasted man who had traded everything worth having for the one thing worth nothing, the illusion of invulnerability. "It's over, Tom," Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes found Harry's green ones. And in that last moment, Harry saw something he hadn't expected. Not rage. Not fear. Recognition. Tom Riddle saw, in the boy standing before him, everything he might have been. The same orphan origins, the same magical talent, the same hunger to matter. But where Tom had chosen power, Harry had chosen people. Where Tom had shattered his soul, Harry had built connections. Where Tom had sought immortality through destruction, Harry had achieved something far more lasting through love. "You could have been me," Voldemort whispered. "No," Harry said. "I couldn't. That's the point. The killing curse rebounded. Not from Harry's spell, from the universe itself, from the fundamental magical law that had operated since the night Lily Potter died. Love, freely given, was the one force that dark magic could not overcome. Voldemort's own curse, fragmented and dispersed, reformed in the air around him, drawn back by the twin-core resonance, by the Elder Wand's rejection, by the accumulated weight of every life he'd taken returning to its source. Green light enveloped Tom Riddle. He didn't scream. He fell. Silently, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his body hitting the courtyard stones with a finality that echoed across the grounds and into the Scottish hills and out across the magical world. Tom Marvolo Riddle was dead. He died as he had lived, alone. Harry stood in the courtyard, 3 wands in his hands, blood still drying on his forehead, and felt the silence. Not the absence of sound, there was plenty of sound, growing by the second. People shouting, crying, rushing through doors, the dam of hell breath breaking across Hogwarts and the wider world as the news rippled outward at the speed of magic. Voldemort was dead. The war was over. The boy who lived had done what everyone had hoped and no one had quite believed. But underneath the noise, a silence. The absence of the connection. The void where Voldemort's presence had lived in Harry's mind for 15 years, not the void, not the cosmic entity, but the personal one. The shadow that had colored every dream, every vision, every moment of scar-searing pain. Gone. Like a tooth finally pulled, like a weight finally set down, like an alarm clock that had been ringing for years and had at last been switched off. Harry's knees buckled. Tony caught him. Because Tony always caught him. Had been catching him since he was 3 years old and falling off workshop stools, since he was 11 and falling off broomsticks, since he was 14 and falling through grief and nightmares and the terrible weight of being the person the world needed him to be. I had a plan, Harry mumbled. Your plans are terrible, Tony said, and his face was wet and his hands were shaking and he was holding his son so tight that Jarvis quietly informed him he was approaching structural damage to Harry's ribcage. I need to sit down. Yeah, we can do sitting. Tony lowered them both to the courtyard stones, keeping his arms around Harry, and for a long moment they just sat there, father and son, in the wreckage, in the sunlight, in the first morning of a world without Voldemort. Hermione reached them next. She dropped to her knees beside Harry and took his face in her hands, the same gesture she'd used before the extraction, the same careful, fierce tenderness, and studied him with the analytical intensity that was, Harry now understood, her version of love. She was cataloging him. Confirming he was real. Running diagnostics the old-fashioned way. You used Expelliarmus, she said. It worked last time. Against the most powerful dark wizard in history. To be fair, I also had the Elder Wand. Which you didn't tell me about. Dumbledore gave it to me this morning. There wasn't time to, Harry. You walked into a duel with Voldemort carrying a wand you hadn't tested, relying on a magical theory about wand allegiance that has never been empirically verified, with a plan that consisted entirely of cast the same spell I used when I was 14 and hope for the best. When you put it that way, it sounds irresponsible. It was irresponsible. It worked. It worked. She kissed him. Long and deep and right there in the courtyard in front of everyone, and the crowd that had been building, students and professors and order members and everyone who could stand, erupted in a cheer that shook the castle walls. Ron arrived at a run, skidding on the flagstones. Is he dead? Tell me he's dead. He's dead, Ron. You're sure? Like, really dead? Not going to come back in 4 years dead? Every Horcrux is destroyed. His soul has nowhere to go. He's really, genuinely, permanently dead. Ron sat down heavily on the stones beside them. Brilliant. He paused. Can I have a sandwich? I haven't eaten since yesterday. The laughter that followed was slightly hysterical, edged with exhaustion and relief and the giddy disbelief of people who had been bracing for death and had instead found morning. Harry laughed until his ribs hurt, which was almost immediately because Tony had, in fact, been squeezing too hard. Neville appeared from the crowd, the sword of Gryffindor still in his hand, looking dazed. "I can't believe that worked." "Which part?" "All of it. Any of it. The seal, the extraction, the duel. Harry, you just killed Voldemort with a disarming charm. Technically, his own curse killed him. I just made it change direction." That's the most Harry Potter sentence ever spoken. Stark Potter. Whatever. The rest of the day passed in a blur of exhaustion and emotion. The Ministry arrived within hours, not Scrimgeour, who had been killed in the final days of Voldemort's campaign, but Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been serving as the Order's liaison to the Muggle Prime Minister and who stepped into the power vacuum with the quiet authority of a man who had been leading from the shadows all along. He coordinated the cleanup, the arrests of surviving Death Eaters, and the beginning of what would be a long, painful process of rebuilding. Dumbledore was alive. Barely. His magical core had stabilized at a new, dramatically lower baseline, perhaps 20% of what it had been in his prime. He would never again duel Dark Lords or sustain castle ward systems or perform the impossible feats of magic that had made him legendary. But he was alive, and conscious, and when Harry sat beside his bed in the hospital wing that evening, the old man's eyes still held their blue. "You did it," Dumbledore said. "We did it. All of us." "Yes." A faint smile. "All of you. Including some I would not have predicted. Young Mr. Malfoy, for instance. He earned it. He did. Redemption is the rarest form of courage." Dumbledore's hand found Harry's, warmer now, steadier. "What will you do now?" Harry hadn't thought about it. The future, the concept of a future beyond the war, beyond Voldemort, beyond the immediate crisis of survival, was so unfamiliar that it took him a moment to recognize it as a question he was allowed to answer. "Build things," he said. "Better things. Not weapons. The suit. Gone. The converters destroyed, the armor scrap. I could rebuild it, but..." Harry paused. "I don't think I should. Not the same way. The Arcanus armor was built for war. Whatever comes next should be built for something else. And what would that be? I don't know yet. That's the fun part." Dumbledore's smile widened, the real one, the twinkle one, flickering back to life like a pilot light that refused to go out. "Your mother would be proud. So would yours." Dumbledore blinked. His eyes went bright, and for a moment the ancient, fading wizard looked startlingly young. "Thank you, Harry. Get some rest, Professor." "I believe I will. For the first time in a very long time, I believe I actually can." The Malfoy situation resolved itself with surprising speed. Draco's defection, his intelligence work, his role in the Gringotts operation, his active combat against Death Eaters during the Battle of Hogwarts, was documented and submitted to the Wisengamot by Tony's legal team within 48 hours. Ironclaw the Goblin provided additional testimony about Draco's cooperation during the bank operation, his contribution delivered with the grudging respect of a species that valued cunning above all things. Narcissa Malfoy was rescued from Malfoy Manor by an Order team 3 days after Voldemort's death, thin, frightened, but alive, her survival secured by the same love that had motivated Draco's betrayal. She emerged from the manor into sunlight she hadn't seen in months and asked, before anything else, where her son was. Draco met her in the hospital wing. Harry watched from a distance as mother and son embraced, and saw in their reunion the same principle that had defeated Voldemort, love that was willing to sacrifice, to risk, to cross lines that couldn't be uncrossed. "Thank you," Draco said to Harry later, in the corridor outside the hospital wing. His voice was raw, his aristocratic composure stripped away to reveal something simpler and more honest. "For believing I could be more than what I was born into. You proved it yourself, Malfoy. I just opened the door." "Draco." Harry blinked. "What?" My name. It's Draco. I think we're past surnames. Harry extended his hand. Draco took it. They shook, a real handshake this time, between equals, between allies, between two people who had started as enemies and ended as something much harder to define. Draco, Harry said. Harry. The word felt strange in Draco's mouth, like a new language he was still learning to speak. But he said it, and meant it, and that was enough. Snape was found in the Shrieking Shack. Harry hadn't known what happened to him during the battle, had lost track in the chaos, had assumed Snape was fighting with the Order. He wasn't. He'd gone to Voldemort. Had maintained his cover to the end, walking into the Dark Lord's presence during the battle, and had survived only because Voldemort, in his fury over the Horcrux destruction, had been too focused on Harry to kill his spy. But Nagini had bitten him. The snake was dead by then, destroyed by Neville hours earlier, but the venom in Snape's system was lethal. He'd dragged himself to the Shrieking Shack, the same place where he'd faced Sirius and Lupin years ago, and had been lying there, dying, when Harry and Tony found him. Tony's medical nanites, the same technology he'd used to slow Dumbledore's ring curse, saved Snape's life. Not cleanly, not without cost. Snape would walk with a limp for the rest of his life, and the venom had scarred his throat, giving his already distinctive voice a permanent rasp. But he was alive. Harry sat with him in the hospital wing, Snape in the bed next to Dumbledore, the irony not lost on either of them. "You survived," Harry said. "Don't sound so surprised." Snape's rasp was actually an improvement, Harry thought. Less menacing, more human. "Professor. I want you to know, everything you did. The spying, the occlumency, the vow to protect Draco. I understand it now. All of it. I did not do it for your understanding, Potter. I know. You did it for her." Snape's eyes flickered. The mask, the eternal, impenetrable mask, cracked, just for an instant. Behind it, something human, something grieving, something that had carried a love so heavy and so long that it had become indistinguishable from the person carrying it. "She would have liked you," Snape said. "She would have been exasperated by you, but she would have liked you. I like to think so. Your occlumency is adequate. Your potion work remains atrocious. Thank you, Professor." That was not a compliment. "I know. But thank you anyway." Snape looked at him, really looked, for perhaps the first time, seeing not James Potter's face or Lily Evans' eyes but the person who wore both. And what he saw, whatever it was, made the mask settle back into place a little more gently than usual. "Get out of my hospital wing, Stark Potter." Harry got. The days that followed were strange. Peace, after years of war, felt like a language Harry didn't speak fluently. The constant vigilance, the background hum of threat, the weight of knowing that every day could be the last, all of it lifted, and what remained was a disorienting lightness, as if gravity had been reduced and he hadn't yet learned to walk in the new conditions. Tony stayed at Hogwarts for a week. He spent most of it in the Room of Requirement, which had reconfigured itself from a workshop into something that looked suspiciously like a comfortable living room, the castle's way of saying, perhaps, that the time for building weapons was over. Tony sat on a conjured couch with a cup of coffee and a holographic display, running Stark Industries remotely, while Harry and Hermione and Ron came and went and the world outside slowly returned to normal. "So," Tony said one evening, as Harry sat beside him and watched the sunset through the room's conjured window. "What's the plan? You keep asking me that. Because you keep having new ones." Harry thought about it. The Arcanus armor was gone, destroyed in the battle, its remnants scattered across the courtyard. He could rebuild it. The principles were sound, the mathematics proven. A second-generation suit would be better than the first, more powerful, more refined, fewer failure modes. But Harry wasn't sure he wanted to. The suit was a response to a threat, he said slowly. I built it because Voldemort was back and the world needed a weapon. The threat is gone. The weapon isn't needed. Weapons are always needed. Different threats, different weapons. Maybe. But I don't want to be a weapon anymore. I want to be a builder. Tony was quiet. His coffee cooled. The sunset painted the room in shades of amber and gold. What do you want to build? A bridge. Between the magical world and the muggle world. The arc rune converter technology, the principle that lets magical energy and technological energy coexist, it's not just for armor. It's for everything. Medicine. Energy. Communication. The magical world has solutions to problems the muggle world doesn't know how to solve, and vice versa. But they've been separated for centuries, hiding from each other, losing the benefit of collaboration. You want to end the statute of secrecy? I want to make it irrelevant. Not through politics, through technology. Build things that are so useful, so transformative, that hiding them becomes more costly than sharing them. Tony looked at his son. At this extraordinary person who had survived a cupboard and a prophecy and a war and had come out the other side with a vision not for weapons but for bridges. You know, Tony said, when I pulled you out of that house on Privet Drive, you were 3 years old and you weighed about 20 pounds and you wouldn't let go of my hand for 3 days. I thought I was rescuing you. Turns out you were rescuing me. Dad, I was a mess, Harry. Drinking, building weapons, running from every feeling that didn't come in a bottle. You gave me a reason to be better. Not the suit, not the company, not the world, you. A kid who needed a father and turned a disaster into a decent human being through the sheer audacity of being worth being decent for. Harry's throat was tight. You were never a disaster. I was absolutely a disaster. Ask Pepper. She has spreadsheets. You were my disaster. Tony laughed, the real laugh, the one that came from the center of his chest and made his eyes crinkle and his whole face change. Yeah, kid. I was. He put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Build your bridge. Build it better than anyone's ever built anything. And if you need help, I'll call. On a phone. Like a civilized person. Owls are reliable, Dad. Owls are dinosaurs and I will die on this hill. Harry leaned into his father's shoulder and watched the sunset and felt, for the first time in his life, like the future was something to look forward to rather than something to survive. Hermione found him on the astronomy tower that night. He was sitting on the parapet, not dangerously, but with the casual disregard for heights that came from having spent months flying in magical armor. The stars were out. The real stars, not the light-polluted suggestions of New York. Scotland's sky was a tapestry of light, the Milky Way a brushstroke of luminance across the dark. You'll catch cold, she said, climbing up beside him. I'm a wizard. I can conjure warmth. You're also terrible at warming charms. Your temperature regulation is always 4 degrees too high. I end up sweating. I'll add it to the list of things to improve. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. The castle spread below them, its towers dark against the starfield, its windows warm with candlelight. In the distance, the forbidden forest was a mass of shadow, and beyond it, the mountains. What are you thinking about? She asked. Everything. Nothing. The future. Specific. I was thinking about what I want to build next. And a research institute. Magical technological integration. Funded by Stark Industries, staffed by the best minds from both worlds. A place where people like us, people who see the connections between things, can work together to build things that matter. Hermione was quiet for a moment. The wind stirred her hair, and Harry resisted the urge to reach out and tuck a strand behind her ear, because he was trying to have a serious conversation and that kind of gesture would definitely derail it. I want in, she said. You're the first person I was going to ask. I want to lead the arithmetic theory division. You can lead whatever division you want. I want publishing rights to all discoveries. Done. And I want a library. Harry laughed. I told you I'd build you a library. You said a university. Start with a library, grow into a university. 5-year plan. She leaned against him. He put his arm around her, naturally, comfortably, the way he'd been doing for months now, but which still made something warm and steady bloom in his chest every time. We could change the world, she said. We already did. I mean, change it for the better. Not just save it. Build something lasting. That's the plan. He kissed the top of her head. Thank you, Hermione. For what? For the harmonic cascade. For the runic anchor. For yelling at me when I was being an idiot. For solving the 9% I couldn't solve. For being the reason I had something to come back to. Scientifically speaking. Scientifically speaking. She tilted her face up, and he kissed her properly, slowly, thoroughly, with the luxury of time that they'd never had before. No crisis pending. No Horcrux to destroy. No Dark Lord to fight. Just two people on a tower, under the stars, at the beginning of everything. I love you, she said. Have I mentioned that? Once or twice. Feel free to continue. I love you, Harry Stark Potter. I love you, Hermione Granger. Good. Now come inside. It's freezing and your warming charms are terrible. They're not that, 4 degrees too high. Every time. I'll fix it. You'll try to fix it, overcorrect, and set my coat on fire again. That was 1 time. It was 3 times. The 3rd time was barely a fire. They climbed down from the parapet, bickering cheerfully, and walked back into the castle together. Behind them, the stars turned in their ancient patterns, and the sky above Hogwarts was clear and whole and uncracked, and the seal beneath the castle hummed with renewed strength, and the world, battered, scarred, healing, turned toward morning. 3 months later, Harry stood in a workshop. Not the Stark Tower workshop, though that was still there, Jarvis maintaining it in a state of perpetual readiness, the holographic displays dark, the tools clean, the photograph of young Harry on Tony's shoulder still mounted on the wall. And not the room of requirement, though the room would always be there, always ready, always loyal to the boy who had healed the castle's deepest wound. This workshop was new. A converted warehouse in Edinburgh, halfway between the Muggle world and the magical one, in a city where both coexisted more comfortably than in most places. Tony had bought the building. Hermione had designed the interior. Ron had handled the logistics, sourcing materials, coordinating contractors, dealing with the mundane practicalities that geniuses forgot about. Neville had, inexplicably but effectively, landscaped the garden. Luna had painted a mural on the exterior wall that defied description but somehow made everyone who looked at it feel slightly more hopeful. The sign above the door read, Arcanus Research Institute, Bridging Worlds. Below it, in smaller text, a Stark Potter Foundation. Harry stood at the central workbench, a beautiful, scarred, thoroughly used surface covered in components and schematics and half-finished prototypes. The workshop around him hummed with the particular energy of a space where things were being made, the soft glow of runic inscriptions being tested, the click of precision tools, the low murmur of conversation between researchers who were, for the first time, working together across the magical Muggle divide. He was building something. Not a weapon. Not armor. Something else, a device about the size of a hardcover book, its surface covered in runic inscriptions that spiraled in patterns that echoed the harmonic cascade, housing a miniaturized arc reactor that hummed at the edge of hearing. What is it? Hermione asked, looking over his shoulder. She wore a lab coat that was already covered in rune dust and potion stains, because Hermione Granger had been running the arithmetic theory division for exactly 6 weeks and had already published 3 groundbreaking papers and spilled something on every piece of clothing she owned. I don't know yet, Harry said. That's the fun part. Tony's voice crackled from a holographic display on the wall, a live feed from Stark Tower, where Tony was sitting in his own workshop surrounded by his own projects, the image slightly distorted by the magical technological interface that Hermione had designed for interworld communication. If you blow up another workshop, it's coming out of your inheritance. I don't have an inheritance. You told me you were leaving everything to Jarvis. Jarvis has been very loyal. Unlike some sons I could name. I saved the world. And you're never going to let me forget it. Pepper. Harry's being insufferable again. From off-screen, Pepper's voice, he's your son, Tony. That's what I'm saying. Harry grinned. He looked at the device in his hands, unfinished, undefined, full of possibility. He looked at Hermione beside him, her eyes bright with the same fire that had driven her since the day they met. He looked at the workshop around him, the bridge he was building, brick by brick, between the world of magic and the world of science, between the legacy of Potter and the legacy of Stark. He picked up a soldering iron and went back to work. Outside, the Edinburgh morning was grey and cool and full of potential. Cars drove past wizards who walked unseen. Coffee shops served lattes to witches who paid with enchanted credit cards that Harry's institute had developed. The world was changing, slowly, imperfectly, the way all real change happened, and at the center of the change, in a converted warehouse with a mural on the wall and a sign above the door, a young man with a lightning bolt scar in his mother's eyes and his father's hands was building something new. Not a weapon. Not armor. Not a solution to a crisis or a response to a threat. Just a thing. A beautiful, complicated, not yet understood thing that existed because Harry Stark Potter looked at the world and saw, always, what it could become. The arc reactor in the device hummed softly, casting blue light across the workbench, steady as a heartbeat. Ready for what came next. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.